themes: transformation, connectivity, graduation. Amitabh sir, you're coming at this from a fairly different lens, based on your past experience, based on some of the thinking that you have. How does all of this connect with your argument of why we have drifted from the mission at its core? पीछे से आवाज़ को थोड़ा सा एडजस्ट कर सकते हैं प्लीज़, ताकि एको कम हो जाए.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Thank you. That's fine. So basically, I want to sort of start the debate by looking at the journey that I'm now heading the 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Bank, because I've been new in this. I only joined 3 years back. But before I argue that we have drifted away from mission, I want to define the mission. The mission, when I see it, is that it was financial inclusion for the poor and the vulnerable. I mean, it's a simple definition of the mission for a microfinance. And that meant that what 𝗧𝗵𝗲 started, and I want to talk about 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and then the industry because that's what I know. So you've got to talk about what you know. And that started off very well. It had a Asian Development Bank funding. It was designed to do social mobilization. They got paid for it a little bit. At the same time, they contributed to the fund. So it was both ways. And they started off with minimum 20,000 limit. And they actually helped individuals through group lending to build assets to repay and started their asset growth, income generating capability, all from ground up. Farmlands, sort of livestock and other small businesses. That over time has gone away because of various losses, delinquency, whatever. But right now what I see is that we may be servicing the same sort of borrowers, but with some security. They have to have cash flow, they have to have this. Those vulnerable and poor are not being serviced. They're serviced in a different way, but you may be sort of justifying by saying that, look, we're still operating the same socio-economic group or the bottom of the pyramid, whatever. But the real poor and the vulnerable are not getting served right now. Because, yes, there's been losses in the industry, and as a result of losses, everybody is held back. And now it's all about secured lending in one form or the other. I don't want to go into details of what kind of secured lending. The other is that the whole group lending and then graduation, we're supposed to build on different groups of companies who actually work towards the graduation model. So 𝗏𝗏 explained a little bit, but what I thought when I got into it a little bit more detail, well, there should be NGOs who actually service the very low, identify those potential borrowers who have actually demonstrated certain ability to generate, then they graduate up. They've been pushed to microfinance industry or microfinance institutions or the banks, and then they're the ones who then get taken up. But the role that the individual agencies have not played to the extent that I thought they could have played, or the banks should have actually helped those institutions to build and come up. That hasn't happened. As a result, now all banks are just going directly to the end user. They discover, they find that there's security, they lend, otherwise they're left out. So I think they're left out. The third point that I thought was important was about the holding, the agriculture holding. We are not really focusing on the farm lending anymore. And one of the problems is that the average farm holding sizes have dropped significantly over the last 20 years. I was looking at some data, and average holding was 7 acres per farmer. Today, it's about 5 acres per farmer. Over the last 20 years, inheritance, subdivision, etc., has reduced that. And when you look at the number of, I was looking at data, the 5-acre land, about 67% of our farmers are below 5 acre. Now, that's where the real financing is required if you really want to talk about the mission of microfinance, to actually to build the vulnerable and the poor and to finance them so they can actually generate the income. I think that is also missing at this stage. So I think we have, over the last 20 years, I think there's so much that's been left on the side. hasn't been focused on.
Thank you, Amir. Again, I think a lot of connected themes. Are we focusing on the right sectors? Are we focusing on the right users? Are we offering them the service portfolio that will help them graduate? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 has joined us online. We are fortunate that she's able to connect from Skardu. Do we have her connected?
Directly to the end user, they discover, they find it, the security find it, they lend, otherwise they're left out. So I think that the third point that I thought was important was about the holding, the agricultural holding. We are not really focusing on the farm lending.
Assalamu alaikum, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Can you hear us?
Assalamu alaikum. Ji, Umar, I can hear you.
Thank you for joining us from very far away. Over to you for your set of opening comments.
Today, it's about 5 acres per farm. Over the last 20 years...
Thank you so much. I hope...
पीछे की आवाज कम हो सकती है?
When you look at the number of, the 5-acre land, there was 67%.
I have been involved in the sector from its early days, and microfinance really started as a very revolutionary idea. I'm still... This is a major concern for me as a practitioner, as someone who believes in the power of financial inclusion and has seen transformation happen. So I think this is a major cause of concern. Secondly, we see nano loans rising. In fact, a huge number of the 12 million borrowers that we have to date is actually nano. And we all know this, that nano loans tend to be very exorbitantly priced. Which is again, creating challenges for the end user. So that's my second point. Third, I believe mobile wallets, which are a critical role to play, have not really reached women as much as they should have. They tend to be focused more on urban male clients. So that's another area where microfinance needs to deliver and play a role. Fourthly, I think, if we take a sector-wide approach, we need to see more innovation happening in the sector. We need more collaborations. We need more unusual collaborations. We need newer voices, new players, because innovation does not happen, when we don't blend in new things in it. And that's another thing I would like to raise and get the audience to also deliberate on it, that we have not seen the kind of disruption that we saw in the early days coming in now. We tend to do more collateral-based lending. We tend to go to people who are easier to reach. We're not necessarily, doing the experiments that we need to do. So that's another observation that I have. And lastly, I think we need more fresh voices. We need younger people coming in, working with the founders who started this in Pakistan. But we need to really engage with academia, with change makers, with young people, so that with tech, fintech, I think fintech is a very important role to play, microfinance coming together with fintech. So these kind of collaborations, we're not seeing them at the level we should be. And the sector needs a lot more reflection, soul searching, so that we address in the next decade, we actually address these heads on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. A lot of, a widespread of reflections from existential and core purpose to how we evolve and adopt and embrace technology. अब हम इसको थोड़ा सा ज़रा stir up करते हैं. I think we've had a set of why we think mission drift has happened. Saqib, if I can come to you. And there's a common sort of thread that the ecosystem is not mature enough to allow for linkages across different service providers, different segments, identifying and bridging those gaps. Do you think that's true, one? And second, if it is happening, why isn't it scaling up at the rate that it should be scaling up?
Right.
Why isn't that enabling layer there where players feel कि सब कुछ हो सकता है?
Sure, sure. Thank you, Umar. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Look at where microfinance started and what was the mission then. I think it started with a charity substitution for poor. It was more of a development agenda where a lot of NGOs received grants and subsidized funds. And they were trying to alleviate poverty through this tool. But I think over the years, what we have seen is that it has become more a holistic financial inclusion agenda. And where the ecosystem is now sustainable enough to cater to women and people in rural areas and enterprising poor to improve their livelihoods through a financial instrument. And I think the evolution that we see now, where initially it was all women-focused, loans for businesses, and it has now included players that are now reaching out to segments that were initially not catered by the microfinance, typical classical microfinance theory. Now we see a lot of fintechs coming in. We see technology and data driving financial inclusion. We see agri-techs coming in and doing their support in improving yields and cutting down on costs of production for farmers, improving their livelihoods. We see now organizations getting into the supply chain financing, discounting models coming through. There are institutions that are now providing opportunities for poor to build assets through white goods and household durable financing. So all of these now, it is becoming a more robust sort of an ecosystem for microfinance. We see new players trying to disrupt through technology. We hear about nano, but still a lot of those loans that are given for nano are used for productive purposes, cell phones, a lot of riders that are involved with supply chain and deliveries are using those loans. So I think it's not really a mission drift. It's more how the mission has evolved and it has become more inclusive. You talked about collaborations. I work as a wholesale institution, as an apex. We see a lot of collaborations happening. Yes, they're not at the scale that probably they should have been, but it started to happen. A lot of MFIs and fintechs, they are collaborating. We see collaborations amongst the agri-techs and microfinance providers where one is bringing in technical expertise and the other is bringing in financing and making sure that the farmers benefit from this. So I think with the growth of the sector, with new players coming in, we're perhaps still trying to romanticize the classic model. Even when the Renaissance happened, as Yasser was telling us yesterday, a lot of thing that came through in that period was actually the revival of those classic literature and art and thoughts that were there. And it was that revival, but it was more modern at that time. So we can't be at now sitting back and looking at microfinance through the same lens or same sort of thought process that we had 30 years ago. It has evolved, it has become more inclusive, it has become more dynamic, and it is now catering to a much wider range of clients that we're trying to serve initially. Look at the average loan size we still have, although the regulations do allow for 3 million rupee loan. The average for the sector is still around 100,000. So we're still focusing on the same client segment. 50% of clients today are still women. 50% of microfinance is still happening in rural areas. So rather than calling it a mission drift that we have down from 100% women to 50% women, Yes, but at that time, the sector was very small. It was more of those NGOs and development organizations that were doing it. It is now more robust, more players coming through. So I still wouldn't say we have drifted the mission. I would say we have evolved.
Thank you, Saqib. It almost seems like Saqib and Amir live in different worlds at some level, and Sulaiman. So I'll just bring it back to Amir, Sulaiman, and Sadaf. Is the kind of innovation and ecosystem maturity that Saqib just defined, is it too slow? Is it enough? How long will we take to get to a point where we're actually moving the needle at a scale where we need to? I'm sure a lot of people here have read this. The latest estimates from the World Bank on poverty, our poverty numbers have increased significantly. What kind of rethinking does microfinance need to be an enabler of taking on this challenge where poverty numbers have now started to go up? And if things continue in terms of the shocks that we see across climate, inflation, macroeconomy, this will worsen. So people will be hit harder. Is the financial services ecosystem thinking about how this entire spectrum of services can actually solve some of these challenges at the really grassroots level?
Yeah, Amir Saab, I think it's the wonderful deliberations and our friends has been discussed. But the thing is that all the aspect has been need to trickle down, and everything is needed the practically involvement of the social capital in the process. I think that we are hopeful about thank you very much. We are hopeful about that. There are many aspects in still the gray areas. We need to address it because in the microfinance sector, there are many commercial lendings they may need to think about that their capital cost is very much increasing day by day for profitability. And the other thing is that in the market, the investors and the commercial lending, they are thinking and they are focusing on their returns. The client, the situation is quite different, and because they are facing many shocks in the different, just like the COVID and the pillars and many other environment, they are not coming, the people are coming up for their betterment of the socio-economic condition. The poverty, I think the less percentage of the microfinance has served, and the people are in the position to get rid of from the poverty is a very minimum. They are not in the process. But the thing is that in the agriculture sector, the microfinance sector may think about how the farming community will be go a step ahead. For example, they are in the traditional agriculture sector and they are in the production sector. But the need is now, the era is the technology. They need of the byproduct technology. Women will be involved because we are focusing in the microfinance. We are claiming as a microfinance, women are the champions in the women, the credit and worthy, and they are very much promising, and the repayment process is very much 100% from the women's side. But we are not addressing the need how the women will come forward in the prosperity through the skills, through the byproduct technology. They may be connected with the commercial hubs, where they may be connected with the financial institutions, and they may get such kind of facilities. The other aspect in the society, I think the commercial and the investors are focusing on their businesses, and the social livelihood condition will be better on. The other aspect is, for example, the infrastructure in the rural and low-profile urban area. They are expecting their health and education is one of other aspects. And I think their livelihood would be the betterment of how they come forward, and they will be in the better position. So there are many aspects we need to address. And after that, because Asian Development Bank and World Bank, they are also focusing on they are focusing on how they may be involve the women and the business communities and many other. But I think all the aspects will be considered how they leverage and trickle down their policies. The regulatory process is very much important. They may focus on, for example, we are mainly in the private sector, microfinance, but we have not.
We'll have to wrap up, 𝗠𝗶𝗰𝗿.
Initiative. So
Thank you.
I think this is the area how the trickle down and leverage all the policy and facilities with the social capital. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mariam, if I can bring you in. 𝗍𝗏 thinks we haven't focused enough on inclusion, or the challenge is greater than we thought it was, and we need to do more. हमारे पास एक gender gap है पाकिस्तान में at a more macro level. That gets exacerbated significantly when we talk about financial access, but also digital access. And the two are converging very, very quickly. Are we doing enough? Are we focusing on the segments and their needs? Inclusion side के ऊपर और क्या करने की ज़रूरत है based on what 𝗍𝗏 said? Or is everything happening and we just have to wait and see?
I'm going to be taking a little bit of time trying to bring in two different views. And I just wish to let you know that whatever I'm representing is my own personal view and not of the organization whose mantle under whose I'm sitting in. देखिए, दो चीज़ों में ना हम confusion मचा देते हैं. जब भी हम माइक्रो फाइनेंस की बात करते हैं, we start off by a philanthropic thrust. Microfinance is not philanthropy. It's a business opportunity, definitely. All of us sitting in this room are paid to do this. If we were doing it out of the goodness of our heart, that would be philanthropy, and we would not be expecting something in return. Let's be very clear on that, right? All of us have figured out that it's a business model. The people for whom we are providing a service, we charge a fee for it. And the people that we are serving are extremely intelligent people. वो बेवकूफ़ नहीं हैं. They're survivors. वो अपनी ज़िंदगी गुजार रहे हैं. We may not be spending our lives the way they are, but they know how to make that work. They're a diverse segment. Within that segment, it's a nuanced segment. And we have not been able to understand that. We keep looking at it from our perspective, from our lens. That is where the problem is. ठीक है? दूसरा हम लोग क्या करते हैं कि we understand, we think जी microfinance is the be all and the end all and the answer to everything. It isn't. It cannot be. हम लोग एक घर चलाते हैं, आपके पास के इलेक्ट्रिक से बिजली आती है, आपके पास गैस वाले का डिफरेंट डिपार्टमेंट होता है, आप लोगों का सड़क कोई और बना के देता है. Why do we assume that microfinance is supposed to take care of them, microfinance is supposed to teach them, microfinance is supposed to educate them, microfinance is supposed... नहीं हो सकता भाइयों. It's just not possible. That's not how societies work, right? If we understand that, let's bring the other view, which is every country, every geography has a certain context. जहाँ पर आप force करते हैं, वो चीज़ टूट जाती है. ठीक है? We have to go with the pace of it. People are going to take their time getting familiar, getting understanding of how something which is being offered to them is going to serve them. If they are not buying into it, it's not their fault. You have not offered them something which they need. ठीक है? तो जहाँ तक रह गया जेंडर गैप की ताल्लुक है, हम लोग एक जिस किस्म के सेटअप में हैं, वो सेटअप है. मैं जब पैदा हुई थी तब भी पेट्रियार्की की बात हो रही थी. अब मैं बड़ी हो गई हूँ तब भी पेट्रियार्की की बात हो रही है. मेरी बेटी है वो भी पेट्रियार्की की बात हो रही है. ठीक है? This is how it's going to be, at least in our lifetimes. We can try to work with it, we can try to work against it, or we can work around it. ठीक है? Things will change, they always do. You have so much history which tells you that things will change. They will. They do mature, they evolve, or they are wiped out. There is no denying that. ये होगा. अब अगर हम impatient होते चले जा रहे हैं कि नहीं जी ये भी होगा, वो भी होगा, नहीं होगा भाई. जहाँ जैसे digital technology slowly adopt हो रही है, ये भी सब कुछ slowly adopt हो जाएगा. I'm going to stop here.
Great. Sulaiman Saab is very eager to come back, but उससे पहले एक second, I think consolidated एक response ले लेते हैं. Kamran, we've talked about needs. And जी, sure. A quick question.
So, Mariam, your deliberations from the perspective of the sector, because we are from the sector, that's why we are thinking about as a business and the specific for the people. And the public opinions are quite different in the market, and that's why as a front force we are in the market, and we are facing the criticism from the market and from the public. And legislative, they have need to such kind of the knowledge and understanding. The regulatories, they may think about where is the gray areas we need to address. Why we people at the grassroots level, we are facing such kind of challenges and face such kind of the problems people are thinking about that. And they are expecting from we people, because we are not sitting merely the financial institutions are. We, as a microfinance sector, we are in the field, and we are very much close to the clients. And we are understanding their miseries, their problems, and what are the challenges on the market is, and what kind of the needs are to address. And we need, because the government side, from the financial side, from the commercial side, from the lender side, they need how to address, and they may think about their cost of the fund, why they are increasing the cost of fund. The ground reality is quite different.
Great.
So I think the perception is quite between the we and the sector. The public opinion is quite different, and how we challenge and face the challenges of the public opinion, that is debatable.
I think we'll go back for a quick comment and then move on to this. Mariam, Saqib, client perceptions जो है ना वो align नहीं कर रही कि हम उनको service कर रहे हैं और उनकी needs address कर रहे हैं.
That's exactly my point. अगर आप client की perception, अगर client की need को आप serve नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, तो उसमें microfinance का यानी client का तो बेचारे का कोई कसूर बन ही नहीं रहा है ना. All I'm saying is we are trying to tap into a business opportunity. If we are not able to do that, that doesn't mean that the mission has drifted. That doesn't mean that, microfinance, जिस तरह देखिए, there is mixed evidence. जब आप base of the pyramid पे जाते हैं कि microfinance has not been the panacea that everybody thinks that it is. उससे थोड़ा ऊपर आते हैं तो you do see something happening. At the base of the pyramid, community-driven models seem to work the best.
That's why, Mariam, that's why I'm saying we are the starter, we are supporting, they are starting the business. Either they are strengthening their business. The need is scale up and graduation of their business and how they may take up. This kind of the gray areas who may address. This is the problem.
Graduation pathways पे आते हैं. I think that's the core purpose. Sidra, we might need a little more time because the debate just started, right? So we'll just push this a little more.
So if I just... देखिए, initially, microfinance was supposed to reach out to the poorest of the poor. और ख्याल ये था कि this is one instrument through which we can alleviate poverty. Yes, we can. But then we realized that perhaps this is not the best tool for the poorest of the poor. और वो afford नहीं कर सकेंगे. Now we have an income support program, जहाँ पर आप free handouts भी देते हैं. You take care of their health, education, nutrition. Then you have an interest-free loan program. You graduate from a best client into an interest-free loan program. PPF उसको implement कर रहा है, बाकी इदारे भी कर रहे हैं. And then when you have matured and established a livelihood means, then you graduate to microfinance. So to expect microfinance to serve all these segments is perhaps unfair to those clients as well, जिनको आज बाकी opportunities मिल रही हैं. So let microfinance take care of the segment that it is supposed to best serve and not push it beyond that.
I think purpose definition जो है ना वो बहुत ज़रूरी है. Kamran, let me bring you in. You've seen the microfinance evolution, and then you've thought of how to address the needs of a very specific segment. और वो जो हम थोड़ा सा purpose and business, मरियम ने कहा कि it's a for-profit business proposition. Yeah. Can we actually infuse purpose in the business proposition and make both work? या हर दफ़ा एक trade-off ही रहेगा जिसमें हमें किसी एक को prioritize करना पड़ेगा? Because it's a hard thing to manage both. Yeah. On any given day and even within a day, you're making those trade-offs जहाँ पे purpose या business की एक call लेनी पड़ती है.
Thank you for that. So, after listening to this extremely intellectual debate, एक इकबाल का शेर मेरे ज़हन में आया. उसने कहा कि खिरदमंदों से क्या पूछूं कि मेरी इब्तदा क्या है. खिरदमंद कहते हैं intellectuals like सलमान साहब. खिरदमंदों से क्या पूछूं कि मेरी इब्तदा क्या है, कि मैं इस फिक्र में रहता हूं मेरी इंतहा क्या है. खुदी को कर बुलंद इतना कि हर तकदीर से पहले खुदा बंदे से खुद पूछे बता तेरी रज़ा क्या है. So हमारी इस पूरी जो challenge है ना सर, इसका बड़ा simple. The Renaissance, I developed a 4R model जो ज़रा मेरे जैसे सादे बंदे को, by प्रोफेशन चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स, वो मैं और शहजाद इस बात के विटनेस हम जरा एग हेडेड होते हैं, तो हमें सादी बात ज़्यादा अच्छी समझ आती है. द रेनेसांस requires what you said, the purpose and business. It requires the 4R strategy that stuck in my mind. First, we've got to refresh our cause. हम सब के पास जो लाइसेंस है वो फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज का लाइसेंस है, right? As financial services comes from the word serve. Serve means we are servants of a target market. We're there to serve them. Just refresh that purpose. But the other R is you recognize the challenges that exist. The Renaissance requires us to recognize that there was a challenge. For example, there was a challenge that people wanted. They said, "Hum soodkhor hain." So we all went ahead and we started doing Sharia-compliant services, right? And today, we are proud of the fact that a lot of us are doing Sharia-compliant financial services. But then the third R is keep redoing what you're doing well. After 30 years of operations, yesterday, 𝗏𝗏 Foundation won 6 awards for doing things consistently. The consistency in excellence is something that helped them get 6 awards. I've worked with them for 15 years, so I was very proud of the fact that, this journey that they continue to do with consistency. But the fourth factor is that you reach out. You reach out and you collaborate. So the fact that it is very unfair to say that we've totally lost out in terms of our mission drift, it just requires those 4 R's to be in place. You've got to refresh your cause, you've got to recognize the problems, you've got to keep redoing what you're doing well, and then at the end, you also reach out and you collaborate in things that you can't do as well as the other. A 30-second point. I've spent 6 years now, after 20 years of microfinance, 6 years doing education finance, right? So I know the challenges, and someone who's doing regular finance, microfinance, can help us, do much better, and we can help them do much better, and the cause gets refreshed. So the fact that we have to go back to those basics, Umar, and that is something that I feel is the real solution to the problem that we face at the moment. And of course, as the debate goes ahead, we'll continue to do that, but we have to make sure that the Renaissance has those 4 R's, those 4 pillars in place, and then we move forward.
So I think that's a very important point. Mission evolve हुआ है, होना चाहिए, mature हुआ है, transform हुआ है. One challenge that we face at a country level is, the pursuit of the mission is a mission in of itself, right? The challenges that we face, enabling regulatory, market, readiness, literacy, फिर जितने exogenous shocks आ जाते हैं, तो mission को pursue करना भी जो है ना, वो एक पूरा mission है, and to stay the course. I'll bring this back here. I think we've had a lot of नहीं हो रहा कुछ या हम मिशन से दूर हो गए हैं.
Let me just add.
So Amir Saab or Sadaf, if you're still online, is the path to the mission and taking different paths to getting to the same mission a mission drift, or, you know, we're still trying to approach it with different ways?
Can I just say something?
Ji, please.
Sadaf probably has a lot more. So my thing is that, Mariam, you're saying about it's not a philanthropy and microfinance. I agree. Microfinance is commercial. Everybody here is a commercial. But our mission was not, let's make money. That's, if we set up an institution and say, let's make money, it's a commercial, that wasn't the mission. The mission was which economic sector or which group of borrowers are we going to serve? And that mission was the poor and the vulnerable. Now, yes, you may have diversified into nano lending and stuff, but nano lending is emergency lending. It doesn't meet the requirement of the true borrowers that we have. And I think that nano lending is maybe it's something that the microfinance institutions or banks will do as an alternate income stream. We need that. One of the problems of the industry is that the industry is surviving only a single income source, which is borrow, and if there's a delinquency, then the entire bank and then the entire industry gets in trouble. We need to first diversify income stream. But the mission has drifted, in my view. The mission was to help the poor and the vulnerable, and that gradually it's changed.
May I respond to that?
Yeah.
May I respond to that? Just very quickly. While whatever you're saying is correct, what you're describing is responsible business practice. ठीक है? आप कोई भी business करेंगे, it doesn't matter if you're an FMCG, if you're a bank, if you're a karyana wala. The people that you're going to serve or the service that you're providing, you're going to provide well. You have another way of looking at it. What do you think is ESG? It says environmentally you're going to be responsible, socially you're going to be responsible, and your governance has to be brilliant. How is that any different from what the microfinance mission was? So as far as I'm concerned, while I do understand where you're coming from, I think there's another way of looking at it. Even serving somebody, there's a certain cost attached to it, right? So that needs to be kept in mind. That's the reason why there is an interest rate. That's the reason why the people that you hire need to be paid. That's the reason where you have, all of those things add up. It's a business opportunity.
Ji, bilkul, no, absolutely. I think services are delivered at cost. It's very hard to not jump in and take a side. I don't know if Sadaf is still online. Sadaf, aap online hain? Can you hear us? नहीं है? अच्छा, ये I think जो एक बहुत की थी निकल के आ रहा है वो ये है कि ये life cycle manage कौन कर रहा है, right? There's a pathway of graduation. That pathway can be fairly complex for different groups and segments. Microfinance is probably just one of those tools or instruments that can help accelerate or design that pathway. So, Salman साहब and Amir साहब, वो pathway और life cycle, क्योंकि आप लोग जो है वो communities के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, direct beneficiaries के साथ काम कर रहे हैं. Who's looking at that pathway? Do the beneficiaries themselves understand those pathways? जो user के ऊपर focus है, journey पे, purpose पे, obsession with the needs of the user, वो dilute कहाँ पे हो रहा है? What is stopping you from focusing on those needs?
Can I just take that quickly? So we are working. I mean, it's not that we are not working. We have shifted, and we believe we can come back to it, particularly in the farming sector. We can use technology. We can use sort of, crop mapping and things like that to actually ensure that we lend to the people who are most likely to survive and be able to repay. But so technology and innovation is very important, and it will come gradually, but it's slow. Right now, because of sustainability is important, so it's slow, but it will come. But right now, well, still think that diversifying, and you Saqib mentioned that it's redefining what microfinance is. You can redefine, but if you leave out the people that you're supposed to initially do and move on to a new segment, then that's still a mission drift. You can redefine, but still a mission drift for me. So that's my problem.
I just want to make one quick point before Salman. One of the things that's happening big time is that a 700 billion rupee portfolio is being managed by 70,000 people. That is where the real disconnect is. If you ask them what is the purpose, why you're in this institution that you're working for, they would say because we want to meet our targets. Or in the last many years, I've interviewed hundreds of people from the microfinance sector for different positions. Unfortunately, that workforce that we have, and this is something I mentioned last time as well, that it is the people who are running the show for us, the face of the organizations. There's a total disconnect over there. And Amitabh, till we are able to address that, till we're able to make sure that, as I said, the 4R strategy, the first is that refresh of the mindset, that why are you doing what you're doing? In that 70,000 workforce is totally missing. Our investment over there is literally at a level which can be embarrassing. When we're talking about how to connect them back to the mission, we sitting over here can be as connected to the purpose of the institution as we can, but people sitting in the ground who are connecting with the customer continue to be, on a large scale, continue to have that disconnect. So that's one factor that brings the renaissance back in terms of having those 70,000 reconnected with the purpose as well.
Great. Kamran has actually... I think we'll now start wrapping up. वो point up is broader. Siddharth ने कहा था questions नहीं ले रहे हम debate में. So I think we'll skip the questions. ठीक है, sure. If we have more time. What I want to come back to now is a lot of interesting points and counter arguments. If the mission has drifted, what needs to happen to go back to the mission? Right? What do Saqib and Mariam and Kamran need to do to make sure that you feel the mission has not drifted? What do we need to do to go back to the roots of what you think needs to happen? और उसमें सबसे बड़ा मसला क्या है? अगर एक सबसे बड़ा मसला बता दें और आपके ख्याल में उसकी recommendation क्या है? How to solve it?
Yes, I think the basic thing is that impact on the poverty. The one thing is that. The other thing is that on the ground reality is that if we are, this is my recommendation, suggestions that, because at the ground level, we people are mostly in the, as a front force in the rural and low profile urban areas, populating areas. What are the problem on the ground is that what happened in the last flood in 2022. The 3.8 hectare agricultural land has been destroyed due to the flood. What happened? There's no insurance. It means people have need of the micro insurance. Affordable insurance, accessible insurance, never been, there are many companies they are the businesses of the insurance, but they never trickle down to address such kind of the micro insurance, because the thing is that they've never been considered about the affordable and accessible of the micro insurance. The other thing is the micro insurance institutions are working in the different areas. They've never been allowed to collect the savings of the. This is one of the gray area, and we have need to address. The regulatory may think about that, how the micro institutions, they may be allowed to collect the savings, because at the rural areas and the low profile urban areas, people are not going to the bank and deposit their money. They are not depositing their savings. So we people are the channels. The people can easily save their money, and we can be leverage such kind of facility with them. The other thing is that the graduation of their businesses and the market, the capital market, they need to think about, they revisit their the price. The price is one of the major problem in the market, and that's why the client as well as the public opinion is quite different, and they have the criticism on the microfinance. So I think there is the commercial lending as well as the investor, they may think about. The other one is that the microfinance institutions have need of the equity. They've never been considered about the equity aspect for the microfinance sector, who are sustainability is one of the aspects for the institutionalization process. Institutionalization process has been never been considered and supported by the either from the government side as well as from the regulatory side. The other one aspect is that the leverage with the technology, the capital processes. The technology is very much important. That fast transition process is there, but we have need to impact on the lives of the social capital.
Right.
That's why the digitalization process will be educated at the masses, and they may be shaken with the technology.
Thank you, 𝗠𝗵𝗲 sahab. So, more capital, more affordable capital, new models of financing, technology, and a wider service portfolio. Amir.
You want to wrap it up?
Any-
No.
yeah?
No. I think we said enough on this. I think we got...
Mission पे वापस कैसे आएंगे?
Mission पे तो वापस, the main thing is that you got to focus on your target market group. Who are you gonna, and for that, I think technology and investment technology and using to go back to those vulnerable and poor. I keep coming back to that. That's our mission, and that's our mission is as a bank, and we'll come back. But we'll come back to technology and taking high risk and be able to identify our customers and evaluate our customers, use scoring, everything to get back to it. But we'll get back, inshallah, in a matter of years, if not months.
Great, thank you. Saqib, can more risky approaches be supported?
Yes. While I'm on your left, I'm not on the extreme left, I'm more towards the center. So let me give you two examples of where we have really drifted. What was the percentage of lending for crops 10 years back? And what's it now? I think what we have done over the years, while we face natural calamities, we face climate vulnerabilities, what we have done is we have tried to move away from lending to farmers for crops. That percentage is in single digits at the moment. It used to be around 25, 26%. A few years back, it's down to 6%. That's one area where we as a sector have shied away because of the risks that we encountered. Yes, there are risks, but there are also ways that we can perhaps still go back and lend, use insurance, use technologies, use a lot of agri-tech that has come through that can advise farmers into changing crop patterns, more efficient use of fertilizers, better seeds, new type of crop breeds that we can introduce, but we're shying away from it. What they started doing is started lending for livestock. What we also did as an Apex, we realized that when a livestock dies, it's about 2.5 years, 3 years of savings for that individual that goes away. So there was insurance available. We worked with one of the insurance companies, developed an insurance product, rolled it out, and we even allowed organizations and asked them to bundle it so that there is an asset protection for farmers. Do you know what happened? Organizations stopped tagging PMIC funds to livestock. They perhaps thought that an additional insurance cost would be a burden on farmers. So they stopped tagging livestock loans to PMIC. So I think that is where we really need to think that perhaps charging whatever we are charging, can it also have an asset protection and insurance for businesses bundled into those products and really go back and start lending to that rural economy, which still drives most of our macroeconomic development and indicators. So I think this is where I strongly believe that we need to perhaps rethink strategy and start going back to the segments that really need that support.
So more refined strategy and thinking about how we can, Kamran and Mariam.
Can I take all of you in a different realm for 3 minutes? You know, when we were converting into Sharia compliant, and mashallah, as an education finance company, we have converted into Sharia compliant exactly 2 minutes. So I was looking at the source of all Sharia guidance comes from the Quran, right? And so does Quran shed light on this problem that we have, in terms of this entire work that we are doing? So the smallest surah of the Quran hit me, and it said, wal asr, innal insana lafi khusr, that God swears by time, and the time is of asr, where it is the middle of the day, and a lot has already gone by. And there's a certain urgency that's created. But the good news is that it's Asr, so it's middle of the day, so you still have some time to do something good. But then there's a very strong message that in al-insan fi khusr, that I as a human being am in a state of loss. So when I put on my accountant's hat, I say, look, if I'm in a state of loss, the strategy has to be something very urgent, so God must guide me on that. And does that guidance correlate to what I'm doing in my work? And it says, إِلَّا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا. So suddenly the word becomes allazina, it becomes not allazi, because insan is singular, and then God changes the conversation towards a plural. And this is where the community comes in. We have to recognize allazina is all of us. And he says, آمَنُوا وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ وَتَوَاصَوْا بِالْحَقِّ وَتَوَاصَوْا بِالصَّبْرِ. And آمَنُوا is not about people just of faith. Amanu comes from the word aman, and aman is people who are able to provide protection, provide trust, and that's what we're able to do. That's why my belief in the mission of this sector is so strong. And amalus salihat means amal is different than fail in Arabic. Fail is I walk, amal is I walk towards food. So amal is with intention. Any amal done with intention, and we are as a sector able to do things. Salihat is something that is based on salih, sulah. We're able to get people together. That's the sector, that's the potential of this sector. And then the word watawasaw bil haq, watawasaw bis sabr, both have tawasaw in it. And so the word tawasaw also comes from the word wasiya. It means sincere advice. We're able to give sincere advice towards the haq and sincere advice towards sabr. So sabr over here is not, it's tolerance, able to, tolerate each other as well. So when we're looking at this sector, the mission drift, seek guidance from, we are all wanting to become Sharia compliant, and what does the source of this guidance tell us? It tells us, although as individual I may be in a state of loss, Lafi is, actually drowning in loss, but there's a guidance that we get from there. The guidance can be correlated to the work that we do. And that's what we need to follow as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mariam.
Just very quickly, I think the only thing we need to do is to listen to the people whom we are supposed to serve. I still go back to they are extremely intelligent. They know what needs to happen. They know the solutions. We're just not listening to their problems. I'm going to stop here.
Great, Ji. Thank you very much. Really rich set of insights. Mohsin, do we have time for Q&A? 5 minutes. 3 quick questions. Short question, please. आप ऊंचा बोल लें, हम सुन लेंगे.
I will repeat your question.
Has actually, become better off with just microfinance or community development? None, right? Because I've done my research. Even Bangladesh, when they started growing, it was based on the textile industry. Now, the question is that we are all now borrowing from commercial institutions to grow. So we have a choice not to borrow and start working with poorer organizations, because once we start borrowing from the commercial institutions, we need to show the bottom line, right? If we don't show the bottom line, the ROEs of 10 to 15%, we are not going to get money and we are not going to grow. So in your opinion, since the government and most of the World Bank have stopped the subsidized funding, is that commercialization, especially of the microfinance, that you have drifted from your objective and mission, or is it, you can still do it with the commercial funding coming in?
Right, so you're right that microfinance itself will not, countries don't progress just because microfinance has been successful. The thing is that the parameter that we are looking at is that has the poverty level gone up? And yes, it's gone down. So microfinance has not helped in doing anything. It's not microfinance's job to do it. Fine, I agree. It's the government's job to manage the poverty level. But it means that the industry itself hasn't done much towards it because the poverty level has gone up. The other is that the banks are not saying just because the mission is shifted that we have to compromise on our profitability to go back. No, that's why the mission is shifted right now, because the industry needs to sustain itself, recapitalize, rebuild, and then one can pursue the mission if you want to. But right now, yes, I think the mission is probably on the side. That's my personal view. I am not representing my institution right now. And I think sustainability is most important for the industry, and that's why everybody is doing what they're doing right now.
Great.
Can I make a comment to Yasser?
We had another question and we only have 5 minutes.
Okay.
I think we'll just collect. Ji.
थैंक यू मुर्तज़ा फ्राम RCDP। यहाँ पे जितने भी इंस्टीट्यूट बैठे हैं, चाहे वो माइक्रो फाइनेंस बैंक से हैं और NBFC कंपनीज हैं, इनके मिशन अलग-अलग हैं। ये एक अलग डिबेट शुरू हो जाएगी कि इसकी फाउंडेशन क्या है, कि हमने लोगों को सोशली, इकोनॉमिकली और पॉलिटिकली एम्पावर करना है। हमारा टारगेट ग्रुप क्या है? सेठ का और मिशन है, और वहाँ पे जो ग्राउंड में जो फाउंडेशन इसकी हुई थी माइक्रो फाइनेंस, ये जो मिशन लेके लोग चले थे, उन्होंने उनका टारगेट ग्रुप और था। उन्होंने लाइवलीहुड जो है उसको अपग्रेड करना था, जो अंडर द पॉवर्टी लाइन लोग रह रहे थे। उसके बाद उनका ग्रेजुएट मॉडल जो था, जो भी उसके ऊपर उनको असिस्टेंस चाहिए थी। तो आई मीन अगर तो हमारे मिशन में फाइनेंशियल और नॉन फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज मौजूद हैं, तो वो तो है माइक्रो फाइनेंस का जो है वो मिशन है। लेकिन अगर हमारी सेठ वाली अप्रोच है, हमारी वो जो है मनी मेकिंग वाली अप्रोच है, तो हमारा जो मिशन है और जो हमारा विजन है वो बिल्कुल अलग-अलग है। इसके ऊपर हमें बाकायदा एक प्लान, जो कि हमारे यहाँ पे रेगुलेटर भी यहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं, इंडस्ट्री के सारे स्टेक होल्डर भी यहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं। अगर हम माइक्रो फाइनेंस जो इंडस्ट्री है, इसका कोई कॉमन विजन, कोई कॉमन मिशन जो है वो यहाँ पे ड्राफ्ट करना चाहते हैं, डिज़ाइन करना चाहते हैं, तो रोल ऑफ जो इंडस्ट्री के ओवरऑल जो स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, चाहे वो स्टेट के भी जो सारे स्टेक होल्डर हैं, और ये जो टेलको कंपनीज हैं, स्पेशली अगर माजरत के साथ उनका क्या मिशन है, जो माइक्रो फाइनेंस की जो थीम थी, जो उसका जो फलसफा था, जो थीम था, क्या वो किसी जगह पे एग्जिस्ट करता है उन कम्युनिटीज़ को? गरीब का जो मिशन है क्या है? रोटी, मकान और कपड़ा, क्या आप उसको वो दे रहे हैं? और उसके बाद फिर उसको क्या ग्रेजुएट जो मॉडल है आपकी प्रोडक्ट्स का, किस लेवल पे आपका अपना मिशन क्या है? स्टेज 1 पे किस तरह से उसको लेके जाना चाहते हैं, सेकंड पे किस तरह से लेके जाना चाहते हैं, थर्ड पे उसको इंडिपेंडेंट कितना आप करना चाह रहे हैं? तो आप करेंगे तो हो जाएगा इंशाल्लाह।
Thank you, Ji. This is for Mohsin, I think, just to maybe have a next conference on this.
I'm sitting on the extreme left, so let me answer to both quickly. Because sir, the mission of the sector has to be to serve the millions of marginalized people, including entities like 𝗧𝗵𝗲 at the 50 million children that are supposed to be in school and not going to good schools. That's our sectoral mission, Murtaza Sahab. It has to be to serve and be conscious that we are servants to that particular target group. But in terms of what Yasser said, look, Yasser, that is exactly what my point, that the commercial banks need to have some understanding and some appreciation of the mission that we are trying to serve. And that, yes, this is exactly the point. So there's, in our country, that absence has hit us. And that absence needs to be addressed. That's the point that needs to be looked at.
Thank you, Kamran. I think a really interesting set of arguments. ये debate 1 घंटे में तो settle नहीं हो सकती, probably start हो सकती है. And I think a lot of these themes will carry over this day and the next. 2 चीज़ें जो बहुत clearly निकल के आई हैं वो ये है कि keep on revisiting and understanding and refreshing and validating the mission and really sort of fleshing it out at its core is going to be really important for us to keep on having that compass कि हम कहाँ जा रहे हैं और recenter करना है. दूसरा ecosystem, and again it's a word that's become very very common in terms of everything हम ecosystem strengthening पे डाल देते हैं, favorite activity भी है, word भी है, everyone gets mobilized, but really understanding the spectrum of financial services and the deeply integrated way in which we have to think about communities. So अगर आप start वहाँ से करेंगे कि आपके users और उनकी needs क्या हैं और फिर हम उसके around systems or policies or regulations or enablement design करेंगे तो I think we'll be able to see the needle move. If we just start doing everything randomly or in silos or in very, very narrow windows, so we'll end up with the same situation. I think at a more macro level, we have to stop thinking about reducing poverty and maximizing prosperity. ये एक हमें national level पे अगर हम इस change को embrace नहीं करेंगे तो फिर हम वही बिल्कुल peripheral और micro level deltas के ऊपर खेलेंगे. But we have to start thinking about prosperity and maximizing it rather than just reducing poverty. And obviously that's step 0 and 1. But वो vision की clarity एक macro level पे भी जो है ना वो sectors को impact करती है. And then the last thing is how can microfinance sector be an enabler for a lot of other sectors? You know, we call often housing as a sector of sectors. I think if you look at the spread of the grassroots that the microfinance sector works with, the richness of understanding those communities, and most importantly, the data that could be provisioned to other sectors and thinking about more synergies, this is also a sector of sectors. And so I think all of that should feed into the pathways that we can think of taking the mission forward. Thank you everyone for joining, both for and against, and I hope this discussion continues. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amar and the panel. May I request you all to please come together for a group photograph? Thank you very much. What a great debate to get our, the creative juices flowing and to really get us into the realm of it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is day 2 of the annual Microfinance Conference hosted by the Pakistan Microfinance Network in collaboration with UNIDO under the PAIDAR program funded by the European Union. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, financial inclusion isn't just about opening accounts and extending cost, as we had this robust debate. What falls in the embed is, again, open to interpretation. Everybody has their experience. But it's about, definitely at the core of it, it's about building trust, transparency, and opportunity into the very architecture of our financial system. Of course, our next topic of discussion will actually get the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan into the discussion, and we will try to understand how it plays a pivotal role in shaping this architecture, ensuring that innovation and integrity move hand in hand. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, to moderate this conversation, may I first and foremost invite Ms. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲, the General Manager at EFU Live, to convene it. And of course, it is all about enabling digital finance and micro-insurance to support non-bank financial institutions and protecting consumers. And therefore, the SECP's policies define how inclusive and resilient our markets can truly be. To speak about this very important subject, we have 2 commissioners from the SECP joining us. First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲. And may I also request Mr. 𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲 to please join us. नीलूफर will be convening this conversation about the role of SECP in promoting financial inclusion. We have dedicated 30 minutes to that, which includes the Q&A time, should you choose to take it. Over to you, नीलूफर.
Sidra, good morning everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. थोड़ी सी आवाज़ आई है. आई थिंक जो अभी हमारा डिबेट हुआ था ऑन द मिशन ड्रिफ्ट, काफ़ी एक्साइटिंग डिबेट था, एंड आई एम श्योर द 2 ऑनर्ड रेगुलेटर्स, द कमिश्नर्स दैट आर विद मी, वो ऑलरेडी जो है वो उस ग्रैंड डिबेट के बाद दिस सेशन, आई थिंक PMN व्हेन इट वाज ऑर्गेनाइजिंग दिस सेशन बड़ा थॉटफुली प्लेस किया था जस्ट आफ्टर दैट मिशन ड्रिफ्ट डिबेट. सो कुछ स्टार्ट लेते हैं, बात करते हैं. फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन वही हमारा टॉपिक है आज, उसी पे हम डिस्कस कर रहे हैं. कल से आज तक we had various conversations on this topic. आज जब financial inclusion की बात आती है, when we talk about financial inclusion, maybe to the young population, जो 2-3 चीज़ें एकदम से जहन में आती हैं, डिजिटल रेल्स आ जाती है, सैंड बॉक्सेस आ जाते हैं, साथ में जो है वो नैनो लेंडिंग आ जाती है, मे बी AI बेस्ड थिंग्स आ जाती हैं, ये सारी चीज़ें आ रही हैं. बट अगर थोड़ा सा टाइम लें एंड वी रियली थिंक अबाउट इट कि फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन को एक बज़ वर्ड बनाने वाला कौन है? कौन है? एनीवन फ्रॉम द ऑडियंस? Who is actually responsible in Pakistan to make financial inclusion a buzzword? I would say aap sab hain. The whole microfinance industry is the one who's making that. You were the one who took inclusion to the underserved for the first time. आपने उनको enable किया, आपने उनको वहाँ तक पहुँचाया, and now everyone is thriving on this word of financial inclusion. So yes, first a huge round of applause for all of you. इस बार आवाज़ आनी चाहिए. So मगर ये सब जब कारवां चला, ये काम हुआ, it was not easy. It is never easy to do something new in such evolving environment. So हम उन सारे पर्पस में जो बहुत अहम किरदार है हमारे रेगुलेटर्स का, SECP का, वो नहीं भूल सकते हैं, बिल्कुल भी नहीं, because I think they enabled us all throughout. They held our hands. I think whenever the industry went to the regulator with a problem, एक हमेशा growth mindset, एक हमेशा से problem solving approach की तौर पे we have seen those regulators, and we are really lucky to have those regulators with us. Today, जब हमने वो microfinance ने financial inclusion की एक layer set की है, from yesterday we are hearing things like उस layer पे we need to build insurance. Insurance is very important. Protection is very important. और वो collaboration pilots में हुई है, small scales में हुई है, कुछ products में evident हो गई है, मगर क्या we all think that it has reached to the scale? I think I was very happy because कोई एक panel ऐसा नहीं था जिसमें insurance as a topic नहीं आया हो. So today, if we really talk about our clients, if we talk about the microfinance clients, क्या सिर्फ lending is enough? No, I think कल से आज तक यही जवाब मिल रहा है. No, it's not. We have to think about savings. We have to think about insurance. We have to think about their wellness. और इन सब को पहुंचाने के लिए again a theme that is coming very, very commonly is collaboration. Collaboration between various players, more collaboration with the regulator, more collaboration across the board. So without wasting any further time, because the two esteemed guests are here, and I am very honored to have a discussion with Mr. Zishan Khattak and Mr. 𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲. So, sir, to both of you, as we discussed, the world is changing, बहुत सारी चीज़ें evolve हो रही हैं, काफ़ी हमें fast pace पे चलना है. I know all of the industry, both insurance and microfinance, they want things to evolve very fast, growth भी चाहिए, enablement भी चाहिए. And if we think from your perspective, you have to balance both, the customer protection side of it and the growth enabling side of it. So how do you see SECP balancing both and still making the industry thrive? Zishan Saab, you can start first. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum everyone and good morning. And thank you very much for that illustrious brief of us. So, I was listening to this discussion, what was the intention of microfinance. As a regulator, obviously your end goal is for the betterment of the economy and the society. But generally, any model that gets approved, it has to be financially viable. So, and then uski upar layers aa jati hain ki whether it's going to be for social welfare or you're going to look at the bottom line. But initially the bottom line is the thing where you have to ensure that it happens. Now coming to your question, what does regulator do? Yes, it is always that balancing act. The way we work, and all our stakeholders are here, they know action speaks louder than words, so we work with them in different products and services that they bring in. So the process is simple. We are constantly evolving. We learn from global examples as well. We learn from you. You bring in new products and services. We get into consultation. We look at global examples. We see what works in our systems. We identify risks associated with it. We look at ways of addressing those risks. We see end user or जो general public है, उसकी protection है या नहीं है. We make sure कि उसके plugins इन्हीं regulatory frameworks, इन्हीं products और services में आ जाएं. क्योंकि the reason it's tricky is कि if you allow a not so robust product, it really shakes up the whole sector. और ये जो sector, the one that we are dealing with, these are very economically flimsy part of the society. And also there is word of mouth. And then one entity fails, then it has the shed over the entire sector as well. So we are usually very careful when it comes to sectors like this. So the process is simple, Ji. We go into consultations. We make sure that robust product is rolled out. But at the same time, we also make sure that जो entities हैं जो ये product लेके आ रही हैं, it makes economic and feasible sense to them as well. क्योंकि obviously you don't want कि अब इतनी restrictions लगा दें कि जो entities ये चीज़ें लेके आना चाह रही हैं उनके लिए feasible ना रहे. Yet at the same time, you want to make sure that the risk, the IMF, the money laundering requirements, regulatory requirements, those are met. So the name of the game is consultation, and it's the alignment with all the stakeholders and also the other regulators as well. That's why the process takes time. We want to make sure everyone is on board, and कहते हैं Turkish में you have to measure it, 100 times and then cut once. So that's the idea. We still, I mean, I'll give that. Sometimes we still have to evolve. And to not change is not human. So we do that and we go from there.
Thank you, Khattab Saab. Mujtaba Saab, do you want to add anything to this?
Ji, sure. First of all, Assalamu alaikum. And thank you very much for inviting us. It's really good to be here and representing SECP. And I think it's a very important topic you touched upon. Financial inclusion and customer protection. Obviously, customer protection, whatever we do at SECP, we are focused on one hand, the inclusion, financial inclusion, the economic benefits, how feasible, like Zishan Saab was mentioning, how feasible the business is, how feasible the things going to go on, and similarly, how it's going to impact the customers as a whole. So it's always important. तो हमारे especially जो licensing का process है, हमारा जो other interaction with the companies, उसके अंदर it's really important कि जो भी हम licenses दे रहे हैं, जो भी नए products आ रहे हैं, focusing on finance side, whether it's insurance and NBFC, या microfinance के हैं, या otherwise और भी हैं. So how are they going to impact generally the customers and how the customers are protected against any issues and things like that. And especially for me, it's very important because I was with the Competition Commission in my previous role, where our main task was to work for customer protection. So one of the good things about SECP is that जो भी हम करते हैं, whatever we do, we really work in collaboration with the industry. Or इसके अंदर हम different, we do roundtables. If any amendments or if any changes we are proposing, if any licenses we are proposing, we do consult the relevant stakeholders, relevant companies, and we don't just ignore their comments, we incorporate those comments. And I'm privy to that we do ensure that those comments and those suggestions are incorporated in our legal changes which we propose. And further down the line, इसके अंदर जो नए चीज़ें आती हैं उसके लिए certainly which are a little bit riskier or things which we are doing for the first time, we have sandbox as well. तो sandbox के अंदर वो फिर test करते हैं, उसको करते हैं. So we have the whole mechanism there, and awareness, we working on a lot of awareness as well, जिसके अंदर again about the products, about the facilities, how to include yourself into the financial system, और वो सारा हम बताते हैं. But objective certainly हमारा यही होता है कि how to strengthen the economy, wider economy, उसको किस तरह strengthen किया जाए, while striking a very fine balance कि उसके साथ साथ जो customer protection है, how the customers are protected, और उनके ऊपर कोई adverse effect ना आए. So this is how the organization works, and I think this is how the economy and the industry should work as well.
थैंक यू सो मच मुश्तबा साहब. आई थिंक मुझे इस वाले से एक की टेक अवे मिला है. आई हर्ड ऑफ इट क्वाइट सम टाइम अगो. मैंने ये सुना था कि गुड रेगुलेशंस डजंट स्टॉप इनोवेशन, इट एक्चुअली गिव कॉन्फिडेंस टू थ्राइव. आई थिंक ये दोनों रेगुलेटर्स ने या कमिश्नर्स ने जो हमें एक टेक अवे दिया है वो ये दिया है कि दे आर नॉट स्टॉपिंग इट, दे आर जस्ट गिविंग अ प्लेटफॉर्म. All these words, I think, coming out from the regulator are music to our ears. Consultation, going back, sandboxes. So the industry, both microfinance and insurance, have enough opportunity. So my second question again, Mushtaba Saab, to you would be that, and we talk about it in like every conference, the insurance penetration being less than 1%. Inclusive insurance globally is getting a lot of awareness. It is increasing, the trends are increasing both globally and in Pakistan. But what is SECPs actually doing about increasing the inclusive insurance side of it, especially when it comes to hazards like health? One disaster can actually take away the income of the entire family, and it will be criminal, I think, if I don't mention floods, because that is something that we recently went through. So climate protection, health, other innovative inclusive insurance solutions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. It's a very important question. That's very true. The penetration of insurance in Pakistan is comparatively very low as compared to the region. Forget about the developed economies. अगर हम अपने neighborhood में भी देखें तो उसके मुताबिक भी हमारी penetration बहुत कम है, which is around, is just below 1%. SCCP ने अपना एक insurance का 5-year strategic plan roll out किया है. I'm sure कि आपके नज़र से गुजरा होगा. उसके अंदर we talked about various initiatives and various things which we aim to achieve within the period of 5 years, and one of the objectives and outcomes of that is to increase the penetration in the country. The way we look at it is that insurance penetration and insurance itself works out to be like a building block for any economy, how it works. Uske andar it's really important to have good insurance and strong insurance industry for the economic progress of the wider economy. So definitely it's our national duty and it's in our national interest to support that industry as well. In terms of what you mentioned about different type of insurances, yes, we've been working a lot. इसके अंदर we've been working with the provinces के साथ हम काम कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि lately पाकिस्तान के अंदर climate changes के बाद काफ़ी डिफरेंट किस्म के रिस्क इमर्ज हुए, डिफरेंट किस्म के इंसिडेंट्स हुए, जिससे हमने देखा है कि इंडस्ट्री इज ऑल्सो लर्निंग एंड सर्टनली द न्यू नीड ऑफ इंश्योरेंस टाइप्स एंड इंश्योरेंस प्रोडक्ट्स इज रिक्वायर्ड. तो उसके अंदर हम वी वर्किंग विद गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पंजाब, वी वर्किंग विद फेडरल गवर्नमेंट, वी वर्किंग विद डिफरेंट अदर डिजास्टर रेगुलेटर्स वेरी क्लोजली, जिनके साथ हम काम कर रहे हैं. उसके अंदर embedded insurance with their micro loans and things like that, we will be discussing that, और उसको किस तरह किया जाए. उसके अंदर different जो association है, और जो basically which represents the group of companies, insurance companies, microfinance companies, उनके साथ हमारी चल रही है अच्छी. So we working on that, and I think इसके अंदर lately ADB, if I'm not wrong, इनका भी काफ़ी अच्छा एक इनिशिएटिव आया है कि जिसके अंदर इंश्योरेंस को, पाकिस्तान की इंश्योरेंस इंडस्ट्री को रिवैम्प करने के लिए एक प्लान आया हुआ है. उस पर भी हम साथ काम कर रहे हैं. Certainly, one of the areas which is very efficient and transparent is the digital medium of using the insurance industry. उसके अंदर यूज़ करने के लिए, for example, digital licenses हमने उसके ऊपर हमारा बहुत ज़्यादा focus है because it's convenient, it's way too cheaper as compared to the conventional license. उससे आपको cheaper है, quicker है, fast है, transparent है, उसकी outreach ज़्यादा है. उस पर हमारा काफ़ी काम हो रहा है. उस पर हमने lately I think अभी तक हमारे 2 licenses हो चुके हैं डिजिटल इंश्योरेंस के ऊपर, और उसके अलावा कुछ और भी पाइपलाइन में हैं. इस पे हम इसके साथ साथ we are also working on other type of insurances as well, motor insurance, etc. But of course, calamity, disaster, crop, these are the main focus for areas for SECP. And plus, one of the important things we working on, जिसके लिए हमें काफ़ी time भी लग रहा है, we trying to include and उनके साथ we trying to collaborate with the technology partners. So national technology partners के साथ हम काम कर रहे हैं ताकि इस इंश्योरेंस में और इस इंश्योरेंस इंडस्ट्री के साथ जब आगे हो चले तो उसके अंदर फर्दर इनोवेशन आए, फर्दर ट्रांसपेरेंसी आए, फर्दर एफिशिएंसी आए. तो वो भी एक एरिया है जिसके अंदर हम काम कर रहे हैं. बट आई कैन श्योर यू कि ये जो आपने सारे पॉइंट्स बताए हैं, these are on our on top of our to-do list. They are on priority, and also the government is also very supportive of these initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Lodhi Saab. So we all now know that regulator is not just helping the industry in various ways, but also creating new paths for the industry, enabling us, making collaborations. This is great. So coming to you, Zishan Saab, the new technologies and the new channels and the new players, we hear about it. Actually, they are not new anymore, but relatively newer as compared to microfinance and insurance. And I am talking about fintechs, and I am talking about wallets, and I am talking about new technologies that are emerging every day. We have seen some use cases for nano lending that have progressed well. It's very heartening to see, say, a female in rural Sindh getting a loan from the mobile phone and repaying it. But besides nano lending, do you see any further use cases where actually microfinance can significantly scale itself using these channels and technology?
Thank you very much. So, देखिए, Lodhi Saab was talking about technology. So the rule is, and what happens is, कि जो भी innovation होती है, it is always ahead of regulations, and regulator is always trying to catch up. In developed market, the time gap between the innovation and the regulation is smaller. In our market, it's a bit longer. Our agenda is to reduce that gap. And it's never, regulation is obviously, regulation is never going to be ahead of innovation, otherwise we'll be doing it ourselves. दूसरी बात ये कि देखिए, I hear people, and maybe it's me, but I'm very hopelessly optimistic. I believe that when it comes to even microfinance network, if microfinance in Pakistan, if you are behind the curve, that is possible. You have opportunity because now you see the shape of things to come. So you can prepare and you can learn from other people's mistakes. Coming to your question, the technology is the key. It is not rocket science. It's writing on the wall. The idea is to get and see college में I remember लिखा होता था उसमें bookstore पे, and it was for all the students. वो लिखा होता था कि if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. ठीक है? So the idea is that you put in the technology, either do it now, but I hear companies which would say कि उसको deploy करने में बहुत पैसे लगते हैं ये बोल, but then it's at the cost of your business. So you really have to make sure that you have the groundwork done to be able to operate. In our situation, and I said it earlier as well, when it comes to our agendas of financial inclusion, the rural areas के जो लोग हैं उनकी खपत हमारी बाकी environment है हमारी जो economic ecosystem है उसके अंदर women in finance, which we see, when we see numbers, it's 82%, I think. Amna would bear me out with that. It's 82% of the new loans. So clearly it's working. It's working. और हमारा यही है कि I think there has to be interoperability, APIs की integration हो. I believe collaboration is the way forward. I believe not only collaboration between our regulator and the regulatees, but our between various regulators and various regulators from other sectors as well. I believe कि कोई औरत थरपारकर में लोन भी ले सके, वो अपनी इंश्योरेंस भी करवा सके, वो अपनी पेंशन भी करवा सके और वो अपनी क्रॉप की इंश्योरेंस भी करवा सके थ्रू वन डिजिटल ऐप और प्लेटफॉर्म जिसकी एपीआई की इंटीग्रेशन भी हो और जो डिफरेंट प्रोवाइडर्स हैं वो आपस में इंटीग्रेटेड हो एंड दे आर एबल टू प्रोवाइड दोस सर्विसेज टू देम एज वेल. So when we start towards the goal, we need to know where do we want to end up. And it's very important कि we know कि अगर हमने eventually करना है. By the way, for companies it's the black on the bottom line. For regulator it's for general betterment of the society and the economy. But both these agendas are they work together and they all go to the same goal. So we are here and we do these things.
Thank you so much, Zishan Saab. Just from your answer, the next question that I have is very similar, the collaboration. Again, a kind of the buzzword, creating an ecosystem. We just heard about it, people coming together. And this is all very real because jo aap example de rahe ho, a person getting everything, sitting down, maybe from a smartphone, all services together, or a client getting all his needs fulfilled. So without collaboration, it's very difficult. Acha, wo collaboration mein industry collaborating together is one part of it. And then from the side of the regulators, it's like different regulators coming together. So SECP, State Bank, PTA if we talk about telcos, maybe others, and the players, and then networks like PMN, all of them. So how do you think, Zishan Saab and Gsh Saab, that this collaboration can be strengthened further so that the goals that we are all trying to achieve can be achieved?
What you asked for is that the collaboration between the different regulators, right?
Yes.
Yes, indeed, that's the key. I can touch upon on the insurance side, and then Zishan can talk about his area. So on the insurance side, certainly SECP is the sole regulator, as we all know, but we work very closely with the other concerned regulators and ministries. Ministry of Commerce is also a very important stakeholders. In fact, insurance is one of the subjects taken up by Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Finance. We've been working very closely with the Ministry of Privatization. इसके अलावा जो है what we do is on the insurance side, हमारी collaboration जो other regulators आप तो नहीं है, but other organizations you could say, उनके साथ technology wise, because जैसा मैंने last आप अपने point में raise किया था कि we are working with different technology companies and government technology companies, Parco and some other companies, who can provide realistic data, which is very important, analytics, which is very important for the insurance industry. उस पे हम काम कर रहे हैं. We have a very good relationship. Again, that goes towards your first point, customer protection. उसके अंदर हम we are working very closely with FIU, Federal Insurance Ombudsman. उनके साथ हमारी बहुत ज़्यादा इंटरेक्शन है, बहुत ज़्यादा हमारी क्लोजनेस है, ताकि जो इंश्योरेंस के इस किस्म के क्लेम्स और इश्यूज हैं उनको हम स्विफ्टली तरीके से किया जा सके. एंड फर्दर डाउन द लाइन अप टू दी दी प्रेसिडेंसी लेवल, जिधर फाइनल अपील जाती है, उधर तक हम वी आर इन टच विद देम एंड वी वर्किंग ऑन दैट साइड. इसके अलावा जो अदर रेगुलेटर्स हैं एज SCCP, we are closely working with NADRA. उनके versus के और industry के, especially microfinance के, I know there are some things which we working on, especially on the biometrics and things like that. उसपे, and NADRA has been very helpful and very collaborative and with us on this thing. And I mean, provincial governments के अंदर जो relevant ministries हैं, we are in touch with them. We have a very good communication channel with them. So it is important to have a good collaboration, but we are more focused to have a positive collaboration which has some outcome. So that's on the insurance side, and certainly IAP and other forums जो हैं private sector के उनके साथ तो हमारी है, microfinance में भी है. हमने भी recently हमने कुछ committees भी तश्कील दी हैं SCCP की तरफ से to look into the microfinance and micro insurance के area के अंदर collaborate और काम करने के लिए. ADB के साथ हमारा काफ़ी अच्छा है. actuarial function हम बड़ा मजबूत कर रहे हैं, and we were working with Society of Actuaries as well. So there are various things we are working on. जी Zishan sir.
That's right. Like I said earlier, we are integrated with, on the government side, we are integrated with other departments as well. Obviously, you want to make sure that जो भी process है for investments and all the services that are provided digitally, इसका process का time should be seamless and quick. Telcos की बात की, I think telco they have very deep penetration. They are around 80%, I think, which have SIMs, and the other companies as well. The collaboration is the key. I think a lot of the services that are being offered, if done through telcos or if there is some kind of collaboration there as well, which we see now, it holds a lot of potential. We learn from international experience. We see from the neighborhood, particularly in GCC as well, कि वो one app का concept जो है, that does everything for you. We try to incorporate that as well. We look back to the system, see how we can improve, how we improve integrations, the APIs, जो eKYC है, जितना seamless भी हो, जितना quick भी हो. जब obviously if there are API integrations, you make sure you get things done at the other departments as well. So this is the idea. Like I said, we consistently evolve. We don't know what future holds. AI brings a lot of promise. We don't know. We see things. We feel that they will change things even more. We are flirting with the ideas of AI-based regulatory frameworks as well. So there are things that are happening, and let's see.
Great. Sure.
I just want to say to the audience and the industry that Alhamdulillah SCCP has the capacity that if you have any industry related issues with any of the regulators and which concerns us as well, so SCCP is facilitating and ensuring that हमारी licenses को और हमारी जो relevant industry है उसके जो भी issues हैं, we can always take it up with the concerned regulators, because we have excellent communication and excellent channels जो हम इसको use करके आगे लेके जा सकते हैं. तो so feel free, आपके जो भी areas के अंदर हों वो आप हमें SCCP को ज़रूर बताएं, and we can take it further with them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So great enablement के साथ collaboration is also a very open subject for the regulators. just one line from both of you. Last question would be, and I'm not asking to reveal a secret sauce, but everyone wants to know that if in one line you can mention in the next 5 years, what do you think will be the major regulatory shift? I know things are evolving every day, but what do you think that will be the major regulatory shift that you foresee in the next 5 years?
Well, हमारा जो from the industry perspective, certainly we have charted out our plan in a strategic plan for insurance industry. So we aim to achieve those milestones. तो हमारा तो सबसे important ये उसके अंदर जो मैं चीदा milestones हैं वो आपको बता देता हूँ. उसके अंदर of course digitalization is one of the important areas which we are working on. We have rolled out digitalization for our internal workflow. अब हमारी जो industry के साथ जो उनकी correspondence returns and etc. और regulatory affairs जो हैं वो now they've been digitalized. वो अब उसके तहत चल रहे हैं. उसके अलावा further हम चाहते हैं कि digitalization के अंदर और digital products आएँ, उसकी सभी चीज़ें आएँ और वो आगे बढ़े. Of course, the reinsurance market, another very important area which I did not had opportunity to touch upon before, उसको हमने strong करना है. उसके अलावा from the regulator side, certainly we would like the penetration to be increased. We have a target which is already defined. We working on that. We working on various different reports, and we would like इसके अंदर the important thing which we are working on is to have the ordinance amended, the insurance ordinance amended. This is our target, and that has been one of the major objectives for SECP to have a more robust and more working sort of a law for insurance, because जो भी है वो काफ़ी पुराना हो चुका है, चीज़ें काफ़ी चेंज हो चुकी हैं. So with the very intensive consultation with the industry collectively हमने उसमें amendments वगैरह propose की हुई है. तो इंशाल्लाह we are hoping कि वो हम achieve कर लें. उससे एक industry के अंदर नई जान आएगी और नई opportunities और नए venues खुलेंगे. और of course we would like कि जो industry है, insurance industry as a whole, इसको मजबूत किया जाए और ताकि ये जो हमारा वाइडर नेशनल इकोनॉमिक प्लान है उसके अंदर ये अपना हिस्सा डाल सके इंडस्ट्री, और जो इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी की अंडर स्टिमुलेशन है उसके अंदर ये अपना फाल किरदार अदा कर सके. थैंक यू जी.
Thank you, Zishan Saab. Do you want to add anything?
Yes, actually, like Lodi Saab said, digitization is the thing. Another one is that we want to make sure जो हमारा NB non-banking sector है, which includes microfinance, it gains that viable mass even more. We are cautious because we think that we will not let कहते हैं sounds of our own wheel drive us crazy. So we won't let that happen. We will evolve, and inshallah we'll क्योंकि we see that when it comes to the real livelihood of people at a very grassroots level in the rural areas and so on and so forth, I think microfinance is one of a very important component of that. So I think we will rely on that, and we will make sure that the sector is enabled to achieve the final objective as well. So that's our.
Thank you so much, Zishan Saab. Sidra, do we have time for questions? We already have one hand raised. Can we take this one? So, okay, we are out of time, but we have one hand raised. I would really appreciate no comments and direct questions, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, very nice discussion and very informative for sharing with us. मेरे दो simple questions हैं as a microfinance. मेरा नाम 𝗧𝗵𝗲 microfinance company से मेरा ताल्लुक है. नंबर 1 ये कि ये पाकिस्तान का जो माइक्रोफाइनेंस का जो मॉडल है उसकी क्या वैल्यू है इंटरनेशनल सतह पे, कैसे किस निगाह से वो देखते हैं, अगर देखते हैं तो उसकी क्राइटेरिया क्या है, नंबर 1. नंबर 2, इस वक्त जो माइक्रोफाइनेंस की जो इदारे छोटे छोटे हैं उन पे लॉट ऑफ जो रेगुलेटरी लगे फॉर SAP के अलग रूल्स रेगुलेशंस हैं, स्टेट बैंक के अलग रूल रेगुलेशंस हैं, और साथ साथ अगर वो नीची सतह पर जाते हैं तो नादरा के अलग है, FBR 7-8 रूल्स जो है वो एक माइक्रो फाइनेंस इंस्टीट्यूट में लागू होते हैं, तो क्या ऐसा कोई तरीका आपके पास है कि एक ही रूल्स हो जो अपने जिस पर माइक्रो फाइनेंस इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करने में बड़ी आसानी हो? थैंक यू।
Nishan sir, would you like to take that?
Yeah, I'll take it. I mean, ठीक सी सुना नहीं, but मैं जो समझ आई है, let me respond to that. देखिए, आपने कहा है कि multiple जगहों पे different regulators के वो parallel rules चल रहे हैं. If that is your question, we make sure कैसा ना हो, और हम constantly देख भी रहे होते हैं. जो मैं evolution की बात करूँ वो यही है कि we want to, even जो KYC for example इसकी example है, we want to make sure कि we only have one form which addresses everyone. तो जो इन rules की बात करते हैं, we do that. And that comes to business. Ab if there is company and if there are other entities involved which are beyond our ambit, ठीक है, तो वो तो obviously they'll do their thing. लेकिन as far as we are concerned, we make sure कि जो overlap है वो खत्म हो जाए. और आप इनके पहले question, I didn't hear it properly. वो पहले question की मुझे समझ नहीं आई थी आपके.
Can you repeat the first one quickly, please?
इम्पैक्ट इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे वो क्या है और किस निगाह से वो देखते हैं हम?
देखें, माइक्रो फाइनेंस की अगर हम सेक्टर वाइज इसको सेक्टर को देखते हैं तो देखें वी सी ग्रोथ, ठीक है, इम्पैक्ट इज देयर. और देखिए ये जो हैं दे आर अप रीचिंग द ग्रास रूट लेवल. तो व्हेन यू देखें, व्हेन यू सी समथिंग यू गिव इट टाइम, यू लेट इट फॉस्टर एंड यू मेक दैट कंड्यूसिव वर्क एनवायरनमेंट फॉर देम. तो वी सी एन इम्पैक्ट and we see growth. We have seen, I think, अभी तो हम 282 billion तक पहुंच गए हैं तो loans में, and the number of जो इनके जिन लोगों के लोन दे रहे हैं वो भी बढ़ते चले जा रहे हैं, and it's in percentages. So point is कि impact is there. तो it's obviously in Pakistan it's a bit nascent, and होते यही है. You start off slow and then you see और उसको आप देखते हैं, and then it proliferate. So this is what we are trying to do here.
Thank you. I know there are more questions. Right after this, there is a tea break. So you can probably come to us and ask if there are more questions. Thank you, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 saab. Thank you, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 saab. Just on the last word, I think because we had a great conversation, many impactful ideas. So it's said that access gives hope, protection brings confidence, and this is what the meaning of inclusion is. So let's make Pakistan really inclusive. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Neelofer. It always sparks interest, and it's always, you know, you make me the bad guy trying to cut off the question answers. But may I request you all to please come together for a photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for this brilliant panel discussion, more like a conversation. Thank you very much. One of the things I understand of microfinance is you're talking about real impact, you know, changing lives, bringing in resilience. But what I noticed from this crowd is you're not yourselves very generous with the applause. I mean, we've had a fantastic lineup. There's a lot of spark and spunk to the conversations that we are having. But nonetheless, people seem to be very, you know, relaxed when it comes to applauding. So may I request you all to please be rejuvenated and give a big round of applause, not just to the forum, but to the organizers and yourself. You're doing a great job being here, right here, first thing in the morning. So, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Do it as exercise. Get into the habit of it. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, our apologies. We've just been informed that we were expecting the Honorable Finance Minister, Senator Mohammed Aurangzeb, to be joining us for a keynote address. But since we've had a high-level delegation and there has been some engagements as state guests have arrived in Islamabad, he will not be able to join us. And therefore, we've decided to be a little flexible. Our keynote speakers, as identified in our programs, will now be having a conversation. So we've redesigned it to be a plenary which will focus on a financial inclusion for inclusive growth for all. May we request Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Khan, the chairman of Pakistan Microfinance Network, to please be the chair in that. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Khan. In our generosity, we've always had more chairs, so may I request all the forthcoming chairs and moderators to please take the center seat, and it will allow us to perhaps navigate better and video record you in a better way as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now take this opportunity of inviting our panelists. First and foremost, may I request the Group Chief Executive of Asha International, Mr. 𝗏𝗏 to please join us up on stage. I know he had initially planned for us a presentation, but we'll be getting the same insight in a conversation now. Next up, may I also take this opportunity to invite Mr. 𝗏𝗏 𝗥𝗲, the President and Chief Executive Officer of the National Bank of Pakistan. And he will be joining us shortly. He's on his way. And as soon as he comes in, he'll be stepping up on the panel. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, may I request Mr. Yasir Ashfaq, the CEO of PMIC, to please join us up on stage. I must also announce that although Nilofer was kind enough to let you know, they will be running tea and coffee, but we're not taking a formal break. We have almost eaten into our tea break. So please feel free to grab a cup of coffee and come back for this very insightful conversation. We'll be waiting for Mr. 𝗏𝗏 to join us shortly. But Amir Saab, over to you. We'll use about the time prior to lunch. Hopefully, with the Q&A included, we can end around 1-ish. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Sidra. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies that Honorable Finance Minister has regretted. I'm sure you know the reasons why Sidra has told you, but they say life goes on. And now we looking to talk to this panel that I have and esteemed people that are sitting left and right of me and their views on certain things. So what I will do is give them sometimes for their own personal, if they want to give a small commentary, more than happy to listen to that. But also, post that, expect some tough questions from me. Because the questions that we have, and stemming from the first two sessions that we have, are very stimulating. Microfinance, is that the answer to all the problems that Pakistan has in the sectors that we serve? And more importantly, is microfinance, should we now even rename it, segments that we serve? I heard debate in the morning with regards to, is nano loans good or bad? Is microfinance answering all? Are loan sizes right? Is collateral a challenge? Is gold a challenge? Is gold the answer? There's so many. But then in my mind, I go with a potential 40 million microfinance potential. And if I look at the ultra poor below that, which is catered by either some NGOs or BISP or some other, and that segment, what, another 30, 40 million? Well, 80 million people, if I look as a potential for this sector to either be served or serve in the future, what's the fight about? Why are we asking for, this is right, this is wrong? I think this is a time where every model needs to be looked upon, explored, assessed, rethought about, retinkled, reimagined, and hence the word renaissance. We need to look at every model which can serve Pakistan at this moment. And Pakistan needs those models because access to finance is critical and the need of the hour. Any hope, any dream that you build, if it's not sort of given an access to finance, it will not mature. So I think critical thing is for us to ensure that we have the right model in place, the right structure in place, right access in place. I think, Mohsen, your running tea has thinned the audience by quite a bit. Should we take a 5-minute break ourselves and ask them to rejoin us? Yeah, my apologies. I think, Sidra, if we, maybe we also get some tea in the meantime, and then, it's a good idea. Yeah.
So this is innovation at its best. I think we'll revisit our model. We'll take a 10 minutes break, and I request all the organizers to let the ushers know to usher people back in, and we shall resume in 10 minutes. Does that work, Amir Saab? Brilliant. Let's do it.
The new Sindh Prime is here. In 3 nicotine strengths. With 𝗧𝗵𝗲, designed for less tingle.
say goodbye to Slack because chat's here.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. May I once again request you to take your seats as we are now about to begin. Once again, may I reintroduce our theme that is about promoting financial inclusion for inclusive growth. We regret to inform you that unfortunately Senator Mohammed Aurangzeb, the Honorable Federal Finance Minister, will not be able to join us, but we have reorganized our session to be a plenary. May I once again request the Honorable Chair to join us for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Amir Khan, the Chairman of Pakistan Microfinance Network. May I once again request our honorable panelists to please join us, Mr. Rob Kaisers, Group Chief Executive, Asha International. And also may I request Mr. Yasir Ashfaq, the CEO of PMIC, to please join us for this conversation. We're still awaiting Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲_H, the President and Chief Executive Officer of National Bank of Pakistan, to be joining us shortly. Bahut shukriya. So you'll have about till 1 p.m. and if Rehmat Saab comes in, ideally if you could end 15 minutes before 1, that would be perfect. Shukriya.
Thank you, Sidra. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I need to do a repeat of my intro, so I'll try to remember as much as possible. So forgive me, Rob, if I skip anything. We are certainly on the renaissance of microfinance bank, a renaissance of microfinance overall. The question is, why are we even sitting over here debating this topic? Has microfinance failed in its mission? Has microfinance succeeded? And in the first two sessions that you were witnessing earlier on, the debate was very active and debate was very thoughtful. Each side defended themselves. But the bigger part is what they said was actually true. We have a question of, is microfinance the answer for all there? Then I go, well, there's nano loans out there. There is the NGO model. There is the BISP model. There is those models. Isn't that microfinance? Or is that inclusive finance? The question is, with the potential of 40 million microfinance across Pakistan, and if I go to the ultra-poor segment, which is below that, and that potentially has another 30, 40 million potential, with a 70 million potential in Pakistan, what's the fight about? Why are we saying which model needs to work or which model has something wrong with it? Where's the debate? The question is, all models need to exist together. And in my own frank opinion, I think we should have more players in Pakistan right now to cater to this. There should be this is a very big opportunity, a sustainable opportunity, and given the product structures that we can have or should have, a very profitable part. So sustainability is not a question if your product structuring, your entire equation is perfect. The question is, how do we get to scale over here? The question is, what kind of new innovative kind of structures, thoughts, policies do we want from the regulators? What do we want from the other players so that collectively we are the answer to inclusive finance, not just microfinance, but inclusive finance. The panel with me, which was introduced before, I've got Yasir, who is CEO of PMIC, the apex lending body, and we've got Rob over here, a Dutch, and venturing into Pakistan as ASA's global head, and CEO ASA worldwide. So ASA is a new entrant into Pakistan. So the plan is to ask them to, I'll give you 5-7 minutes for your own thoughts, Yasir and Rob, and then we'll certainly come back for a good Q&A. So over to you, Rob.
Yeah, thank you. And you've been listening to tons of speeches, so I scrapped half of my speech because I don't want to bore you to death before the end of the session. But honored guests, distinguished delegates, thank you and assalamu alaikum for your welcome. And it's an honor to address you today to celebrate the transformative power of financial inclusion in Pakistan and beyond. And today I wish not only to address 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Pakistan from a group perspective, but more importantly, our shared vision for a financially inclusive world. But allow me to begin to tell you a little bit about 𝗧𝗵𝗲 International. That traces its roots to 1978 in Bangladesh, founded as a grassroots NGO. From a modest beginning, in a very single district, the model proved scalable and adaptable. And that led to Dirk Brouwer and Shafiq Chaudhry to replicate this model into the world. Nowadays, we are in 13 countries throughout Africa and Asia, stock listed in London with more than 2.7 million clients. And our legacy is built on a simple but powerful ideal. Financial inclusion is a right. It's not a privilege. And our global footprint is an expression of that commitment. Each market, including Pakistan, naturally presents unique opportunities and also challenges. And yet the underlying need for responsible, accessible financial services remains common and urgent. What sets the 𝗧𝗵𝗲 model apart for us? The answer lies in its founding principles: low operational cost, standardization, simplicity and scale. Our approach is famously bare bones, offering a standardized product suite, minimal paperwork for clients, a branch-led delivery structure, and an obsessive focus on cost control and efficiency. We operate with the conviction that staying lean empowers us to keep interest rates fair and outreach wide. Our model is highly resilient and offers stability in the various markets we operate in. And this stability is especially critically in contexts like Pakistan, where external shocks can reverberate powerfully through low-income communities. Shortly on 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Pakistan, the very heart of this conference, of course. We started in 2008 and nowadays have more than 700,000 customers. The history is marked by steady growth, responsible lending, and an unwavering partnership and alignment with national priorities. This year alone, we disbursed more than 44 billion, a gross portfolio over 27 billion PKR, and a repayment rate of 99.5%. So our PAR, our portfolio at risk, is 0.5%. And that is testament to the strong operational model of 𝗧𝗵𝗲 International. What has been very important in the last couple of years for us is first is that we had our banking license granted in 2022 and the commencement of microfinance banking in November 2023, which is of course a major milestone for us in order to be able to take deposits. And we migrated at the time more than 600,000 customers to Temenos T24 core banking last year as a stepping stone towards our digital transformation. On top of that, I'm delighted to also welcome 𝗧𝗵𝗲 as our new President and CEO of 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Pakistan. Nazar only joined in July, but has already made a telling contribution, and I very much look forward to working closely with you, Nazir. Thank you for being with us. And we're deeply aligned with the government of Pakistan's vision for microfinance as a tool of national renewal. We support the goals of Vision 2025 and a national financial inclusion strategy, aiming for 50% financial inclusion in Pakistan in 2030. But yet, resilience and scale alone are not enough in today's changing world. Our digital transformation journey is now central to everything we do, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Pakistan has been absolutely in the heart of that journey. We invested heavily in a new Temenos core banking system, new client-facing systems with a digital financial services app, and designing digital processes on top of our core branch model. What makes our approach unique, and I think that's a learning for all of us, is that technology never ever replaces the human touch. It strengthens it. We have adopted digital tools not for their own sake, but for the enhancement of our core client experience. Faster disbursement, greater convenience, robust data security, and better financial oversight for borrowers. But where do we go from here? And that is important, I want to address you on that. And what must we do to advance the promise of microfinance in Pakistan, but also globally? I believe our future rests on three urgent imperatives: inclusive innovation, partnership, and responsibility. First, we must build systems that reach deeper and wider. Digital transformation must not create new exclusions. Our challenge for all of us is to design platforms that are intuitive, low cost, and language accessible. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 is committed to innovation that lifts up the last, not just the first. Then partnerships. I think we alluded to it, and you mentioned it as well. No institution can do this work alone. The calling for deeper collaboration across the microfinance ecosystem. We're working closely with fintechs to create interoperable payment systems, banks for wholesale funding, cross-referral and regulators for enabling frameworks on digital KYC, customer protection and responsible credit. And we celebrate the leadership of the State Bank of Pakistan and the Pakistan Microfinance Network in fostering dialogue and flexibility. But we must move further and faster. Joint ventures, shared infra, open data exchange are the future. We are committed to developing global best practices at the local level, ensuring lessons learned in one district can be put to use in another. And growth is not just about numbers. It's about impact. We pledge to maintain the highest standards of social performance, climate protection and environmental sustainability. We're rolling out financing products aligned with Islamic finance principles, followed by deposit products, and strengthening our audit and financial and compliance mechanisms. Then, friends, the task before us is immense, but the opportunity is greater still. Pakistan stands at a crossroads with talent, entrepreneurial energy, and a digital infrastructure poised for explosive growth. But only a united coalition of MFBs and MFIs, fintechs, commercial banks, progressive regulators will realize this promise. Microfinance, financial inclusion must remain uncompromising in its mission to serve those who the financial mainstream has forgotten, with products and services designed for their lived reality. We're proud to walk this path with you. We're grateful to the government of Pakistan, the State Bank, and our partners across the sector for their trust and collaboration. And together, let us build not just institutions, but a legacy of dignity restored, potential unleashed, and the communities transformed. Thank you. Shukriya. And may your deliberations be fruitful. May we all commit anew to the promise of financial inclusion for Pakistan, for Asia, but more widely, and of course, for the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob. I think it was quite an interesting perspective given. Certainly the word inclusive, partnerships, collaborations did resonate a lot in your future plans and your current plans. So I'm going to now ask Yasser for his thoughts, and then we'll move into a Q&A.
Thank you, Amir. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So we've been talking for the last almost day, what have we achieved? Now I'm going to start talking about what we need to achieve as a sector and what are the things that we can improve upon. Because I think, as Amir said, in order to achieve or serve 40 million clients, this particular kind of model that we are working on needs some kind of modification. So first of all, whereas our overall ability to serve the poor and micro businesses has been commendable, what we have not been succeeded, especially the MFIs, is convincing the funding institution. That includes the commercial banks, the mutual funds, the development finance institutions to provide funding. That hasn't been stellar, you know. That needs to improve. What PMIC did was 8 years back, we started talking to the commercial banks first, and we are grateful to many commercial bankers who are sitting here. They understood what we want to do, and they started funding us. Then we went to the DFIs. 3 years back, and they started funding us. And very recently, in the last month, we have closed our first commercial paper in which 5 mutual funds have participated. So I think that in order to convince, we need to have better interaction. But that's not the only thing that we need to do. We need to do 2 more things. Firstly, we need to structure the products of microfinance assets in a way that the microfinance, then the commercial banks and the capital market understands them. And in the world, this is going on for many, many years. For example, securitization in India started in 1991 of microfinance assets. What it does, it converts your receivables into a bond, and it is rated, it is at times, guaranteed by a credible institution, and then the commercial banks, the mutual funds, and others would come in and invest in that. At PMIC, we have already completed our scoping study, and we are very confident that in the next year, we will roll out our first securitization transaction. In India, remember, very big country, bigger than us. We don't like them at all, but still, we need to condemn certain things that they do. It's $3 billion worth of securitization as we speak of microfinance assets. Number 2 is the co-lending model. And this is where the regulator came in 2018, which is the Reserve Bank of India, and they structured the regulation under which the commercial banks and other financial institutions can partner with microfinance institutions to lend to scale up. Now, what both of these instruments do, first of all, the securitization. For the microfinance banks, it helps them in reducing their capital burden, right? We are all aware that many microfinance banks are currently facing, the car issues. So securitization helps in reducing that burden and at the same time growing. And same is the case with co-lending model. So PMIC is working on both of them. Then there is, guarantee facilities. We heard IFC yesterday, that is the portfolio guarantee scheme that they are bringing in. I think that would provide another kind of, route or direction or model for institutions to grow. So this is on the financial product side. Now, when we come, in addition to that, what we need to do, and maybe some people would not be happy with me after I give this suggestion, but I think at the corporate governance level, both the MFIs, especially the MFIs, most of them, and some of the MFBs need to have better corporate governance. And when I say corporate governance, it also includes the board members, because that's a separate body that gives you confidence to the lenders that if something happens to the organization or the main person, then there is a body who is going to take the control. In addition to that, it also questions the management. So my request and my advice to MFIs, MFBs mostly have good board members, but I think in some of the institutions, microfinance institutions and banks, the knowledge of the board members also need to improve, and the institutions can do a lot in that. Yeah, just 2 more minutes. So I think going forward, what we need to do, I've heard, fintechs, nano loans and all of that. Nano loans, I'm fine, maybe not the best way to improve the financial inclusion. Gold-backed lending, in my opinion, should only be done when a certain individual does not meet the lending criteria of the institution. So it could be an added kind of security to lend to individuals. Otherwise, microfinance, by its very model or principle, is a loan which is given without the security. Lastly, just covering one last minute, Amir. I think the digital finance players and the microfinance institutions are serving almost the same clients, but maybe the things that were not covered by the microfinance institutions in most of the case are now covered. I see, fintechs in white goods. I see fintechs in discounting suppliers' receipts of FMCGs, as well as those micro and small entrepreneurs who are selling their goods on the marketplace, on the digital marketplace against cash on delivery, which takes at least 15-20 days to get back to that entrepreneur. So I think going forward, as I also said yesterday, we need to focus on the classical model where the focus was on women, rural areas, young generation, but at the same time we need to innovate not only the financial product to access funding, but also new ways that the digital finance companies or the fintechs are bringing to this sector. So, and of course, there needs to be more institutions, Amir. I totally agree with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yasir. For sure, the message is microfinance is there, yet we need to go back to the roots and see what we succeeded in the past and take it forward, but ensuring tech space and tech collaborative element remains there. Thank you, Yasir, for those thoughts. And joining us on stage is now an old friend, old Murad, not that old, but still young friend, experienced, well-experienced friend, and one of the biggest supporters of microfinance that we have, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲_H He's the CEO and President of National Bank of Pakistan and a great, once again, friend of the sector. Sir, your thoughts? Well, you can sit and talk, but whatever you feel comfortable with.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you for that quick intro. And obviously, Yasir is a hard act to follow. So, but I will try and put some of my thoughts on not just microfinance, but the topic, well, not the topic, but the title of this conference, which is the Renaissance of Microfinance. They're all friends, colleagues around us, so we can be slightly more casual in how we talk with each other, because we're all somehow stakeholders in the microfinance industry. But a few thoughts, and it's important that we discuss those. First of all, I think microfinance banks and microfinance institutions have done a remarkable job in terms of the financial inclusion area and bring access to finance for a market, for a segment of the populace which otherwise was dependent on what would be called private credit or artis and those kinds of channels of or lenders in the market. And therefore, in that context, I think microfinance has done a great job. At National Bank, we've been following, not only following, but supporting, and therefore putting money where our mouth is in terms of supporting the microfinance banks and institutions. And even now, I think we're one of the largest commercial banks which provides lines to both the microfinance banks and the microfinance institutions. I think it's important that we continue to, in our discussions, distinguish between the two for two reasons. One, microfinance banks come under a certain regulatory framework which is governed by our own regulator, the State Bank of Pakistan, and the microfinance institutions come under SECP as either Section 42 companies or NBFCs or whatever, some legislature which is outside the ambit of the state bank. I do think that microfinance banks have had a slightly worse experience or not as good an experience in this sector as the microfinance institutions have. I think Yasir knows this a lot better as another wholesale provider of purely microfinance to microfinance sector. And why is that? Some people talk about regulatory, the regulatory framework within which microfinance banks work versus the microfinance institutions. Others talk about other factors. People talk about how the microfinance banks will fully come back on their feet, will the sponsors of these put in more equity, etc., etc., and how long it will take to come back to the renaissance that we are hoping that will be there for the microfinance institutions. I think a lot of thought has to be given to the models. My experience, and I mean, I have limited experience of microfinance lenders. I see the microfinance institutions have a smaller target market geographically versus microfinance banks which went nationwide, either through digital channels or other channels. And on average, I think the concept of know your client has been better seen in the microfinance institutions by us. I mean, I may be wrong, but that's my view from what I've been looking at in our area. So the question comes, is the microfinance structure, be it a bank, be it an institution, does it have to be, should it be geographically limited so it understands the customers it serves? When you go pan Pakistan, a customer needs in Karachi or Liari, to be more precise, would be very different from a customer need in Hunza. But if you have the structure at a nationwide level, like National Bank of Pakistan, we consider ourselves wholesalers because we came to a decision 5 to 7 years back that this level of customer we can't serve directly. We need an intermediary who is able to understand that customer and serve its needs. And therefore, we supported the microfinance institutions and the banks, but the experience is there. But then, when we look at that, now we come to a second part, and which is scalability. Microfinance institutions who are limited in their geographical coverage are also, in our opinion, also limited in terms of the growth of their balance sheet that they can do. If you have a company which has guarantee limited company or a Section 42 company, how does it scale its balance sheet? How does it continue to service customers more or better? And that is where I think the trade-off starts, and where more microfinance lenders need to come, either come to that, or the microfinance institution's basic governance model has to change. Without that scalability, we have a problem. We can't grow with the sector. The sector can't grow and we can't grow with it. And therefore, we have to start also looking at the capital markets for them. I think at National Bank, we've already started engaging on women empowerment bonds for the microfinance sectors, and we're talking about them, and I think we're in discussions, etc. At some point, these will come in as instruments for the public. But I think, what's that old saying, physician heal thyself. So the microfinance sector has to heal itself. And when the healing is done and it's back to full health, then it can really grow. Right now it's in consolidation or the healing process. I'm very hopeful that this segment of the financial infrastructure has to grow. And for it to grow, it has to mold itself to that need. Its products to the needs of its customers it serves, so it has to understand the markets it serves, and also the corporate structure it has so that it can scale its balance sheet and grow. We stand with the microfinance sector in the renaissance that we are all now expecting. And for the one reason, and one reason alone, that for us financial inclusion is part of our mission, vision, and the microfinance sector is enabling us to fulfill that goal that we have set for ourselves in the way it does. I do think that there is some overlap between banks and target markets and the microfinance sector. Because at some point, the definitions of small enterprise, which is applicable on banks, has to change. Due to various reasons, we can talk about it, but it's sufficient to say that whatever definition today exists was set in 2017. Take an index of the dollar or even the CPI as anything, the small enterprise requirement, the small enterprises have changed. But in my opinion, the small enterprises of 2017-18 are perhaps the micro loan customers. And I think the regulator has already taken this matter up to change that definition, which will enable the microfinance sector to be able to target a market with a greater turnover also. And that provides better portfolio stability as well as access to a different customer base, for which I think the microfinance sector also has to prepare itself. Because as banks move up, there will again be a vacuum for them to bring up. I think Amir is pointing to his watch. Is there something wrong with it? But I think I've taken too much of your time. Thank you very much, and look forward to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahman Saab. Thank you. Thank you. Certainly a powerful message coming from there. Heal thyself first, but there is an opportunity far greater. And Rahman, so the question now is, Rahman, 2-3 solid points that you made certainly were the regulatory part of it. And recently the central bank has changed the prudential regulations. And now the maximum loan that we can give is 5 million rupees, which actually is now coming into a target market which with the commercial banks are already there.
Yeah.
So the blurring of lines is now a key thing that we have to now explore.
Yeah.
And as life is, the commercial banks will keep going higher, and the segments and this missing middle will have to be, sort of met by the microfinance bank and the other institutions, the digital retail banks, and so on and so forth. But the key message coming across is heal thyself first, number one, and ensure that you are well positioned, not just from a selling perspective, but an operational and risk perspective to cater to this market. And the opportunity is far, far big. I like the word that you used, I had used it earlier, which is inclusive finance and not just microfinance, because the segments are certainly very good. So we heard the three speakers today. We heard from ASA, we heard from one of the apex body lenders and one of the commercial lenders to the sector. Similar thoughts, opportunity is big, it's great. We need to ensure that we are aligned collectively to take on this responsibility. So now it's my responsibility to ask some hard-hitting questions to the three players over here. So maybe I'll start with 𝗧𝗵𝗲 over here. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, you certainly talked about 2-3 opportunities and certainly 2-3 challenges. And in the end, you did say that the opportunity far outweighs the challenges and we need to really explore to get there. In your experience via National Bank, what 2-3 things would you want to send? Because you've got the banks over here, you've got the MFIs over here. 2-3 things they can change from an MFI point of view and a bank point of view, so that they can, whenever you talk to them next, they will remember that those 2 things they have to mend or change.
Look, the way we look at it as wholesale lenders, right, is basic. There's a model we have, and we look at it not from the point of view of, we look at your recovery rates, we look at the size of the balance sheet, etc., a bunch of things. But for the microfinance banks, I think our lesson learned, there's no problem in the microfinance sector. As a wholesale lender, I have not seen problems, right? The liquidity has always been there in the microfinance lenders to make good the credit. The problem has been on retaining capital and growing capital, which forms the basis of any leveraging or capital adequacy. But we've always looked at this sector as there will be glitches, but you have to continue to work with them. Now, we do that, and we have done that throughout. Whether it was the 2022 floods, there's an evolving situation right now, and but wherever we've seen problems, we work with those particular institutions. I think really it boils down to, in both segments, sponsor support. Let's be clear about it. Someone put in equity into a microfinance bank with the expectation that this would be in microfinance lending. If microfinance lending has a glitch or a hiccup, either the sponsor has to step up or something else has to be done. Do not expect lenders or depositors of that institution to take that hit. And and the central bank is very clear about it. And we've seen recoveries, focus on it. We look at each of those lenders in terms of how quickly are they able to learn and how quickly the sponsors are able to step up when required. They can bring it back, but that's it. On the microfinance institutions, it's a little complicated, but we haven't had a problem with them because they work under a less rigid, if that's the word, less well crafted or a little looser structure, which is perhaps better for this target market segment to cater to. So, for all it's worth.
So perhaps the message is the central bank is far rigid than the SCCP. So I think that's one breaking news which will come in tomorrow's headline news for sure. Given your ASA's experience in different markets, one key message that we got from one earlier panel session was the need for insurance in Pakistan and some kind of unique insurance products that we can align. Guarantees, structures, we heard yesterday, IFC talk about it. We've seen the other players also talk about a guarantee structure as a somewhat answer to the current challenge that we're facing. Insurance is something which is certainly been discussed a lot, but we did see 2-3 earlier insurance comes in, the crop life, the livestock insurance from the central bank, but there has been nothing which has evolved over time. In your experience and the international experience that you have, is there an insurance model that we can sort of cut paste into Pakistan? Your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. Well, also one of the reasons I'm not very fond of the word microfinance, but I love the word financial inclusion a lot more, because financial inclusion nowadays means so much more than just handing out credit. So that financial safety net, when something goes wrong and you can't operate your business anymore, the entire foundation of a family and of a community is crumbling to pieces rapidly. So the fact that you need to build that resilience in the community by having a savings product and having an insurance product is extremely key to what we do. From our perspective, from a client stickiness perspective, but also for the financial safety net of our clients. So what we've done, for instance, in Africa, is we're partnering with an insurance party that is giving us life insurance and health insurance. So if people are falling off a motorbike, are hospitalized for 2-3 days, they get a cash out, and their business can continue afterwards. I think from a financial inclusion perspective, that is key. And we're having the discussion now, we're rolling it out through 5-6 African markets at the moment, and I'm having the conversation with the CEO of that company to also roll that out together with Nasser, of course, in Pakistan. I've heard it here, I've seen it here, and it is something very, very close to my heart and a core part of our strategy. And it's now live in 3 of our markets, and we'll ramp that up soon.
Thank you, Rob. So there is a solution out there that we can certainly look upon.
There is, certainly, yeah.
Yasir, currently what, 28 billion that you lent as a wholesale apex body into the SEC, 35 billion. When do we see 350 billion? When do you see the next, is it a 2-year horizon, 5-year horizon? And what does the MFIs or the MFBs need to tweak a bit so that, in fact, you and 𝗏𝗏 are much more comfortable in lending to this? So your thoughts?
We can go to 350 billion in the next couple of months, and that could be done through securitization. Because what securitization does, I mean, we need to take the first loss, let's say 10%, and I've learned a lot from Mr. Faisal Alani. We've been discussing it on the how to. And then you make microfinance an asset class. So maybe not directly taking it on our balance sheet, but giving the institutions who have access liquidity, and we know, I mean, not only commercial banks, Islamic commercial banks, mutual funds, everyone has liquidity, but there are not many assets to lend to. So I think we need to structure it assets. We need to make microfinance receivables or loans an asset class wherein these investors can come in and invest. The other model that I discussed is the co-lending model, right? Where commercial banks can partner with MFIs and MFBs, can take risk, and can actually feel who those clients are. Because that's very important. When I started my journey in microfinance, I was from commercial bank, and I was taken to the field. And when I saw these people who we are serving and the kind of commitment that they have, I was ready to lend without any security. So I think that is also the co-lending model can certainly scale up the microfinance, in which the MFIs and MFBs can work as agents from the commercial banks. Mr. Hasni, mentioned he's willing, and I know he is willing. There is HBL. These are, I mean, pretty large banks, and if they start, further provide funding, the microfinance sector can scale. Just one last comment on the insurance. I think we should not only focus on insuring the loans or health insurance. I think it's time with the climate change,
that's what we do,
with the vagaries that those microfinance clients face, we start insuring their assets rather than just the loan amount.
Thank you, Yasser. Rahmat Sahab, roughly about 20 billion plus in this sector, maybe yourselves, the National Bank? 60 billion. Very excellent. So when do you see a trillion then? No, but scale, you mentioned, is a critical thing right now. And we need the commercial banks, and there's HPL sitting over there, and I know DIB is sitting over here as well. I've got other banks which are actually now actively looking into this sector as a very, what message would you want to pass on to the new potential players out there?
We take pride in one thing, okay? That, look, don't expect us to do everything, but certainly because National Bank has a different ethos, right? And a different sort of role in the economy. We've been doing this for about 5-7 years, 10 years, okay. 10 years of being fine is a long enough journey that all the other commercial banks that could potentially be lenders can learn from us and follow suit. Expecting us to take it up is not, I mean, it is something that we've shown the way and taken the risk of going there, otherwise, so now if they were willing to come, it's a question that other banks need to answer.
So for the new banks which want to enter this space, the gentleman sitting over here and his team sitting across are the key people that you need to touch base with. So you have a sort of a bridge to a faster access into this sector. So Rob, back to you for a bit. ASA in Pakistan, with a 99.5% recovery rate, where's the risk? What have you done differently that the other banks are also feeling that, or what do I need to do differently as HPL Microfinance Bank to get to 99.5?
That's the big secret. No, I think across the world in the 30 markets where we are, our group PAR is less than 2%. And there's a couple of outliers that are at 5, so the rest is at 0.5, 0.6%. Now, why is that? Our strong operational model, I just alluded to it on how stringent it is. But I think when I first set foot in ASA with my lean consultancy thoughts, I thought, well, that's a heavy operational model, let's cut down on it. Because you have a loan officer, you've got an assistant branch manager, a branch manager, an area manager, a regional manager, and a divisional manager, all in line for checks and balances. And then I realized how important those checks and balances are. So, one, we are rooted in the societies that we serve. Our loan officers are people from those communities. They are trusted. So if there's a delinquency and people have a loan with 2 or 3 different lenders, they come to us to pay. They trust us. And I think that is one superpower of ASA, and the second is the checks and balances. That not only the LO and the BM sign off on a loan, but there are spot checks done by an area manager, a regional manager, and a DM to make sure that we have that proper follow-up. So your fraud and misappropriation is extremely low, and your follow-up on payments is very high. It's very easy to disburse $1 billion. It's extremely difficult to collect $1 billion. So the fact that here in Pakistan we have monthly group meetings, in many countries we have weekly group meetings, the fact that we see our clients face to face is a big differentiator. And also, stick to your roots. It was just alluded to it. Why are we not a bank? A bank stays at a distance and disburses and collects. We are rooted in those societies. Yes, we need to close the gap. We need to make sure that up until the moment where banks step in, we need to serve. So to have a proper MSME proposition is key. But to be very closely knitted into the society, I think, is where ASA stands out compared to every other MFI or MFB in the world.
Thank you, Rob. So for the next 10 minutes, let's open up to the floor. Some questions. And you've got powerful people sitting over here. And the best question gets a free lunch outside. Shouts.
हेलो जी, मेरा नाम बशीर अहमद अबड़ो। अब मैं बड़ा सिंपल सवाल करूंगा। एक कहावत बड़ी आम चलती है हमारे पाकिस्तान में कि बड़े लोग बड़ी बातें सादा की। तो यहाँ तक देखा जाए तो बड़ी आपने एक बड़ी ज़बरदस्त किस्म की बात की। मैं एक सिंपल सी बात ये कहूँगा, अगले 3 सालों में आपको क्या लगता है कि माइक्रो फाइनेंस सेक्टर किस तरफ जा रहा है? अभी आपने बात की थी, रीस्ट्रक्चरिंग की बात की थी, कंसोलिडेशन की बात की थी और डिजिटल रिवाइवल की बात की थी। सेकंड बात मेरी ये है कि और आप समझते हैं कि कमर्शियल बैंक की तरफ से माइक्रो फाइनेंस के साथ जो रिक्वायर्ड फैसिलिटेशंस है उसका अभी तक माइक्रो फाइनेंस को कोई ग्रास लेवल पे बेनिफिट नहीं मिल रहा। अब मैं यहाँ पर ये बात कहना बिल्कुल क्लियर समझता हूँ, स्टेट बैंक से लेकर कमर्शियल बैंक्स जो हैं वहाँ पर इस वक्त अगर कमर्शियल बैंक जितनी भी अपने परफॉर्मेंस बताती हैं तो वो माइक्रो फाइनेंस की वजह से कहती है, उनकी सारा इतना बड़ा अमाउंट। तो उसके अगेंस्ट माइक्रो फाइनेंस के लिए कोई उनके पास कोई ऐसी फैसिलिटेशंस ऐसी कोई रिक्वायर्ड है जिससे माइक्रो फाइनेंस इन फ्यूचर इन्हांस कर सके? थैंक यू।
चलिए, थैंक यू, आपके सवाल का शुक्रिया। थोड़ा बहुत मैं इसका जवाब देता हूँ। अगर मैंने इस इंडस्ट्री को 2012 में ज्वाइन किया था, 13 लगभग साल हो गए हैं। उस वक्त मैं देता तो मुझे याद है कि 1.5 लाख रुपए एक लिमिट होता था और बैंक्स के लिए और एम्प्लॉय के लिए उस तक पहुंचना भी एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज होता था। ओवर द पास्ट 12 ईयर्स अगर आप देखें, 13 साल, फ्रॉम एन एवरेज ऑफ 150,000 to 5 million rupees, regulator has understood, regulator knows कि जी ये opportunity है, and these are the sort of the vehicles that will deliver the results to that opportunity. And over the years आपने देखा होगा हर बैंक ने आहिस्ता आहिस्ता अपने जो है एवरेज लोन साइज को बढ़ाया है। So I would say the regulator has played its part. We in turn need to ensure that we play our part to go forward. आगे ये 5 मिलियन है, ये 10 मिलियन हो जाएगा, why not? अभी हमने बात की कमर्शियल बैंक्स और हमारे जो माइक्रो फाइनेंस बैंक है, एक थोड़ा सा ब्लरिंग ऑफ लाइंस हो रही है, ठीक है। जिस तरह डिपॉजिट साइड पे होता है कि जी आई कैन अट्रैक्ट एनी डिपॉजिट, सो कैन नेशनल बैंक, सो कैन द अदर बैंक। हम ये नहीं कह रहे कि हम कमर्शियल बैंक्स बन जाएंगे, नो, वी आर नॉट सेइंग दैट एट ऑल। वी आर सेइंग द मार्केट अपॉर्चुनिटी इज सो बिग, सो वाइड कि कमर्शियल बैंक्स, माइक्रो फाइनेंस बैंक्स और प्लेयर्स भी और आ सकते हैं। बिकॉज विद द 70-80 मिलियन पोटेंशियल, ट्रस्ट मी, अभी जो एग्जिस्टिंग प्लेयर्स हैं, नंबर ऑफ प्लेयर्स हैं, वो बहुत कम है, दे कैन बी मोर। सो कल मैं सलीमुल्लाह साहब से एक फायरसाइड चैट में उनसे यही सवाल पूछूंगा, हाउ डू वी ब्रिंग इन न्यू प्लेयर्स? कोई बैरियर्स टू एंट्री है, कोई चीज़ें हैं, और हाउ डू यू वर्क विद द एग्जिस्टिंग प्लेयर्स टू इंश्योर दैट दे बिकम मोर स्टेबल? एंड जिस तरह रहमत साहब ने कहा था कि वी हैव द राइट फंडामेंटल रिस्क प्रोपोजिशंस इन प्लेस ताकि हम उस मार्केट को सही तरह कैप्चर कर सकें। जी, और सवाल?
Thank you so much. So, scale, रहमत साहब आपने बात की थी स्केल की, you talked about scale. उससे पहले मिस मरियम talked about innovation and end users. अभी आप बात करें कि बेस कैसे बढ़ाएं. So basically we work extensively with youths all over Pakistan. So there are So there are thousands of micro entrepreneurs who are earning from 2 lakhs to 5 lakhs to 7 lakhs a month. But by default they are in an informal economy because the KYC doesn't allow them to open digital wallets. Now, retail banks have this option, but that's not their business. This is not where they make money. So it's a barrier to entry जो आप बात कर रहे हैं. There are thousands and thousands of kids today, now, making loads of money. And unfortunately, the KYC and the barrier to entry is forcing them to work informal in an informal economy. Where do we see that? Just like Spotify and other big organizations have taken the age limit to 13 years of age, while we are still on 18 years. So the 14-year-old is the new 18. We talk about young nation, we are a young nation, but our regulations and frameworks do not showcase that. Thank you.
So maybe I'll try to attempt that. They came from KYC, from a compliance for, all those things. we have to take that into account. Also, we see Pakistan changing as well. You know, now we see a lot more people coming in, some tax filers in. We see a somewhat increase in that. Slowly and surely, we do expect the markets to understand to come onto the formal side of the economy. They also have to now change accordingly. Pehle, a tax from a shopkeeper was a challenge, still is somewhat. But up the restaurant business, now it's linked live, FBR linked. So they're coming into the zone, agar main word istemal kar sakun. So we do expect, while we change, Pakistan will also change. And this is something that we need to now take into account. Ek aur cheez which I want to highlight for them is consequence of default. Ye kabhi main iske upar baat karunga. This is going to be a challenge as we grow in Pakistan. The consequence of default has to be somewhere where everyone needs to feel the pain or the gain. Agar aapne default kiya hua hai, then it can't be just कि जी मेरा credit bureau में मेरा ECI भी खराब हो गया या something or the other. There has to be some other aspects of जिसे कहते हैं ना value. I'm sure everyone sitting over here, most of us has been abroad. हमने भी देखा होगा कि मेरा जब credit score खराब होता है, everything around me changes in terms of my interest rates and my access to finance चीजों में, everything gets a potential element. So we do expect the regulators, we do expect the Government of Finance, the Ministry of Finance, everyone to play its role to ensure that collectively, to really get to inclusive finance in the true sense, a lot more elements need to be also taken care of by the other equations in this sum that we are carrying.
Ji, at the end, you know, the segment we're talking about, microfinance and inclusive finance, there has to be a value proposition, right? Today, if you talk about digital banks, you talk about microfinance banks, microfinance institutions, or commercial banks. Pretty much everyone will be having a digital wallet or solutions there. The question is, what is the value proposition each type of institution offers to the customer they want to cater to? And if everyone wants to cater to the same customer, then it's just a pricing issue, right? To go into Urdu, kal agar National Bank कहता है कि जी मैं इस customer को 15% पे लोन दूंगा और HBL Microfinance कहता है कि मैं 30% पे दूंगा, चीज वही है, तो वो तो फिर automatically आ जाएगा ना. The question is, what is that decision going to be based on? Customer behavior? जैसे आप डिजिटल की तरफ बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, कैशलेस इकोनॉमी की तरफ बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, मर्चेंट एक्वायरिंग स्प्रेड आउट होती जा रही है, QR कोड्स पे आ रहा है, द क्वांटम ऑफ ability of banks to assess is getting better. उनका भी वही है, मेरा भी, डेटा तो मेरे पास भी वही है, इनके पास भी वही होगा कि मेरा कस्टमर. It's a gradual process. At which point, so right now and going forward, each class of institutions in this ecosystem has to start thinking of what their role is and what customers they want to tap into, because everybody will have, products are the same, everybody, but who do I want to be offering what to? Because that's what will define their respective roles in the overall economic day-to-day lives of the people. And that's where we have to work towards, I think, collectively.
Can I, hello?
Thank you.
Can I ask a question? We are discussing about renacing of finance. There is a corporate world here, sitting here, and also focus on the investment on inclusive the finance to the underprivileged persons. Microfinance business actually really required the target market of underprivileged person or small persons. My question is that there is corporate world is here. What are the purpose of your financial inclusion to the small business or underprivileged persons? CSR or earning of the profit. Question for the big banks, especially National Bank is here. They are investing a lot of amount in microfinance business. What is your purpose to earning profit, or you are providing your CSR responsibilities? In addition to that, we have to search out, we have to discuss about what is the...
Sir, my apologies, Sidra is giving me not so good looks कि भाई जल्दी करो खाने का लंच हो गया है. So आपका सवाल वो सुनिए.
Another thing इसी से relate करता है कि do you have any report कि what is the profit rate of small persons? Can they afford the high rate of the interest? This is the main issue. Okay, what are the impact of inclusion of the finance in microfinance business or micro business?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Want me to cover that? Yes, sir, you want to take it? All right. Very quickly, I think we need to say, poor people are not homogeneous. ठीक है? कुछ ultra poor होते हैं और उसके लिए शायद microfinance जैसे पहले भी discuss हुआ is not the appropriate kind of instrument. For that, you need to give them grants and trainings to make them, जिसके पास रोटी कपड़ा नहीं है उसके लिए नहीं है सर, सॉरी माइक्रोफाइनेंस, उसके लिए ग्रांट्स हैं बिस पे, उसको ये देना है. CSR नहीं है माइक्रोफाइनेंस. माइक्रोफाइनेंस is a sustainable kind of responsible financial services जहाँ पे the individuals who are taking loan are little bit enterprising या उनके cash flows में कोई mismatch है उसको support करना. So everyone, I know National Bank के president जो हैं हमारे, इनको अपने shareholder को जवाब देना होता है, ये CSR नहीं कर सकते. उसके लिए government की BIS और इस किस्म की schemes.
Thank you, yes. Thank you. Rahmat, sir, my apologies, but I have to cut you off.
जब वो graduate हो जाएं तो फिर उनको ज़रूर microfinance दिया जा सकता है.
कर दिया आपने शायद. मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि जो small business कि वो जिनको छत की ज़रूरत ख़त्म करना चाहते हैं वो जो ख़वातीन क्या वो जो कर रही हैं क्या उनकी प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी
सर इसमें मैं इसका जवाब ये देता हूँ
होता कि जिससे वो इसको अफोर्ड कर सके.
जब भी हम लोन देते हैं हम उसका कैश फ्लो एनालाइज करके लोन देते हैं, हर लोन का उसका DBR देखते हैं, उसकी अफोर्डेबिलिटी देखते हैं, इसको रिस्पॉन्सिबल फाइनेंस कहते हैं. सो वी टेक इन टू अकाउंट कि उसके क्या एक्सपेंसेस चल रहे हैं, क्या उसमें है, कितनी अपॉर्चुनिटी है, और ये नहीं कि जी अगर 5 मिलियन लिमिट है तो हर को 5 मिलियन का लोन दे दिया हुआ है. 0 to 5 million is depending on their capacity, capability, willingness, सब चीज़ों को हम एनकाउंटर करते हैं. So thank you for that question.
लंच टाइम में आपसे फिर डिटेल में भी डिस्कस कर लेंगे.
So यासिर यहाँ पे है, वो आपसे इसको मज़ीद इस पे बात कर लेंगे. So before we end, Sidra, just like to thank the panel over here for a wonderful conversation. Message बड़ा simple है. The opportunity is far, far great. We together, in terms of the people sitting in the room, not on the stage, are equal players in this equation. We do expect everyone to play their part so that we can move to get to a bigger goal of inclusive finance. Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you, Amir Saab, and thank you to this entire panel. May I request you to please step forward for a group photograph, please? Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for this panel that did a fantastic job. It was created at a spur of a moment, but that's what engaging conversations are all about. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Rahmat Saab, Yasir Saab, and Rob for being here. May I request Mr. Amir Khan to please stay with us on stage. Also requesting 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Saab to join Amir Saab on stage. May I request Amir Saab to stay with us. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go away for lunch and reconvene, we have a special announcement. These are 2 certificates of affiliation with the Pakistan Microfinance Network that we will be giving out today. This is an important occasion and a milestone for us. Very grateful to these organizations, and it's a proud moment to now become affiliates of the Pakistan Microfinance Network. We'd like to hand over these certificates and request Mr. Amir and Mohsin Saab to do the honors. First up, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Pakistan. May I request Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Latif, the CEO, and Mr. Mohammad Mehboob, the Chief Operating Officer, to please join us up on stage and accept this on behalf of 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Pakistan. This is a certificate of affiliation with the Pakistan Microfinance Network. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Latif and Mr. Mohammad Mehboob. Congratulations to 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Pakistan. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, may I now request 𝗠𝗶𝗰𝗿 Islamic Microfinance. They too are going to be receiving a certificate of affiliation with the Pakistan Microfinance Network. Please welcome Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 the Chief Operating Officer of 𝗠𝗶𝗰𝗿 Islamic Microfinance. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Chief Operating Officer, 𝗠𝗶𝗰𝗿 Islamic Microfinance. That's the I think we have more aspiring affiliates in the house, but they'll have to go through the entire process in order to receive this one. Many congratulations, Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗿. You've collected this on behalf of 𝗠𝗶𝗰𝗿 Islamic Microfinance. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in continuation of our awards from yesterday, we'll also be awarding the top commercial bank lending to microfinance. Ladies and gentlemen, this is being presented to the leading commercial bank with the largest exposure in the microfinance sector. We have the winner as none other than the National Bank of Pakistan. May we request Mr. 𝗍𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲, the President and CEO of NBP, to please accept this. Ladies and gentlemen, the leading commercial bank with the largest exposure in the microfinance sector. Many congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have about 45 minutes. I'm sorry, I'll have to take the reins of the time management back in the hand. We've made the most of it in the earlier year, but in order to complete the 4 wonderful plenaries that have been planned for post-lunch, we'll have to be a little stricter with time. So may I request you all to reconvene in about 45 minutes. You have 40 minutes for a working lunch and some interesting conversations and dialogue. Bon appetit, but see you back here in 45 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After this very scrumptious, yummy lunch, we now have more food for thought. So once again, welcome back to day 2 of the annual Microfinance Conference 9. This, of course, is brought to you by the Pakistan Microfinance Network, supported by the UNIDO under PAIDAR program that is funded by the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, let us kickstart this post-lunch session with a wonderful one, which is all about navigating risk in the volatile markets, strategy for resilience. Whenever we think about Pakistan in a number of industries, it was always regarded as a high-risk, high-return market. But volatility has taken away that appetite for the high risk, and also the fact that the gains are now getting heavily taxed as well. So this session is going to explore the current macroeconomic, geopolitical, geoeconomic, and climate-related challenges, and examine how the microfinance can continue to expand and adapt within this complex environment. To set the scene, of course, we will have a worthy speaker come in and say why this is relevant and extremely important for microfinance, and then we are going to proceed with the conversation with our panel moderator, the session chair, and the panelists. But once again, may I request all our participants to now take their seats. I understand there are a lot of important networking conversations happening. Some people are stumbling in. May I request you all to kindly be seated so that we can begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our worthy panel to join us up here. First and foremost, may I request 𝗧𝗵𝗶 the CEO of Pakistan Microfinance Network, to please join us up on stage. May I also request our session chair, the Director of Research at the Business Recorder, our Mr. Ali Khizr, to please join us up on stage. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, our worthy panelists. First and foremost, the Director and HOD at the SACP, Ms. Amina Aziz. May I request you to please join us up on stage. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Rukhsana Narejo, the Chief Treasury and the alternate investments at the 𝗏𝗏𝗏 Digital Bank. May I request you to please join us up on stage. Our next two panelists, Mr. Salman Ali, Advisor to the CEO on PMIC Affairs, Access to Finance and Special Assignment at the PPAF. May I request you to please join us. And last but definitely not the least, the CFO at the Mobilink Microfinance Bank, Mr. Adil Ali Abbasi. May I request you to please join us. Adil Sahab, I envy your fan club because you're the only one who received an applause. May I first and foremost request all of you to give a round of applause to our panel, please. With this, may I now invite Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗶, the CEO of Pakistan Microfinance Network, to set the scene and to help us navigate this theme. And then it will be over to Mr. Ali Khizr. In totality, the panel will have about 40 minutes plus 5 minutes of Q&A, and we hope to stay within the time limits with the worthy support of my panel. Ladies and gentlemen, Syed 𝗧𝗵𝗶 Sahab.
Ji, Assalamu alaikum. Can I have the slide, please? Okay, Ji. So if you look at this slide, when we talk about the volatility in the market, so we are talking about both the international volatility and the volatility, the global volatility and the volatility in the Pakistan market. So Pakistan in the last 5-6 years have gone through different crisis which has resulted in uncertainty in the market. And so this includes COVID in 2020. I know COVID in Pakistan didn't hurt us that much, but when it started and in the first few months, and I think for the first half year, nobody knew what is this, when it is going to end, and what is going to be the consequence of this. So it resulted in how do we continue our businesses. So it created an uncertainty in the market. Similarly, we had then, as the COVID ended, we had 2022 floods. Then around middle of 2022, we have political instability that kicked into the country, and that resulted in also macroeconomic problems and challenges that the industry, that the country faced, and including that our country faced. But also at the global level, if I we look at not just COVID, but climate shocks, and climate shocks is what we were talking about earlier also. But also at the global level, we had the Russia-Ukraine war. This year we had the Pakistan-India war, we had the Israel-Iran war, and so not only climate but uncertainty in the the geographical areas contiguous to Pakistan. We had a lot of wars and uncertainties that happened. This all resulted in supply chain problems, inflation, which because of already crisis in Pakistan multiplied the issues, and so that resulted in interest rates going up to 22% and inflation at 28 or 29%, and so this all increased our cost and reduced the margins, and so this is all what we are talking about. So what we are going to discuss, I just wanted to, in my scene setting, give the global and the local picture in terms of the different uncertainties that the market is facing, and I would hope that by the end of this session, and Ali is a very able person with a very high quality panel sitting over here, I think we will not only identify how these were addressed, but going forward, what could be our plans and strategies so that if these things continue, because we are seeing already there is this discussion happening around another maybe Sindh too, but I don't know. But so how do we address these situations in the context of microfinance and financial inclusion? So I think that I will end my presentation here and over to Ali.
Thank you, Mohsen, for reminding us the kind of macroeconomic shock we had all faced in the last couple of years. So, I mean, we mostly live in Pakistan, and those who live in Pakistan, they don't need no explanation the kind of macroeconomic shock we had since 2022, and the repercussion of that we are still facing into that. So we all know that we went through like a massive inflation round, and the prices have more than doubled in the last 3.5 years or so. The massive currency depreciation and the economic growth stagnated, and we are not providing the ample employment, especially to the youth, and so this is a big challenge. So fast forward from like 22 to 25. So we have kind of attained a so-called macroeconomic stability. That's what the government is talking about. And that's realistically speaking, yes, after such a shock, it's quite natural to have a macroeconomic stability after losing so much economic demand and so much massive destruction in the demand, with so much slack in the economy, with the output gap being negative. Reaching a single-digit inflation is a no surprise. So we got there. We're going to live there for a couple of years. The question is, what is going to happen after that? The question is how the companies and the large part of the population, which the microfinance banks and institutions they cater to. So the poverty levels, we have all known that, have increased significantly. We've seen the numbers are showing that. Even the latest numbers are not there, but it's very much visible. And the biggest problem for the clientage we are dealing here is the climate shock. And we've seen that since 2010, the occurrences of the floods going up, and the weather patterns are changing. And whenever you have any kind of that climate shock, it adversely impacts the rural setting more than anyone else. So we have seen the impact in 2010, 2012, 2015, 2020, 2022. I may be missing more years, and now 2025. And then there are flash floods in the KP, those cloud bursts. I never knew that, what kind of a thing was cloud burst before it happened in the KP, and it's a kind of a normal thing for Pakistan now, perhaps. The kind of floods the Punjab faced lately is something we've seen after 1988, and the 2022 was miserable for South Punjab and the Sindh, and we resulted in a loss of crops and all that, and economic growth is falling as well. And so this is a really challenging situation for all
of us sitting over there for the PMN, for their members, the microfinance banks and institutions, for PPF, which is again a part of it, where something they started off the whole concept of microfinance lending at some level from them, and the regulator, the SECP, is sitting over there. So what we try to do here in this conversation is try to gauge what are the problems we are facing and how we would come out of that, and what kind of an actions we require today. We cannot, change the climate. Yes, we need to build the climate-resistant infrastructure, but that's a macro level question. That's something where the governments are required to do that. So we are here that, okay, this is something which is going to occur frequently, and there's going to result in massive losses and all that. So how to get ready to tackle that, how to navigate that. So that's something we try to learn on that, and we try to find on that. So I think we have an introduction of the panel over here, and so I may start with just a second. So yes, so I may start with 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲, who is an advisor to CEO on PMIC affairs and PPAF. So PPAF is something that started somewhere like 30, 40 years ago, and then they gave some money to the PMIC, which rolled out funds to the microfinance institutions, and they're working with the government. They're using a government facility which is interest-free loan, and then they have their own built-up portfolio through PMIC and engaging with all those banks and all that. So 𝗧𝗵𝗲, I would like you to ask you about that. So you've been doing this for long, and we have seen amazing success of the microfinance landscape under the the thought process which PPF started and the PIMC started over there, which we have resulted over here. But when you started, the climate change was not an effect. Macro challenges were there, but the magnitude was not that big. The poverty numbers were there, but perhaps they were big, but they were falling significantly in early 2000, but they're rising again. So what kind of strategies you are changing, what kind of plans you have now to navigate with the climate change, to mitigate the impact of losses, and eventually how those things to work out to reduce the poverty?
Well, thank you very much. I'd just like to take about 60 seconds to run through, how the PPAF evolved from its time of establishment. When PPAF was set up with the help of the World Bank by the government of Pakistan, the operation started sometime in 2000, and for the first 15 odd years, the general assumption was that microfinance was the best tool to eradicate poverty. But, over the years, there were learnings, and then PPAF came up with a graduation model. Many of our learned colleagues have actually referred to this in the morning sessions as well. So this model basically is based on the poverty scorecard, and it used to be a 4-tier model, which is now transformed into a 5th tier has been added to it. So according to the graduation model, the first tier, which is individuals scoring on the poverty scorecard up to 16, 17, they need social safety protection. So this is where BISP comes in, and then they need, they are not the target market for microfinance basically. Then the next tier would actually require some sort of livelihood support, asset transfers, and things like that. So communities or individuals rather
who scored 23 and above, up to 50, below 50, would actually qualify for an interest-free loan as well. So this is an addition that came into PPF programs over the years, sometime during starting from 2014. The Prime Minister's interest-free loan program was introduced. So what happens is that PPF, when they offer the interest-free loan, the objective is to actually capacitate the borrower along with the financial support, give them skills training, and it comes as a package. At times provide them tools as well, and raise them, empower them rather, to raise their poverty scorecard rating. And once the rating actually comes up to 50, then we consider that the individual is actually ready for a microfinance investment. That's where PMIC and other microfinance institutions actually come into the picture. So, and anybody who has actually availed microfinance facilities for, let's say, first or twice would be considered graduated. But now we have actually added a fifth year to this, which actually refers to SME development. And this includes MSMEs as well. So in terms of the application of this model, basically it relates to the resilience of the communities that we are actually referring to, and especially, you know, we have been working, and the topic also refers to volatile markets. So this model actually helps in a big way to create capacities and actually prepare people or individuals or borrowers for difficult situations. When we actually lend out money to somebody who is not a skilled person or whose requirement is not identified properly, then we are at risk of losing that capital. There's a high chance of default, whereas if we are actually following the graduation approach, the individual is capacitated to qualify for the next level of, you know, either avail a microfinance service or go for an SME development program. So that's how we deal with it. And in terms of climate and its changes, you know, it's not, it's a relatively new phenomena. I think the adaptation is still taking place. We can refer to actually insurance perhaps or other services like that, but I think we need to look deeper into it now, certainly.
So yes, so you're working here and doing things which are required, but they may take some time to have the result. But in terms of graduation from people from the poverty to that, so we need some kind of an assessment on that. So I would advise you and the PMN and other people over there they need to have more aggressive approach in terms of seeing what are the, you know, outcomes of these. And the other issue is like you run two kind of books. Like one book is like where you provide the loan, a loan portfolio. The other book is where you provide the interest-free loan. So when we go to the market and talk to the market, they say they create distortions, you know, and this create distortion and the client which is paying is tend to move to the other place, and those who have the ability to graduate from that, or they are graduating, still they don't have the incentive to move from your interest-free loan. So how to factor in that, and how would this impact the market? So I would go to one of the market players we have over there, which is you know, the 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲_H_𝗰𝗲, who is the CFO, Mobilink Microfinance Bank.
And Adil, I like to ask you more about like how your bank or other banks like you are dealing with the kind of massive inflation and the climate losses we are facing. So how you dealing with it? How you're keeping your book clean? How you're managing your clients? And what are your strategies going forward to mitigate?
Thank you, Ali. It's a very important and pertinent question. I mean, if you look at the situation right now, since COVID-19, Mohsin was saying that it has not impacted Pakistan as such, but believe me, it has impacted the microfinance industry a lot. I mean, lots of banks and institutions went through a lot because of the restructuring happened then. And then all of a sudden there was a flood. There is another flood. Initial flood, the assessment was around 31 billion worth of losses. And we are still evaluating what are the losses of this current flood situation. Now, I mean, you are asking what are the risk mitigating strategies that we have to follow? These are the lessons learned. So, for example, we have to make sure that our underwriting practices are, they should include these specific measures where you're not, lending just for the purpose of growth. You need to see what are your risk-adjusted returns, what are you getting while investing. Because, if आपको पता है कि यार ये रास्ता दरिया का है, and you're still giving the loans, I mean, one day the river is coming back to claim his land. See, so this is the kind of things that we need to inbuild in our credit scoring models. Plus, right now we are sitting on so for example, if I talk about Mobilink Bank and the loans that we disperse to our customers, like for example the nano loans, I mean, we disperse around 150,000 loans daily, right? Daily. The average size is around 4,500 rupees. And if I look at in those loans in 210 days, the recovery rates are around more than 90%, which is phenomenal. Now, why do we give those loans? For example, if a taxi driver is getting that loan, he gets petrol, drives his taxi, and then at the end of the day, pays some fee, and his economic cycle goes on. Now, the same thing needs to be inbuilt into the overall culture of microfinance. What do we have which is different from the market? We have data, we have transaction history, we have, so because we are a telco-led bank, we have a data which is actually giving us a slight more detail based of transaction, which is helping us in, empowering more people, more women, more people. So that's the kind of thing which is required. We need to see that we have learned the lesson, we have burnt our fingers. Let's not go for growth for the purpose of growth only. Let's see that what are the risks associated with, the growth, and make sure that we account for those risks in our overall, strategy. That's what which matters the most. And to continue on this, digitization is the future. So let's see if the industry can share the data, and then based on that data, we can, grow it further. Yeah, you are.
Hello. I don't think so.
Am I? Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to clarify the aspect of, disparate disruption between the two modes of financing, the IFL and the microfinance. The interest-free loan is not meant to actually compete with microfinance, although it gives the impression of competition there. But the target audience or the target markets are absolutely different.
the IFL program and the other two the activities that I mentioned under the graduation model actually capacitate the borrower to qualify for microfinance and repay. So the objective is to give them skills, to give them livelihood opportunities and bring them to a level where they can actually take microfinance loans if required and repay them, which would be at a cost. The interest-free loan is not at a cost, it's a principal amount without any service fee, and it comes with value additions like financial literacy trainings, like skill-based trainings. So they are capacitated and brought to that level where they can actually be productive as a microfinance borrower. So that it's helping out the microfinance sector in a way. That's what I wanted to clarify on. And I just want to add one more thing. You asked about, you know, the impact. A couple of months earlier, we concluded a study where we analyzed Benazir income support programs, a sample data of 340,000 odd borrowers from them, or their beneficiaries rather, and triangulated that with our data, people whom we have worked with, and it turned out that about 100,000 people had actually graduated as per our model. So I think the impact is significant when we talk of, you know, resilience and capacitating people to rise up to the next level. Thank you.
Quick response if you want.
So yes, it's a fantastic program. I mean, you're giving free loans and people are using it and graduating, but we need to assess those who are graduated actually going to microfinance and taking loans and doing, you know, using it for economic purpose further. Because एक दफ़ा आपको फ्री लोन की आदत हो गई, थोड़ा सा मुश्किल होता है उस पर इंटरेस्ट देना, उस पर सर्विस चार्जेस देना माइक्रो फाइनेंस, बिकॉज यू नो आजकल वो एक कोबरा वाली एग्जांपल नहीं चल रही है बहुत ज़्यादा मार्केट में लिंक्डइन पे इधर उधर, जहाँ पे आप ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट यूज टू पे for agar if you kill a cobra they used to pay, so people started to, you know, उनको पालना शुरू कर दिया और मार के पैसे लेना शुरू कर दिया.
So the population actually increases. So you have a better example. Like we can talk about Pakistan that been living on geopolitical rents and all that. We're not reforming as an economy, and we are so used to living on those free money that 78 years of that, too many shocks after that. Still we are struggling to come out of that. And if we want to come out of that like an addict, we can't. And we are still looking for that. And after the Saudi Arabia pact, what we are looking to have is like we are asking for the moon, you know, the Saudi Arabia to get so much money that we kick out the IMF, we roll out the, you know, subsidies, we roll out those stimulus into the economy, let the growth to have to 5-6% for 2-3 years before we had another crisis. So that's what we are talking about. Yes, so if anything is free, there's nothing free. There's no free lunch. There always are consequences. But here, the impact, what he's talking about, the 30% impact is a big number where people have graduated out of the sample of 340,000, 100,000 people have graduated. So that's a big number. And there is, so we need to triangulate that data to a larger audience as well. Loans, or they graduated there, maybe 2 years down the road they may become come down over there and knocking your door again. So that's being discussed. In fact, there is a check in the system. The IFL program cannot be extended more than twice. So any borrower can borrow twice at the max. So if he does, I may ask Mohsin to conduct a study on the platform of PMN. So to triangulate that data and to have more informed decision going forward. But another thing which you very rightly said, so that we started living on the land which is of river, and river is claiming that. So we can't bribe river, we can't use the danda of river. So that's the thing we need to realize that looking within jurisdiction, respecting the master plans,
and respecting the mother nature is very important for our survival and all that. So those are the lessons for the macro picture. The policy makers are there, because without without the help of those factors, these guys would keep on facing the challenges. So I now move to the regulator. I move to now Amna Aziz, she's Director HOD at SECP. So Amna, you heard about these two people talking about, and they have a conflicting views on certain things, on the free loan and on the loans which are issued on based on the interest, and you heard about the graduation story on that. From a regular perspective, how you see that and how would you tackle that? A. B, and what kind of support you are providing to your members so they can face the challenges first from the COVID, then from these floods and massive inflation we've been through. So just guide us what SECP is doing in that respect.
Thank you very much, Ali. I've been hearing my fellow panelists, they have some divergent views, I believe, regarding interest-free loans and then interest-bearing loans as in microfinance. But the way the regulator, or from the vantage point from where we see it, they're all building blocks of the same building that we're trying to build. On the very lowest side is the grant model, which is used as a tool for poverty alleviation when we look at the well-being of the population from a government perspective. So, having said that, you're right in the fact that the grant or interest-free models, they do, if not used properly, can propagate sort of a lazy diaspora among our population, whereby they would just be waiting for handouts and not employing for themselves in certain beneficial engagements. So it is not the problem with the models that we have, it is the problem with the way they're implemented. The fellow gentleman from PPF, he mentioned that there was a check in their program whereby not more than 2 loans can be, interest-free loans can be handed out. He also presented some empirical evidence where people have in fact graduated, and I think that should be replicated in other programs as well, because PPF is one national level program. There are other handouts being given by the governments in the social, as a social uplift tool, and I think that they should be replicating this thing as well. As regards empowering the sector, I can speak for the NBMFC side. Their major problem is liquidity, and we do understand that borrowing from commercial banks at commercial rates, and that deploying those funds further in a very high-risk environment, generally to populations who do not have any credit scores or credit histories, is a very risky business, and that leads to high interest rates as well. So what we as a regulator are doing is we are encouraging collaborations and partnerships between commercial banks and DFIs who have in fact access to funding with the NBMFCs who require funding, who have the ground network whereby they can reach out to this marginalized population who the microfinance wants to serve and requires to serve. We are very actively working with the State Bank of Pakistan, whereby such partnerships can be built. The feedback that we've received from the commercial banks as well as the central bank is that there's a perception issue in part of the NBMFCs, whether the picture, the financials that they're providing or the non-performing loan ratios at their end, whether they can be validated. So to that extent as well, SECP is stepping in. We are also working on enhanced or more robust supervision of these entities so that we can provide the requisite validations that the other parties like the banks and the central bank require. In fact, I'm very happy to note that the performance of the NBMFCs have been appreciated at the multilateral level as well. So the current Resilient Accessible Microfinance program by the World Bank, they have actually waived off the guarantee requirement that was mandatory for the non-bank finance institutions to access that credit line. So that in itself is an indicator that these institutions have in fact come of age, and they are doing the level work on the grassroots levels that is required. Thank you.
Yeah, it's working now. Yeah, it's a very important point you talk about the funding issue, and the commercial banks are offering at a very high rate. So, and where the SECP dealing with the state bank and the commercial banks who work on this issue is great. But the PPAF through PIMC is providing that funding and working on those viability gap for long. And I think that kind of funding is required because the commercial viability of NBFC is not there. So that's why the more NBFIs are coming into the space where they can they raise their own deposits and all that. But again, they usually have a very high risky deposit into that into that segment. So the commercial banks should have been venture direct into that, but commercial bank interest was not there, and commercial bank interest is not there in many other areas at that. And as he said, the digitization is the way to go. So that's what the State Bank thought about it. And a couple of years back, I think 3-4 years back, State Bank issued 5 pilot licenses to digital banks. And we are fortunate enough to have a member of one digital bank, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 bank, where we have 𝗧𝗵𝗲 here, and she's gonna talk about. So I'll ask about 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to you about that with the problem these guys are facing, or the NBFCs are facing on the funding side, and the loan size and everything, and they're competing with them on that part. And the data, this is a mobiling guy, he could not have better data than him, but they still have very limitation in the whole chain of the commercial bank operation or a banking operation, from a deposit taking, for fundraising, to a treasury management, to work on that lending part. So now you're coming into a digital bank where you can get into the domain of the commercial bank business, where you get into the domain of the microfinance business, and you're trying to create your own niche. And there are 5 of them are there, you are one of them. So what are your planning, how you see thinking, the evolving situation, all kind of risk we have, macro and climate risk, and the opportunities we have through to the digitization and the data you have, how you trying to move and navigate from that and learn from their mistakes, what they had in the 30 years, without repeating those mistakes, to innovate and provide a new model which help people to get the financing and help reducing the poverty in the country.
So can you hear me? Yeah. So first of all, I would like to very great points actually by all the members over here, and they talked about very relevant points, and they pointed out some of the challenges that obviously we as a retail digital bank are trying to cater to. But let me give a perspective about why the retail digital banks were set up by State Bank of Pakistan. So one of the very main reasons actually for the commercial banks are the commercial banks have slowly over the time have become more risk averse actually. They are more concentrated maybe on the corporate sector loans, they are more concentrated towards the sovereign debt, rather than catering to the sector which is SME, which is also microfinance sector. So they are more risk averse, though their funding cost is very low. So in order to fill that gap where there was a demand for the loan, and there was a huge sector which is catering to our GDP, however that sector is not getting properly funded, State Bank actually introduced retail digital banks. Now with the retail digital banks, they have a specific mandate that we cannot go into the corporate sector. Our mandate is that initially for the first 3 years, we would be actually catering to the banking services of the individuals as well as the retailers, and that also comes the agri and small and medium microfinance institutions as well. So I think both of these, gentlemen, they have the great data points actually. Adil talked about the data they have already available and what can be done. And so one of the key challenges, if you look at microfinance sector, is the funding. When they tap the commercial banks for the direct funding, the commercial banking sector obviously lends them towards like K+4 or something like that. And that in itself actually becomes very expensive for them. Now, for the microfinance sector, actually, it has NPL ratio of like pretty high, maybe 10% in recent floods and everything. So it becomes very difficult for them to survive on such expensive loans. And again, even if they go into the market and borrow the funding, that funding in itself is very expensive. However, that is not the case with the retail digital banks, because we'll be operating more as a banks actually. So our funding model, our deposit cost would be very low. What we plan to do actually to become a bridge and fill the gap which has not been built, which has been left empty because of the lack of credit, lack of funding. And maybe one of the models that we have been talking about is that we want to partner with the microfinance banks as they have the great data source. We will be actually utilizing their data source in order to extend the loans actually. We would be partnering with them, and then we'll be doing the risk sharing as well. That is one of the models that we are actually right now exploring, and we have been talking to quite few banks who are quite willing actually to work on that. Second thing that we are targeting is that because SME sector also comes into the microfinance sector, and there also we see a huge opportunity. There we are going to go direct lending actually. There we are not going to partner with the microfinance banks, but because the pie of like this entire thing is so huge that I think there's a space for everybody. Even microfinance banks, the commercial banks, and the retail digital banks, they all can work together in this pie, and they can do their share. And we, being the retail digital banks, actually particularly emphasize that we cannot go into the corporate sector. We will be targeting that sector, and we will be providing the more maybe cost-friendly funding to these institutions. But one of the very important point that I really appreciate about microfinance sector is the huge data bank that they have right now, and how even the commercial bank themselves actually can partner with them and utilize that data source and extend the funding to microfinance banks and even to their clientele their own.
So it all boils down to data.
May I?
And you like to respond?
Yeah,
yes,
yeah, just one clarification. I thought I should clarify this notion of competing with microfinance, the competition between the IFL and the microfinance sector. In fact, it is complementing. It is not competing. That's how I would actually place it. The other aspect that I needed to clarify was, we've been, I'm not an IFL person. I'm here for PMIC as well. So it's both areas of the financing sector that I would be supporting. In fact, the PMIC is part of PPAF, and the PPAF has a significant contribution to developing the MFI sector. Maybe MFVs do not have, the PPAF did not play that big a role there, but the MFI sector, PPAF had a big role in developing that area. So yes, through PMIC, we support the entire MFI sector, and IFL is only an opportunity and a tool available to bring or qualify more people towards the microfinance sector. That's one. The last point that I want to perhaps bring it to the audience attention is Punjab and Sindh are areas where microfinance has been relatively well placed until now. That's about, I would say, geographically 40% of the country. 60% of the rest of the area of Pakistan, AJK, GB, KPK, Balochistan. Microfinance is
the presence is negligible there. So I think maybe we need to have a discussion on that part as well, which is underserved, pretty much ignored in a way. They don't have this facility available. Maybe the acceptance level can improve, and I think digitization is one big way that these markets can be tapped into.
Absolutely.
So can I add to his point?
You just added, but I just like to add this, that he's absolutely right that the Balochistan and KP are largely not part of this whole microfinance lending, and where the poverty levels are higher. The poverty level is the highest in Balochistan, and it's very high in KP as well, especially in those marginalized areas over there, and there's a disconnect with the whole supply chain of the economy through this is absent over there. So how can the digital before I go to you, I would ask you, your client is everywhere. I mean your mobiling client, not the mobiling finance client. So how can you use those information through your cellular client to cater to the areas which are largely not tapped by the microfinance sector, where poverty is high as well, and where the issues are over there, and where the impact would be much more?
So, see, this is where the digital plays a role, right? We are already doing it. If I share some numbers, so for example, number of customers that we have, it's around 53 million customers. That's more than the population of several countries existing on this globe, right? And then almost half of those are actually active. Now, those guys are scattered all across Pakistan. They might be in, in somebody sitting in Khyber, somebody in Turbat, somewhere in Quetta. So that's where the digitization and financial inclusion actually plays a role. Now, if I may, add to it, how many number of loans that we are offering daily? 150,000 loans daily, 700 million worth of loans to these people scattered across Pakistan, $75 million dollars of loans every month, right? It's almost roughly around, disbursement is roughly around 22 million. So what is the key? You cannot have a physical branch, physical presence everywhere because it's costly, it's not practical. You cannot reach to number of people. What gives you the actual reach? It's the digitization. You have to digitize, you have to collaborate with each other, you have to share data, you have to, so for example, there is another notion that, and frankly, the regulator has to play a role. They have to facilitate this digitization effort. So right now they are, the rules are more, you have to comply with them. Those should be principle based, while keeping the interest of the customer intact. Those should be principles. So if a bank or NBFC is doing better, you need to give them the room to sort of test the untested things while digitizing. That's where you learn. That's where you grow.
Sorry, I'd like to respond to him.
My apologies to interject. Alisa, I will just add that we have time enough to take one more question. Either we could, continue the deliberation on the panel or take a Q&A. So it's your call, really.
You said that 45 minutes is 43 minutes.
So 2 minutes. This is including the Q&A, but your call, sir.
So first, Rukhsana, to you, then to Madam, and then we'll go to audience.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So, there's this view that maybe we're building in this team that in this panel discussion that there's a competition. When we look at Pakistan, majority of our population remain outside the banking or financial institution serviced area. Now, which means that there's so much of unbanked, underserved area that there's no competition. There's ample space actually. And as you rightly said, that 𝗥𝗲, Balochistan, and there are so many parts of the KPK where the financing is not there actually.
So in that, I think every institution, be it EMI, be it microfinance banks, be it NBFC, even be it the retail banks and the commercial banks, together actually they can play their part and actually extend the loans and everything. So, and again, one thing that State Bank did with introducing retail banks is to digitize the entire process of extending the loan, of account opening and everything. Now that is even creating more data source. So even microfinance banks, and they can come and they can collaborate with digital banks, and they can get the data from retail digital banks actually in order to extend the loan. They can get the data points even from us. That can be reverse engineered as well in order to utilize our data and our onboarding process actually to extend the loans, which will make the process pretty easy actually.
Yes. Yeah. Collaboration. Correct. So the collaboration is what is required, and digging more data what is required, and reaching more customers that is required, and help from regulator what is required.
Okay. So it was mentioned that regulators should be facilitating. I think that is the crux of the our ethos as well. SCCP introduced its regulatory sandbox way back in 2019. Now even State Bank has a regulatory sandbox, and regulatory sandbox is primarily for that purpose, that since technology has been introduced in the financial services, there are new ways of doing what we were doing earlier, but those new ways have new risks and new opportunities as well. So we want to do, what we want to do is to test these new ways so that we can see whether our regulatory framework, does it hamper this way of doing business. In fact, I think 𝗏𝗏 Foundation here, they did have a pilot project with EFU whereby they introduced microinsurance. Then another example that I can give is again for 𝗏𝗏, and which is regarding the geographical locations like 𝗏𝗏 and Balochistan, where we're not serving, the microfinance sector is not serving. I think the problem lies with the industry itself, because these are the markets where the products they're offering are not suitable. In 𝗏𝗏's case, they developed a Sharia-compliant product, which got traction, if I'm not wrong, in KPK as well. So maybe the industry has to look towards that angle of things as well, that if they want to cater a certain geographical location, what the demand is, and they should have tailor-made products that they should be offering to
Absolutely, tailor-made product, Sharia-compliant product, tailor-made product based on the data we have, like what are the issues over there, what the data is telling us, what are their needs, how geographically they're spread, what sector they need a nano loan for working capital for a day, or they need a machinery loan, or they need other kind of a seasonal loan, and all that we need to find out that. And here we have one of the digital bank, which is Islamic and all that, and I'm really eyeing on those 4 or 5 digital banks to get into the space, use the data, and take us out from the mundane practice of the microfinance what we've been seeing for the past 30 odd years, which has a partial success, which is a partial failure. Arguably, their contribution to GDP is not much. Arguably, their contribution to poverty reduction is not much. But I think we've gone through that process in the 30 years. In the next 10, 20 years, they'll be able to provide us a better platform, a better opportunity using data, better tools on that. So here I like to thank you all, but we may ask audience if they have any question for our esteemed panelists, and any suggestion how we move forward in the next 10 to 15 years.
We have time enough to take one question. Please identify yourself by raising your hand, and a mic will be directed your way.
So we may need to plant the question.
We have one question.
Oh, we have one question. The gentleman on the right.
Ji.
Thank you. My name is 𝗧𝗵𝗏, and my question is regarding the protection for the clients during the digital era that we are talking about. We are talking about the clients which are not very educated, illiterate, and most of the time they lack understanding the terms and conditions of the products that we are offering them through the digital mechanisms. And also, I mean, in terms of fraudulent activities, how are the digital institutions working towards protecting their interests so that they cannot be facing deficits or losses due to the digital transactions? Thank you.
May you like to take that? Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So when it comes to client protection, you see after FATF and everything in Pakistan, the regulations and the compliance checks and points on the banks have actually enhanced on many levels. So right now, the client protection, client data protection and client security is one of the most important mandate that retail digital banks have right now, more so because we are on a digital platform. We won't have any brick and mortar system. Client's information, entire data would be on cloud actually. So there are various regulations actually which are governing us, and those are by State Bank of Pakistan, that how each and every component of a client data is supposed to be tokenized actually. We are not supposed to store an entire data of a client in a single source. Every data is supposed to be tokenized and then it's supposed to be stored separately. Even when we are actually sharing that data, that data is supposed to be masked actually before it goes forward in order to conduct any transaction. So there are various security levels when it comes to the client protection and client security that we are ensuring. And I mean, you will see inshallah ta'ala and that when it comes to digital banks, client will have a complete security and protection, and we do not foresee any frauds or that kind of data leakages which a common person should be apprehensive about.
Thank you, sir, very much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, any closing remarks, Ali Saab, before we call it a day for this panel? Maybe you can try the other one, the other side of it, Ji.
It's not me.
Yeah.
So the thing is, I mean, Pakistan economy is at a crossroads, as it always been, and it's in a crisis. It's always been, and there are so many opportunities in the economy, as it's always been. There's the large youth population in it, and where the productivity is low, education is low, but they are using somehow the digital means and all that. So they all the users of Mobilink and the other telcos into that. So they all want to progress economically, socially to move forward. And there's an informal lending in Pakistan going on and still going on. And these guys are catering with that space. So I think we need to work on this microfinance, to work on that where the informal and the formal lending to converge. And here the only way is to use the data. Data is the king. And use the data, triangulate the data, find out the pinpoints, reduce the limitation of geography by using the digital means, and provide the loans where the customer needs. Move away from the conventional model, stop learning from Bangladesh or over there, know your problem, know your geography, know your history, know your limitation, and I think we should need to work on something, and that kind of an agenda is required by the regulator, by the new banks, by the players we have, to really work on that, and maybe 5 years down, 10 years out, there would be credible study which would be suggesting that microfinance is having an impact on GDP, microfinance is having an impact on employment generation, microfinance is having an employment of women empowerment, microfinance having an impact on climate resistance, and so on and so forth. So there are so many areas, and I really hope so that we move up the ladder and move from the mandate, the conventional ways which are outdated, to modern ways, and to break the shackles and take the economy upwards. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our panel. And may I request the panel to step forward for a group photograph, please. Big thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we move on to our next session. This was indeed insightful. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be a little more receptive and paying attention to what is happening around us. There have been, volumes written about the climate vulnerability of Pakistan. A very commonly quoted data point is that we contribute less than 1% to the global emissions, but happen to be in the top 3 most vulnerable countries of the world when it comes to climate change. And therefore, disasters have become our new norm now. We've had devastating floods, and I think it is not going to change anytime soon. The rain patterns have completely changed. The heat waves and the cold waves are now our reality. And as predicted, the next year is going to have an increase of about 22% in the rain that Pakistan will receive. Are we prepared for these disasters? Because they just not claim lives, they claim livelihoods, they cause climate-related migrations. There are so many more deserted fields, as well as small villages and communities up in the northern areas of Pakistan. It is the same story in the south as well. There are many plains which are now receiving unprecedented volumes of water, and it is affecting the life pattern. So how do we help these communities, or do we shy away from them? Our next plenary is going to focus on that. The theme, of course, is building disaster resilience, finding innovative solutions. This session will focus on innovative financial and non-financial solutions that strengthen the disaster resilience for microfinance providers. It will highlight scalable approaches that protect and enable faster recovery in times of crisis. Although the spelling out of it is very much focused on the lender, on the financial institutions, but we cannot take away the community welfare and impact from this conversation. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, may I request the session chair to take his place. Please welcome Mr. 𝗵𝗲𝗥𝗲, the Managing Director of Micro Insurance Center at Milliman.
Did you say 22% more rain?
22% more rain as predicted by the Met Department of Pakistan for the upcoming year.
What are we going to do, 22% more?
I'll leave the worthy panel to sort of discuss that, but please take your seats as I'd invite the rest of the panel.
Okay,
ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. 𝗵𝗲𝗥𝗲. May I also request our panelists to please join us. Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲, the CEO of Asia Insurance. Please welcome Mr. Kashif Zafar, the Head of FI and Collaborations at the HPL Microfinance Bank. I understand some of these gentlemen, including Kashif Saab and another one of our panelists, are not fresh off the boat. They're fresh off the plane because their flights got delayed. But thank you very much for making it in time and for enriching this conversation. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Syed Sajjad Ali Shah, the Managing Director, SAFCO Microfinance Company. Please welcome Mr. 𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲, the Executive Officer, UNIDO PAIDAR. And last but definitely not the least, Mr. 𝗵𝗵 𝗪𝗏, the Chief Business Officer at 𝗧𝗶𝗰𝗿 Microfinance Bank. With this, may I hand it over to our session chair, Mr. 𝗵𝗲𝗥𝗲. Sir, you'll have 45 minutes, including the Q&A, and I hand it over to your able guidance now.
Did you just take away 15 of my minutes?
No, I'm just accounting for the 22% increment in no matter what time I say. So I'm just giving a little leeway for it.
There's
Thank
that 22% again. Good, thank you. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. There we go. There we go. Okay. Good. Yeah, we're here to talk about disaster risks and resilience. How do we stay resilient as institutions? How do we keep our clients resilient? And so I've got a great panel here of folks that have been nicely introduced already. So I'm going to save that because I lost 15 minutes already. So we're going to talk about this. What we're trying to do is to understand and bring out some solutions that help us to get sustainable interventions in helping our clients, helping ourselves to manage these disaster risks. And so, thank you. I got 2 microphones and I'm still not working right. Okay. And so what I want to talk about is looking at this issue and trying to think about and discuss how I'm interested in actions, so how we can make some changes. But what I want to do is start out with why. As microfinance institutions, microfinance banks, why are we concerned with resilience of our clients? Why are we worried about having our clients be more resilient? And the immediate response to that is about products. So designing products to help our clients to manage this risk. Sajjad, why do we even want to do that?
Thank you, Mr. Michael, and good afternoon, everyone. I think why is simple, because currently disasters are not, coming after 3 or 4 years and so on. But disasters right now are just like a trend. They are coming each year and, passing through the shocks and moving out to the next station for every year. So this particularly disasters are hitting particularly the livelihoods of the farming communities, particularly in rural area, as well as, it is hitting with its shocks by perishing the animals, by, damaging the livelihoods. And it is also, having the dual impact in terms of the financial institution as well. Because it is not only impacting on the livelihoods of the communities or borrowers to whom we are working, but is also, damaging the portfolios and asset qualities of the institutions so far. So we, being a, financial institution and specifically being a responsible financial institution, we do have responsibility on our shoulder to not only protect our borrowers from these shocks, but also, protect our institutions. So why is simply that, disasters are coming every year and it has to be, protected with the lens of resilience in terms of, adopting the climate resilience in your approaches, in your policies, and in your strategies so far.
Yeah, so we must. Aftab, what do you think? So why, and then if you agree, how? How does a microfinance institution create that kind of resilience within your product lines?
So like my dear Sajjad said that because it is not, when I think it's working, huh? So when a disaster hits the client, only the client, he is not in crisis, the institution is in crisis as well. The institution, finances, institutional reputation, and portfolios, everything that also the risk increases. So it is very important that these disaster and calamities should be handled in a much structured way, and the response to these disasters should be built in organization products, policies, frameworks, and like we have committees for our priority items, like for liquidity and for portfolio management for business. So we have different committees in our organization. So considering the frequency of these disasters and the impact they have on the organization and the losses both the borrowers, the customers, and the organizations suffer, I think, first of all of us MFIs or MFBs, they should have disaster risk management committees in their organization. Basically, how structured our response is, how structured organization response is, that matters a lot. That matters a lot to the customers. That matters a lot to our employees who basically face those customers, and to the customer itself. So as these disasters are becoming a routine, MFIs, MFBs, they are also learning how to better respond to these basically calamities. So I think the organization's response is evolving, and that is helping us build in resilience in our products, in our teams, in our customers, and in a way that this is becoming the part of basically process, but still there is a need to like have a, what should we say, a toolkit or which should be ready every time, that how to respond to these calamities and disasters in much more structured way, that when a structured hits, so what are the things which should automatically be active at branch level, who basically have to help the customers in that calamity or disaster period, and after that, then at head office level, that we should have basically products. What normal or regular response is, that whenever a disaster or calamity hits, first thing we normally do, that we stop lending in that area. So I think we should, and that basically is the time when they need the liquidity more, and they need the finances for recovery and for everything. So I think we also look into these historical practices, that what basically out-of-box solution products, these recovery loans can be built in. Even we have data and detail of all those borrowers who are living in that area, who are affected by the flood. So we can also build, so I will come to the insurance part later. So based on that data, we can, and their DBR and everything, the organization can have a pre-approved loans for those areas and for those borrowers within those cash flow and DBR limit for their disaster recovery. And also, one more thing, that also the training of our staff, that okay, when a borrower and a customer basically is in trouble, he is affected by the flood and he has no home to live. So how our staff, who honestly speaking, who have a lot of pressure of collection and repayments and recovery, so how they have to handle that situation when the client is in that situation. So how should be their first interaction, what should they do in the first week, second week, and then when they should talk about the recovery, and the other basically products and offering which organization can build in for the recovery and revival of those affectees.
Yeah, so looking at all sorry. One of the things that we do, if we're talking about products, one of the things that we do, and probably every microfinance institution or microfinance bank does this, but we do have a product to help provide resiliency. What's that product? Insurance. What kind of insurance? What kind of climate insurance? Crop insurance. Do all MFIs have crop insurance? That's right. I don't think so either. What's the product that all of us have? Credit life. Right. Credit life, or our crops die and that's credit crop life, we'll call it. What else? Health insurance. Do all of us have health insurance? So let's come back. Let's think about this credit life insurance. Does this help our clients have resilience when there's a crisis? I hear not really. Oh, good. I like you. I'm just going to stand right here. Does it help our clients? It helps the public. The family helps the family. Okay? Credit Life helps the family. I travel all around the globe. I've worked in over 80 countries in the last, 30 years. But anywhere I go, people will tell me when I ask them, what about Credit Life? How does that help you? How does that make you more resilient? What do they tell me? What do you think they tell me? Doesn't help me, helps them. It's for the protection of the microfinance institution. The bank, it's for their protection. It's not for my protection. That's what people say. We need to be thinking beyond Credit Life, whether it's Credit Crop Life or Credit Cow Life or Credit whatever life, Credit My Life, I don't know. We need to be thinking beyond that into realms that also create opportunities for clients to really get resilience and to help build resilience. Is that the job of microfinance institutions? 𝗧𝗵𝗲.
Kashif. Michael, first of all, I would like to say that now it seems that we are the crowd and this is the panel over there.
That's the way we work it in microinsurance.
Yes.
We talk to our clients.
Yes,
and we
very-
learn from
very good
them.
move. Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, Michael, as my two colleagues have already said that because microfinance institutions are operating in, very vulnerable segments, and practically these segments are first to bear the losses due to any disaster, and they're the last to recover from it. So practically this is the segment that we are dealing with, and all our products and services should be designed in a manner which are appropriate to cover all these risks. One of the factors you have talked about insurance, I'll be talking about that as well. But practically, the client's protection is actually insurance of the financial institution's health. So the resilience of the institution is founded on the basis of client protection in terms of if we secure that client from the disaster risk. So practically, if we talk about designing a product, so it should have all the variables, for example, in terms of repayment, in terms of moratorium, in terms of, the breathing space for the customer to grow its fields again and have that space available for it so that it's recycled, the cash is recycled again. And that is one of the factors that starts from the product itself. And then you become clubbing it with some insurance component or maybe saving component as well. You must be knowing that in African countries, these models have been very successful, not here. So one of the failure of our industry, correct me if I'm wrong, here in Pakistan, that we haven't been able to succeed in clubbing insurances. You name it, climate index based or yield index based, these insurances have not been able to be structured within the product right now, only because of the fact that the cost of these products are quite higher. So the problem is there, the solution is there, but as we speak more, we can find solutions to these questions as well. I would restrict myself to this 2-3 minutes because already your time has been restrained. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else, any thoughts on this?
I'll add something just on the cost of insurance or the cost of protection that Kashif sir mentioned. And this is not as a microfinance practitioner, it is as an insurance practitioner. When we assess any risk that is brought to us by an MFI, by a lending body, bank or otherwise, the idea is to look at what the potential for loss in our terms for claims is, and to then we do a burning cost analysis and you do the whole actuarial exercise, arrive at a price, give you the price, hopefully it's something that's palatable. What we cannot understand is, and oh, sorry, I say we, what I cannot understand is, if there is a risk that has, let's say we're talking in terms of gross loan portfolio, that has a risk, 2% risk of loss. and that is a 2% provision that is on your books in some way, shape or form. If an insurance company were to price it more than that, we would not be able to enter the market. Fair enough. However, if, for example, we give a 2% rate or a 1.8% in this hypothetical example, would it be appropriate for the lender to reduce their markup because they've now offset that risk from their balance sheet on that particular loan or that section of loan? So now their risk cost should be capped at the insurance premium price. And if the risk is lower, then the premium will be lower because, again, we will never be able to sell more than what that risk is. So is there some space there where we say, how is this overall cost of the loan being built up? Probably the insurance can be hidden in there because it should be trailing what the actual risk and what the actual risk of loss is.
In our calculation for interest rate, as microfinance institutions or banks, we should be including a factor for risk, a sort of risk premium, right? And Zain says, why aren't MFIs bringing the cost down? Why isn't the interest rate coming down to account for the fact that when their clients have insurance, they've reduced the risk for the MFI? Why is that? Why is it that we're not seeing that? Or are we? Who does that out here? When you have insurance, we all talked about credit life. When we have credit life insurance, do we reduce our interest rates? Anybody? Anybody, please? Yeah. So they charge for the credit life? Yeah.
When you have credit for life insurance instead of taking the rate down. Although one could argue that credit for life enables institutions to go into markets that are, riskier or new markets because they have a coverage, and that's how that risk is coming in over there, and it's being defrayed by the credit for life in other markets. But that's a very technical argument. But just to answer simply what you're talking about, no, they don't take the premium. They don't take the interest rate down. In fact, they charge for premiums which are not reflected in APRs because most institutions are not even disclosing their APRs.
Right, not even disclosing, and
I think pricing and APR is one of the issue, or it is one of the one part of this whole product. Actually, the complexities basically which are involved, especially considering the rural areas, in, for example, in crop insurance, in weather index insurance, these products are very complex. The trigger points are very complex. So, for example, in recent floods, for example, in case of 𝗧𝗵𝗶, almost we already have crop loan insurance in that area for our one product which is called agri passbook loans, and almost 1,100 of our borrowers and 300 million portfolio is affected by these floods. And everybody knows that these 26 districts, they are affected by the flood. But till to date, I was following up with the central bank and with the insurance company that when that insurance will trigger and we can submit claims, and stop following up with those borrowers and affected clients. So they said that, okay, still you can't launch your claims because the insurance has not triggered, because the government of Pakistan has not declared officially these districts as the calamity hit areas. So there are multiple complexities, not just pricing, but other data and when it triggers. So basically the insurance companies and the insurance partner, they also have to come up with some solution and easy product, so the customers, who is affected, he knows that, okay, if this much of my asset or this much of acres are affected, okay, I will get this much of amount quickly.
And so
that will also build confidence. Otherwise, right now the customers and everyone sees this premium as a cost, not as a risk coverage.
Michael, I would also like to,
as a cost.
Yes,
Oh,
I would also like to respond to Zainab.
Okay. Hold on just a second. We have
please.
Sajjad first.
I think affordability is one of the important factor where you are designing the products. But apart from it, it is important to have and create an impact of that product so far. What we have experienced, and apart from affordability, there is a certain impact of awareness and the benefit of the insurance so far. If you have experienced a good benefit of the insurance, then the premium cost comes next to these steps so far. So while you are designing the products, you must have the lens of resilience on your eyes, and apart from lens of resilience, you should have sort of the 360 risk management framework in your mind. You need to have risk prevention. You need to have a risk protection. You need to have, transfer of the risk particularly. So while you are designing the product, such frameworks has to be in your mind, but, certainly you can have a solution for the affordability as well. Likewise, what we have been experienced, we have been, segregated premium in terms of the monthly installments of the borrowers. This exercise actually does not allow them to have a premium burden on them. This is some sort of usual repayments, and they are protecting themselves for the years so far. So it's tricky to have a design these solutions. So bundle insurance solution is one of the biggest solution, but there are multiple more ways to protect and prevent the climate resilience in terms of the vulnerable communities so far.
So now you've brought, I'll come back to you, I'll come back. Now you've brought us into the realm of the non-financial. So there's the financial protection, financial resilience, which is linked to the insurance, and the non-financial piece, which is linked to risk management. How do we help our clients to mitigate the potential for loss related to risk? Who out here does that? Who out here provides risk management assistance for your clients? Not just insurance, but to help them to not have the problem. When we look at livestock insurance, right? The last thing the client wants is to have to make a claim, even if it's great insurance. What they want is for their animal to live. They want to be able to sell their animal if they're fattening it for Ramadan. They want to be able to get the milk. They don't want to have to deal with the insurance. How do we help them do that? Is there anybody out here who helps their clients with these risk management issues? Not just insurance. Insurance is the last step. Anybody? Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, there's a lot of opportunity here because this is really important. Yeah.
Yeah. We have.
Yep.
We have a livestock insurance basically for all our dairy animals, and we are giving like a 3-day training to all our clients with respect to nourishment of the animal, housing, and husbandry, and different modules that we're doing basically. It's part of our capacity building initiative, so that we can make the capacity in that sense.
Yeah. Excellent. Excellent. Here's someone else too. Yep.
So Michael, we're a little different. We're an education finance program, and our loan sizes are much higher. So if we're lending $5 million to a school, there is credit life insurance, but the insurance company is on its edge because of, if the school owner dies, there's a $5 million claim. So we help them manage this risk by first of all telling them to identify successors so that the business doesn't shut down. We don't even have to raise a claim, right? And they're able to then have an ability to continue to repay us. So that we also don't need to go to the insurance company. So there are strategies, as you very rightly said, to help the client manage their risks of default against loans through their own business management. So that's what we do in education financing.
Yeah. See, the education helps too.
Yeah.
And we need to be thinking about this. And yes, there's a cost to these implementations, but the cost can be reduced. The cost can be minimized. in places, sorry to go back to cows, but in places where we've done livestock insurance, we've created a linkage with the universities so that the university, the veterinary schools, can answer calls from people. And that's cheap, very cheap. Okay, there are ways of doing this, and this is really important. Now, just a quick question. If we were able to reduce the risk to clients of suffering loss, would we expect that the insurance premium would come down? I'm hearing yes. I'm seeing a no. We'd see it go up. No. So, yeah, most of us would, I'm counting what you said, but most of it, yeah.
So I'm saying yes, because there is less risk. The expectation of course, the actuarial will also be evaluating it and seeing less claims to be coming in. So the price will come down automatically.
Yeah, because the insurer is calculating based on the amount of risk. When the amount of risk goes down, that has a direct impact on the premium. And just to go back to the discussion we had a few minutes ago, that's the same thing that should be happening with microfinance institutions. As you get your risk reduced, you should be able to reduce your interest rates. Okay? I'm just going to leave that one there. Let me come back just 1 second, back to here, and say this is a product development issue when what we say is the trigger for our product is when the government declares a state of emergency or a disaster, right? This is a problem of product development. And I think I can honestly say that I've not seen this method in other places. And the reason is because in those other places, people don't really trust the government that much. And in that decision that gets made, sometimes people think there might be some political influence there. So you don't want to trigger that potentially has political influence. And so this that you bring up is a real problem. And it makes insurers not trust, it makes clients not trust, and so we have to be very careful about the way we construct these products. And MFIs shouldn't just expect that the insurers are going to have all the answers. They're going to have to look at what's going on, how the insurer's putting these together. Okay? Now, I haven't even talked to you yet. We have to come to you. Yeah. Okay, you can go.
Thank you, Michael. I was referring to your question about APR. You know we are sensitive about it. Basically what has happened, I was actually talking about integrating insurance component into the financial product, and that cost goes higher, and also my colleague mentioned that point. So this is one of the problem that requires solutions. So we entered into collaboration with one of the company that actually provided the solution of satellite database intelligence. And once that cost is translated into, rupee term for a smaller farmer who is seeking only 50,000 to 100,000 loan, that translated into 11,000 rupees per annum cost.
Ouch.
So that's my point, that if you are bringing the solution to that lower level, something, there must be some done maybe by some donor, or maybe this solution has to be, of economic sense to a small farmer. These are solutions, or these solutions are very good solutions, but when they are translated into cost terms for a smaller farmer, they go higher. So that was my point. Thank you.
Okay. So the key here then is what? We have to be careful about the costs that we add. We have to be thinking about how do we keep those costs at a minimum. So very careful in the costs. What we find in microinsurance in general is that the bigger costs typically are not claims costs. They're the admin costs, the costs of getting the satellite data, the costs of getting these other things. So we have to be able to reduce those costs. That's what helps us to be able to offer better products. Do you have any thoughts on any of this?
Quite interesting. I mean, I was thinking of when you go to negotiate on your health insurance price, they ask you, what's your lifestyle? Yeah. And if they check if you have a risky lifestyle, you have the higher premium. So in a way, how do you reduce that is by having a better lifestyle. I mean, you don't do it for the insurance, but if you apply that to the beneficiaries, then what can we do to reduce that risk, to decrease the premium, is actually what the development work is. No? So it's working with the communities and beneficiaries to lower their risk to the climate disasters.
Yeah. Excellent.
I would add a point if I could, please.
Yeah, Zain.
In this discussion about insurance pricing or costing or technology, whatever the case may be, there tends to be a bias in such discussions that we talk about how things are today. So the technology cost is high today when we go and deploy this. The insurance premium cost per unit even is high today when we go and deploy it. I would say that it is perhaps better that if you get into the field, only then will you have a chance to reduce these costs with the data of putting this into practice. So either all of us will have a better understanding that no, we were actually underpricing this and the risk is much higher for the sector, or we will understand that no, the risk, we were overpricing it and it needs to come down. But it's only going to be through actually doing it that we can bring those down, because actuarial analysts are not going to do it. It has to come from the groundwork up, that we have raw data from the field that contradicts what those models say. And we can only really do that by actually engaging and getting these products rolling.
Okay, so how do we manage that? All of you folks, again, how many times have you heard an insurer come back to you and say, you know what, we're making too much money. We're going to reduce the premium so that you can have a better product. How many of you have ever heard that? Never, never, right? So whose role is it?
They probably never will either.
So how do we make sure that the price comes down? That's a role for you. You have to track that data. Years ago when I did a product in Uganda, I said, I did this product and it was overpriced. I knew it was overpriced because it was the first one ever and I needed to make sure the insurer would do it. Okay? After 18 months I came back to them and I said, look, because everything is coming through me, just like it is through you. I'm getting the premiums, I'm getting the claims, it's coming back. And so what I said to them is, look, I've been tracking all this information, and what I see is that of all the premiums that I paid you, only 10% has come back to my clients. And I'm doing all the work. I said, that's basically a 90% profit. That's too much. And I said, this is what I want. I want better product, I want better price. And they did it. But if I didn't come back to them, they would have all been sitting back in the office being happy. Look at all the money we're making. Yep. We have to track this. We have to help provide these benefits for our clients because it helps us. It's an investment in our own productivity, in our own ability to continue when we help our clients to be more resilient. If you look at institutions that have insurance, I guess I haven't looked specifically at this question in Pakistan, but in other countries, you look at programs that have insurance programs within them, and what you can see is that those that have good insurance, good risk management products and services, they are more stable. They get better, more consistent repayment. They get clients who stay on for extra cycles. They get people who pick up other products from the company. So these kinds of things, on the one hand, we have a responsibility to help our clients because it also helps us. And we've seen data and evidence that proves that. Okay. Yep.
I also have a question from you. So considering all these realities that, okay, the claim ratio is 10%, 15%, yep, and we pay premium and lot. So do you have any real-time example that whereby the organization, the MFB or MFI or MFB, they have this disaster management reserve for them, whereby they like 2% or 3% of their income on every month goes into that reserve so that when disaster hits, so at least they can have some money to respond to those disasters or to facilitate the customers.
Yeah, so taking an internal reserve, basically, right? I mean, this is what you're talking about, is taking a reserve inside so that you can help to manage some of these issues when and if they happen. And it helps you to be able to do that. It also might help you to be more rapid in your response to clients, right? So we do see some that have a small amount. Typically, it's too little. And so there is a need for insurance, but there's also different layers of insurance, right? There's insurance for your clients, but you can also get meso-level insurance, institutional portfolio insurance that looks at helping to protect you as an MFI. And these are out there, and these are possible. So, good. Good.
Aftab, I would like to respond to your question as well, because recently State Bank is sitting here. They have actually announced a facility, Resilience Accessible Microfinance. So that is targeted for, you know, all those flood affected areas, which are ultimately, if you register and apply for that, so you will be provided liquidity. So there are two parts. One is product configuration or designing. It is fund available for that, and second fund is available for creating liquidity at floods time or disaster times. So that is one of the facility that is available to banks, MFPs. Thank you.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Yes.
Here.
Where?
Here.
In the back. There we go. Thank you.
My name is 𝗧𝗵𝗲, and I am leading a risk department, RCDP Rural Community Development Program. Actually, this is very interesting topic during this panel discussion. But I think the customers who we are dealing with, the specific customers, I think the insurance companies should make realistic products for specific customers, because they have not a, you know, the big customers, a big businessmen, they have a small businesses. And even when we are talking about the livestock, if you see the buffalo rate, I think 5 to 7 lakh per buffalo. But the farmer can't bear the premier cost of that insurance. So this is the big, the challenge for their customers. The insurance companies, I will suggest, that should be considers these customers and make a specific product for that customers, if you are really to manage the risk in the microfinance industries. Thank you very much.
The insurers to take a different approach. Let me ask you, which MFI are you from?
RCDP Rural Community Development Program.
Excellent. So when you sell insurance to your clients,
yeah,
do you get a commission?
No.
No commission?
No.
Good. Okay.
We can't get a commission. That's the insurance fee, that is the premier which we pay to the insurance company.
Yep.
But that amount is very high for the specific customers.
Right.
There should be a customized product that should be launched for the NBFC's customers. It's my suggestions.
Yeah. But
Because
the point I wanted to make
for all customers, you know.
Yeah. No, I agree. The point I wanted to make is that when we charge commissions as MFIs, that price goes directly into the premium, because it's got to be paid from somewhere. And so we ourselves often have a role in making these prices too high, right?
Michael.
Yeah, Sajjad.
You see, what I'm all about to say, since we are discussing that insurance is can be a solution, but it's not total solution of the disaster issues so far. So what we need to do, we need to strengthening the borrowers and community resilience towards the climate so far. So once, the communities would be resilient, certainly your portfolios, your premiums, your payouts are resilient. So we need to, go a step forward towards this solution, that how we can protect borrowers' livelihoods as well as, your portfolios which are aligned with the borrower's livelihood. So we need to have, blended solutions particularly. One of the solution can be insurance, and it is actually, we've been witness since 2022 fillers, as you know, and from that perspective, we've been prepared ourselves. But these are the, alternative solution and the RAM facility, and so you can create a provision for the DRR portion, but that could be very small portion, keeping in view the intensity of the, disasters in your country. But, we need to go ahead towards, resilience of the household, resilience of the, livelihoods. And apart from that, we need to have, sort of, preparedness in between, the areas where we are continuously receiving these shocks so far. So insurance can be a solution, it is a solution, but out of the box approach has to be adopted.
It's only part of the solution. Yeah. Excellent.
I would just add regarding the customizing or the need for customizing products for microinsurance, for microfinance customers, NBFCs, like was asked. Ultimately, the price or the policy that you get is a function of 3 items, which is the perils covered, the price, and then the premium, how it's going to be paid, what's going to happen with all of this, and what the payout is going to be. That is pretty much all there is into it. And if an insurance company is going to give way on one of those, stools of this proverbial, legs of this proverbial stool, then the other 2 will have to be shifted around to make way. But if, for example, if I were to put it this way, if they cannot afford the insurance, as we're saying, the insurance is very expensive, or at least it's a cash flow problem, as we know generally the segment of the country that we're talking here. Would it be viable, instead of giving a loan straight out the gate, to first give a loan for this insurance policy? So the premium of the insurance policy is what, 1%, 2%, let's say, for livestock. Of this 500,000 rupee animal, it comes to 10,000 rupees. So you give the 10,000 rupee loan, so that cost is offset, spread over a year or however long. And if they're the sort of person who's going to take this insurance and understand what this means, use that as a qualifying metric to give them a loan for the actual animal. There are solutions that can be made together that actually provide value to the customer as well. But it needs a lot of us sitting together and understanding these customers, because I do feel there's more to it than simply an affordability issue. Because it has to factor in somehow, like we started this conversation, that the risk has to be factored in somehow already. And are we missing a trick there by not recognizing it?
Yeah, it's much more than an affordability issue. And when we talk about affordability, we have to be really careful. Sorry, Zain, but one of the reasons why people will say I can't afford it is why? Because they don't trust the insurer is going to pay. They don't trust they're going to get benefit. And if I don't trust I'm going to get benefit, I'm going to say, I can't afford it either, right? So we have to get beyond that. We have to get people to trust insurance. We have to get insurers to pay the claims that they promised when they promised them. If I'm a low-income person, I can't wait 2 months for my life insurance policy to pay. Or my family can't if I die, right? They can't wait. So how do we link up and create partnerships, MFIs to insurers, MFIs to government, MFIs to donors and others? How do we create these partnerships? Maybe do you have something?
Yeah, I mean, maybe just before that, to the discussion, of course, very interesting to listen to you on the issues of insurance and finance. But I have a comment on that is very much supply-driven. When we look at the issues related to adaptation, resilience, this demand-driven perspective is also can help to define how the product should look like. So what do I mean by that? I mean, in the context of resilience, we are now more and more talking about the umbrella meaning of locally led adaptation. That means building from the bottom up the capacities to respond to the disasters and be prepared for the next potentially incidents that happens. Now, why the climate institutions are talking about that is firstly because it taps into the tacit knowledge of the communities. So for years and years, the communities have coped with heat, with rain, with flood, and dealing with the issues that they have with their livestock. So there is tacit knowledge there that can be utilized to become more prepared and therefore reduce the risk. It also puts the communities in the driving seat to decide on the strategies they need to reduce the risk, right? So in terms of where do they need to invest, what kind of infrastructure they need to build. So they will not become a recipients only when the disaster happens, but they are the doers. And from the efficiency point of view, also responses to disasters is always more efficient when you have communities engaged. And they know. You have the early warning systems, they know the protocols, what they need to do. So this is basically the local adaptation. Now, finance, of course, is a big component of enabling that. But to me, there are two preconditions for finance to be able to play its role. One is to have the strategy. Second, to have the capacity. Having these two, then the finance can do the magic. Now, in terms of strategy, when we look at the communities across Sindh that they're affected by floods, the livestock is washed, the products is washed, the houses are washed, they have to look into building long-term strategies for the resilience of the communities and the individual households. They should be participated in deciding what investments they need. Of course, they should be made aware of the risks that they face. Collaboration that we have now with the Sindh People Housing for Flood Affectees under the PAIDAR program funded by the EU is basically working with the villages to help developing climate resilient development plans for their communities where they decide where to build the protective wall. They decide what should be the height of the community center where they can gather their valuable products when the flood hits, and so on and so forth. And in terms of capacity, of course, each of the community members and households, now if they are running a shop or they're just a simple resident, they can have a role to play. So training and capacity building of the communities, the organizations, the individuals to be able to follow certain protocols and SOPs in the case of the disasters is necessary to make sure that we create resilience. And here comes the finance. So from the point of view of the microfinance institutions and the insurance providers, they can say that now it's safe to support this community because they have the capacity and they have the strategy. And I think even in the case of the finance, mechanisms such as village level saving and loan associations, they can create that capacity to immediately respond, right? So sometimes it takes time for the insurance to release the payment or for them to have the real quick money that they need to support the family. The community kind of funds or the associations can provide that. So they can be an integral part in partnership with the other kind of financial institutions to provide that support. So I reiterate the strategy and the capacity and the finance for a bottom-up approach would reduce the risk that institutions like yours are facing.
Taking a bottom-up approach, excellent, excellent. We always have to remember clients.
The news that I've given you a full 60 minutes, but I'm afraid that's all the time we have.
Huh? No, we've only had 45 minutes so far.
No, not really. We've had a 60-minute complete thing.
Should we get 15 more minutes? 15 more minutes?
We'll be eating into the time for the next one, and we already have the women's panel. So anybody who would like to not do further injustice to women, please vote and say that we must go into our next segment now.
Oh my goodness, and women always lose out.
I'm going to play the woman's card here.
Oh man. Okay, I'm just going to do an end thing.
Please take your minute to close the segment.
And then after the women's group, we'll come back up for another hour.
Absolutely.
Did you hear that? We can come back up for another hour after. Okay, sorry. I just want some recommendations. It's important that we leave here telling folks what they can do, actions, not just blah, blah, but some actions. Can we think about a couple of specific things that we can get people to do? Think about recommendations, suggestions, actions, and think about the different layers also. So there's regulations, there's insurers, distributors, policymakers, and even linkages between them. Can you give me something in, okay, 10 seconds that, yeah.
One of the key discussion point, most of the time we have taken the whole panel in the house in insurance. The insurance has to be clubbed in financial products, and that has to be of economic sense to the farmer. That is one action that has to be taken by all, be it regulator, be a financial institution, be it an insurance company. That is one point in maybe 5 seconds.
Great. Thank you.
I wanted to just bring the point of the fact that there's always not enough money to meet our needs. So we need to look into blended financing. That's an important part because there are different risks involved, there are different objectives involved, but blended financing can bring these de-risk and also pool resources. And to that blended financing, apart from the loans and the guarantees and blended solutions insurance that we talk about, I think the elephant in the room is the climate finance. We have to be able to create mechanisms and platforms where climate finance can come in. And I would like to refer to a report recently published by the Green Climate Fund on market-based approaches to climate action. So how to reward adaptation, resilience, and mitigation initiatives by individuals and communities. So basically pay for the results. And that can come in and complement the work of the microfinance and the insurance and the others.
Excellent. Thank you. Blended finance. Let's think about different finance mechanisms. Sajjad?
I think all the stakeholders, including service providers, insurers, policymakers, and regulators, has to act responsibly, because this is now a very rigorous and pertaining issue of the sector actually. So regulator has to incentivize particularly the policies, and the insurers has to simplify their process and payouts as well. And being a financial institution, you has to responsibility to have an inclusive and adaptive financing approaches in your frameworks, as all the solutions can be provided in one window operation so far.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sajjad. Zain?
It's going to be sort of a repetition of the same, really. But
okay, then we're going to skip you.
The microfinance industry is particularly special from our perspective as insurers in how close to the customer you are relative to commercial banks and their customers. We've heard examples here since yesterday about how microfinance operators, whether it is a bank or whether it is MFIs, are rooted in the communities that they're serving, and they know them inside out. That level of knowledge or that level of information, I would say that as an insurer, does not always come to us. So it doesn't always flow upstream. It stops at the level where for us it is this portfolio of the bank's borrowers, and that's it. Where, like the question that came from the gentleman from RCDP, we would love to know more about that community, about how and why they feel this cost is excessive. If it is excessive in the context of the loss ratios that are being seen there or the kind of risks that are there, we'd love to know, because like I said, it doesn't make sense for us to have a product that cannot sell. So it is in our own interest, and definitely we are interested in making products that make sense for this sector. But the more we know, the better we can do that. So I would say collaboration, even though it's a word that's thrown around a lot, but practical collaboration and sharing of real hard data.
Practical collaboration, insurers, and MFIs. And
well, I mean, the product has to deliver. And again, but that is something on what it has to deliver is something that we need to be told on what it has to deliver.
Yeah. And coupling that cooperation and that working together with what we said about understanding the clients, understanding what they want and what they need, then you end up with a product that maybe you have some interest in. Aftab.
So I agree with what Zain said, that the dialogue, discussion and collaboration between MFIs, MFBs and insurance companies, that need to be improved, because honestly speaking, we have not given importance to insurance, that much importance which we should have. Otherwise there is no issue of affordability, because if MFIs, MFBs, they continue charging 35, 40, 45% to their borrowers, so additional 2% the borrowers will continue to repay. I think the actual issue is the collaboration and partnership and dialogue between the insurance company and the MFI, and MFI's and MFB's intent that how much importance they give to insurance and microinsurance and to the sufferings of their customers. One, and two, the readiness of the institution itself. Like Kashif said, and we also have discussed, that insurance is one thing. Otherwise, we have committees for everything which we think that, okay, this can create problem and policies and procedure for the organization. This can impact organization's liquidity and profitability. But at governance level, at management level, there is a need to have disaster risk management committees, policies, procedures, and to train our staff. Actually, we have to invest in our staff, because now these are becoming a routine, these disasters, that how they should respond to these disasters, how they should communicate to the customers at different stages of disaster, during and after the disaster. And we also should develop product beyond insurance, which help the recovery and cash flow and liquidity management of our customers.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Excellent. So we need to think about what else do we add besides just insurance to help our clients to manage that risk. We need to think about how do we understand our clients better so we can develop products better. And we need to think about how we form partnerships and collaborations that are effective for all of us. So thank you very much. Aftab, Zain, Sajjad, Kashif, and Nima. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. May I request this panel to please come forward for a group photograph. It has been a particularly insightful segment where we learned about building disaster resilience. We found how this panel and our stakeholders are, number one, committed to finding innovative solutions. The second key learning that we have learned today is there is nothing as a 10-second comment. We usually overshoot, and we've literally eaten away into the next panel. So ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to our panel here. It was interesting to have this deliberation about disaster resilience, because Pakistan has had quite a history of it. And today, as we are on the 8th of October, we seldom learn from history. It was exactly 20 years ago that Pakistan experienced one of its worst earthquakes. And so far, the conversations and the definition of disasters have been revisited various times. The rescue and relief gets a lot of attention, especially media attention, but it's the rehabilitation and bringing people back on their feet that requires a lot of attention. And of course, when we speak about climates and disasters, it is no secret that it is the most vulnerable communities that get hit the worst, and in particular, the women and the children. So I think it's a perfect segue into our next segment that is focused more on women's financial inclusion, from barriers to breakthroughs. This session will spotlight the barriers women face in accessing finance and systemic gaps that perpetuate exclusion. It will also highlight breakthrough models and innovations that are reshaping women's financial inclusion. Needless to say that this is in collaboration with CARE International Pakistan, who've recently completed some various amazing programs and interventions that have borne a lot of fruit. So I'm sure that they will have a lot to add to the context of it. First and foremost, let me allow me to invite the session chair and the panelists. We will also be inviting the Assistant Country Director, CARE Pakistan, for the scene setting. But first and foremost, may I request the panel to join us. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, the consultant for Asian Development Bank, to please be our session chair. May we now request the panel to join us. We have with us Ms. 𝗶𝗏 𝗧𝗵, the National Coordinator for WE Finance Court at the State Bank of Pakistan. Mr. 𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗶𝗀, the Chief Operating Officer for 𝗏𝗃 Foundation. Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗿, the CEO of Daman Support Program. Next up, Mr. Arsalan Khan, the country head for MasterCard, Pakistan and Afghanistan. May we request Sahibzadi Mahin Khan, founder president and patron-in-chief of the Women Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Last but definitely not the least, 𝗧𝗵𝗶 𝗥𝗲, the CEO of Sindh Enterprise Development Fund. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be handing it over to 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who will have the appropriate time till 5 p.m. sharp to have a discourse with our worthy panel and also to take a few questions should the panel chooses to. But first and foremost, may I request Ms. Gul Sadia Altaf, the Assistant Country Director of CARE Pakistan, to please join us for the scene setting, and then we'll hand it over to 𝗧𝗵𝗲 for this. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Gul Sadia Altaf.
Thank you so much. Hello, everybody, and good afternoon, esteemed guests and friends and colleagues. I can see a lot of people from different financial sector are sitting around. So it's an honor to be here with leaders who are shaping up the future of Pakistan in financial sector. Today's gathering is not just coming together, bringing different organizations together. It's a collective force of purpose and action to transform lives, especially for women. Is there any? If I may request for the presentation, please. So if we step back and look globally, we see that women now own almost 1 in every 3 small and medium businesses. Imagine a world where women entrepreneurs had the same opportunity to access the finance and support as men have. The global economy could gain $10 trillion annually. Across South Asia and Sub-Saharan African, women are already empowering both formal and informal sectors. Yet, over 55% of women-led businesses remain without financing they need. The paradox is undeniable. Women fuel growth, women build resilience, women power economies, yet they remain underserved by formal financial system. Let's bring this closer to home, the Pakistan reality check. Yes, we have seen progress in Pakistan, but the financial inclusion gap for women and girls remains among the largest in the world. Some figures to illustrate this: only about 13 to 15% of women in Pakistan have a formal bank account compared to 35% of men. In digital wallets, the divide is just quite sharp, I would say. Only 7 to 8% of women compared to double that of men. And then when it comes to entrepreneurship, fewer than 5% of women have access to the formal credit. Most are left depending on family and informal groups. These figures are not just numbers, they reveal structures, patterns, practices, and barriers that hold women entrepreneurs back. Yet this is not a tale of despair. Here are different organizations willing to challenge that and support women entrepreneurs and develop their potential as well. We stand on a solid foundation. Pakistan has built the policy framework of financial inclusion, and today it's stronger than ever. The State Bank's Banking on Equality initiatives made a history by declaring that women are not niche, but mainstreaming we have been missing. Maybe the panelists will shed more light on that. The Women Entrepreneur Finance Code has deepened the commitment, sending a powerful message. Women's inclusion is not optional, it's strategic, necessary, and over long due. The groundwork is done, the moment to act. This is the moment to act with urgency, and it's now, and this we can do together. This is why CARE places women and girls at the center of all of our interventions and everything. Poverty cannot be overcome until people include women, have equal access to opportunity. Financial inclusion is more than access. It's a pathway to dignity, security, and economic growth to all. We all can agree that talking about financial inclusion is not enough. Short-term solutions are not enough. True change requires a system change. We must design solutions that reflects women reality, unlock their agency, and embed intelligence related to women and girls at every level of financial decision making. The shift happens when women are no longer considered as beneficiary, but as a powerful economic actors, as investors, entrepreneurs, innovators, and customers. And here is the opportunity. Pakistan already has the foundation, policy, regulation, and technology. What we need now is the commitment. With it, financial inclusion will not just close the gap, it will multiply growth, resilience, and opportunities for all. Here, meet with one of the entrepreneurs. We have seen this shift in action. 𝗶𝗲 𝗥𝗲, a 42 years old mealworm farmer from Rawalpindi, for her learning digital social media marketing skill, helped her expand visibility, grow her customer base, and build connection with the fellow entrepreneurs. Today, her business supports her family and demonstrates how the right opportunities can transform barriers into breakthrough. 𝗶𝗲's story is not an isolated one. It's a window to broader landscape we will be discussing today. As we begin this session, let us acknowledge dual reality before us. Despite progress, barriers such as documentation hurdles, social norms, design shortcomings, and data gaps continue to constrain women's access to the opportunities. But equally, there are inspiring breakthroughs, innovations, collaborations, and financial solutions that demonstrates art of the possible. The conversation is not only about shifting from limitation to transformation, but also providing the solution as well. The question is no longer how do we include women, but rather how do we ensure women step forward as a leader, creator, and equal partners in the finance. So I'll try to make it more interactive session. Kindly take out your mobiles and scan this code. My team sitting here can help you if you raise hand, if you face any difficulty. And kindly share your thoughts. I look forward to an energizing dialogue filled with solution and new possibilities. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, 𝗂𝗏, for the opening remarks and setting the stage. Just for everyone's reference, we started 10 minutes late, so we will also end this at 5:10. Sidra, much apologies to you, but yes. I want to give each of my panelists here their due time because I'm very happy right now
A, that I have such experts on this panel with me, but also B, that there are also 2 other women on this panel, and it's not a manner like the last one. So really, when we're talking about women's inclusion, we need to talk about women's inclusion everywhere. I will try in this session to learn from our panelists about, what have they been working on and what are some of the key successes and failures that they've seen. Because I think a lot of the conversation when we talk about women's financial inclusion, हम फोकस ये करते हैं कि बैरियर्स क्या हैं, हम फोकस ये करते हैं कि चीज़ें क्यों नहीं चल रही। तो आज इस पैनल के अंदर मैं ये चाहूँगी कि मैं अपने पैनलिस्ट से जब बात करूँ तो मैं उनसे ये भी पूछूँ कि क्या चल रहा है, और हम अपनी कॉन्वर्सेशन ज़्यादा फोकस करें इस चीज़ पे कि क्या पहलू हैं जो हम जिन पे काम कर सकते हैं जिससे ख़वातीन की रसाई जो है फाइनेंशियल सर्विस से बढ़ सकती है। और साथ साथ मैं ये भी बात करना चाहूँगी हमारे पैनलिस्ट से कि जो it's not just about inclusion, it's also about deepening. So that's the agenda for the next 40 minutes. I will request all the panelists to please keep their answers brief because, again, I don't want to eat into the time of the panelists that come later just because we're going in a sequence. So without further ado, I'll put my first question to someone that I've worked with actually for a very long time in my life, and I'll speak to 𝗵𝗲 साहब सबसे पहले. And 𝗵𝗲 साहब, so as all of you know, 𝗵𝗲 साहब is the COO of 𝗏𝗏 Foundation, which is the largest provider of financial access to women in Pakistan, and I think it's also the largest provider of access to microfinance loans in the NBMFC sector overall. So 𝗵𝗲 साहब, my question to you is, how are you guys doing this, right? So when we talk about women's financial inclusion, the conversation generally goes around barriers. But there is an approach that you guys have been following, which is the Microfinance Plus approach. So if you could briefly just give 3 major lessons or key things that you have learned from the field that have made 𝗏𝗏 a success, because it's not just about numbers with 𝗏𝗏, it's also about great portfolio quality. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I will begin with placing robust HR as a first success factor for 𝗏𝗏 Foundation. So as many of you know, 𝗏𝗏 Foundation is a national level program. We have presence all across the country. So over time we have learned this thing that having a fully committed and aligned HR is very, very important. But then when you are working in Sindh, when you're working in Karachi, when you're working in KPK, some institutions normally feel that perhaps it is important to have your pioneer staff being placed at different senior positions remotely. But we have learned this art that having local leadership at all levels is very, very important. So today, our KPK region is being led by a lady who is a Pashtun. So that wasn't easy for us. I mean, even internally there were challenges. But we knew that we cannot grow our program until we have a local leadership available. Secondly, it is important to have that mission alignment. So at 𝗏𝗏 Foundation, when we plan to open a new branch, when the staff is hired, first 2-3 days just spent on ensuring clarity of purpose, why the organization, why the foundation is here, what is the mission of the organization, and what are the guiding principles, I mean, what are the values that every staff member needs to align him or herself with. And this plays a very important role, because when you have a workforce from bottom to top or from top to bottom that is cohesive, that is fully aligned, that is fully trained, then I believe 60 to 70% of your job is already done. So having a robust HR is, in my view, is the first and the foremost success factor that has enabled 𝗏𝗏 Foundation to reach these heights. Next, I would like to talk about the integrated approach. So the success of the organization lies in having an approach that goes beyond traditional microcredit programs. So, for example, 𝗏𝗏 Foundation is the first microfinance institution or non-banking MFC that adopted this individual lending model back in 2009 after that country-level delinquency crisis. And at that time, perhaps everybody was raising fingers at us, because, I mean, everybody was saying that there is no need to reinvent the wheel when group lending is working well all across the globe. So why 𝗏𝗏 Foundation is doing away with group lending and adopting the individual lending program. But as we speak, I mean, many of the financial institutions in the country, even the microfinance banks, they have, I mean, they're following group lending, but they have significantly reduced the group size. But this individual lending program helped us know our clients in much more detail, assess their needs in a much more effective manner, meet their needs, and then monitor the impact. Because when you are in a group lending program, there are certain limitations that hamper this monitoring. Then again, 𝗏𝗏 Foundation was the first one to introduce Credit for Life. So we have these bundled safety nets starting from life insurance to health insurance to animal insurance. And I mean, I'm happy to share that today, not only in the microfinance sector, but in the microinsurance sector, 𝗏𝗏 Foundation is a leading organization. So we capture almost like 50% of the microinsurance sector, having over 5.7 million beneficiaries, directly or indirectly. So that is something that has helped us. Then, of course, having these capacity building trainings, because we heard that financial literacy, capacity development, business development skills play a very important role. So we have a complete function that is just focused on ensuring that every client receives a minimum number of financial literacy trainings in order to know the importance of funds being availed and how these funds can be used effectively. I mean, as of now, we have trained almost 3 million clients under different financial literacy programs. So this thing has played a very, very important role in the success of the foundation in the last 3 decades. Social advocacy is a very important aspect. So we have like gender councils. There are around 400 gender councils that are operating across our network, and they promote discussion on different social issues. And that dialogue actually helps us strike that balance within the household. So this is something that has also helped our female clients become much more empowered and take charge of their financial and social decisions. So this is the holistic approach that 𝗏𝗏 Foundation is following in last 3 decades. Okay, so I will quickly go through the last 2 points. So the strong governance and the operational excellence is again something that has played a pivotal role. So we have a very engaged board and very experienced top management team that is backed by a well-aligned middle management team and the staff members working at the grassroots level. So this has also significantly contributed towards the success of the organization. And last but not the least is the gender intelligent design and advocacy, because 𝗏𝗏 Foundation deeply understands the gender dynamics in the country. That is why our program, our products are fully focused towards females. I mean, as we speak, like we have over 970,000 active borrowers, and all of them are female. And very important aspect that actually differentiates 𝗏𝗏 Foundation from rest of the sector is that we actually monitor how much or what percentage of productive loans are being used directly by our female borrowers. So again, I can proudly share that almost 78% of productive loans are directly invested in female businesses. So when we talk about real women empowerment, it cannot come just by providing a loan to a female, but actually making her economically active.
Thank you so much, 𝗏𝗏 for those insights. I think one of the most important keywords that you've said is mission alignment. And if you're aligned to the mission and if you want to serve your client, you will find out about the client, you will know your client, and you will develop products, you will innovate for the client. And I think that's also what Michael was saying in the earlier session, you know, he was trying to say that you have to listen to the audience, you have to listen to the client. So thank you so much. I think that's a key learning. I'll quickly move over to 𝗧𝗵𝗲. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Naseem, as you all may know, is a joint director at the State Bank of Pakistan, and I've been working with her recently on the Women Entrepreneurs Financial Inclusion Code, which she is the code coordinator for also. So thank you so much, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, for being here. I think, you know, sort of taking from what 𝗵𝗲 was saying in terms of intentionality, you know, so a lot of people say that they want to become part of the solution, and, you know, they have the intention, but it doesn't really follow through in their actions. It doesn't follow through in the work that they're doing. So I think my question to you, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, is, you know, what do you think is the role of international frameworks and national frameworks like the BOE, Banking on Equality, or the National Financial Inclusion Strategy, or the more recently signed Women Entrepreneurs Financial Inclusion Code, in actually changing the financial system and actually creating that cognizance of gender inclusion and deepening? So over to you.
Thank you so much, Zainab, and thank you to PMN for organizing this event and inviting me to become part of it. So I won't go into sharing a lot of numbers because I think CARE has done a great job of sharing a lot of insights. I want to talk about State Bank's journey of being intentional in our approaches to include women in the formal financial system. So our journey dates back to 2015 with the start of the first financial inclusion strategy, the National Financial Inclusion Strategy. That was the first strategy, the first policy, the first framework issued by the regulator that prioritized women's access to financing and set a target for women. And through that, we had the ability to dive deeper into the overall ratio of women in the formal financial system. We got an insight into getting access to unique account ownership of women, to understand what is their actual level of participation in the formal economy. So that data was integral for us to set the roadmap for future. We had a second iteration of the National Financial Inclusion Strategy in 2018, which set higher targets for reaching out to women. But the challenge we had was that we realized that just having targets for gender is not enough. You need an associated granular action plan that recognizes the challenges that women have to face in their access to formal financial services, be it accounts or financing, and also set a roadmap of actions that could reorient the banks and make them more women-friendly in their policies and approaches, so that they're able to actually value a female client equal to a man. So that was something that was missing in our financial system, and that was the thinking behind the development and launch of the Banking on Equality policy. That was the first gender mainstreaming policy launched in 2021, and its main aim was to embed a gender lens in the policies and practices of the banks. And it focused on a lot of areas, but the three main areas in which it made the biggest impact was A, it created an intentionality about having gender diversity at the banks. B, it forced the banks to have women-centered products and services. And C, it helped us get even more data to not only ensure that the banks understand what the values and the opportunities exist in the market, but we also had more information about further policy making. And so overall, it was able to change the mindset of the banks. And I'm happy to share that in 3 years of the policy's implementation, we've been able to reduce the gender gap in terms of access to accounts by 9%. We were standing at 39% in 2021, and as per latest numbers that came to us yesterday, we've brought that down to 30%. In terms of financing, the microfinance borrowers have improved by 200% during this span of time, and the overall financing portfolio of SME and Agri for women has also doubled in size. In addition to that, in terms of diversity, before the policy was launched, women's ratio in the bank stood at 13%, and now it stands at 17%. We are not complacent in the progress we've seen, but we also have to understand that when we're looking at an area as challenging as women's access to finance, it needs some time. And when we look back, we can see how far we've made the progress. And now, because of the success of the policy, we're working on the second iteration of the policy. And we're not only leveraging the foundational progress made under BOE, but we're also coming up with strengthened actions and targets, especially for women's financing, which is a harder nut to crack. Coming to international collaborations, we realized that, once we've made all this progress for improving women's access to financial services and also creating a blueprint for the banks to follow, now it's the time to build an ecosystem, to build a coalition, to get more stakeholders to join this movement, to join this important area. And so our collaboration with Asian Development Bank has been quite lucrative in the sense that first, we have been able to join the We Finance Code, which is a World Bank-led global initiative to reduce the gender gap in women's microfinance and SME financing. And so we just had the launch event in July, and I'm happy to share that 22 banks have voluntarily joined us in adopting the code in Pakistan, and we're going to work with the banks and hopefully other regulators to work to remove bottlenecks in women's financing. And another thing that we have done recently is that we've just launched an innovation challenge facility to support innovations in women's financial inclusion. And so basically it's a challenge facility under which microfinance banks, commercial banks, and fintechs can get grants to pilot and scale innovative ideas that are at the core focusing on improving women's access to finance. So to summarize, we've worked on 3 levels to tackle this systemic problem. First, we have had consistent gender-positive national financial inclusion strategies. Secondly, we've acknowledged the on-ground challenges that women face and come up with a banking on equality policy that aims to tackle that. And finally, we're coalescing that development and hopefully making other partners join us on this cause so that we can scale the impact.
Thank you so much, Vaika. So I guess what the big takeaway from what you're talking about is that it can't just be a statement. It just can't be an intentionality. It has to be followed up with functional planning. It has to be followed up by learning from others. It has to be followed up with not just targets, but also enabling the institutions to meet those targets. So a lot of capacity building work. And I think when it all comes in the larger sort of purview of an umbrella framework, it's just easier to bring all the elements together. So thank you so much for sharing that. I'm going to quickly move over to you, Arslan, because I don't want you to feel ignored right at the end over there. So Arslan, as you all know, is the country head for MasterCard, Pakistan and Afghanistan. And a lot of the work that's been recently done with MasterCard is on the Strive program for women entrepreneurship. So Arslan, my question to you in the similar vein of what we started this session is what have been the key learnings in terms of successes out of the Strive program, and how can digital, especially since payments and digital is really the forte that MasterCard has, how can digital not just lead to inclusion for women, but what can be done to deepen this inclusion so that women not only have accounts, but they start using the services, they start using all of the the menu of services that are available to them. So it's a very simple, short question.
I think this is working. Yeah, it's working. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. So Strive Women is a program that MasterCard Center for Inclusive Growth works with CARE across 3 markets, Peru, Vietnam, and Pakistan. We launched the program last year. It's a 3-year program. And essentially what it does is it's designed to drive financial inclusion, provide financial access, credit, training, know-how, skills to at least 100,000 entrepreneurs over a 3-year program, out of which at least a minimum of 70% should be women entrepreneurs, right? Our previous iteration of the program, which ended last year, was also a 3-year program called Ignite. In that particular program, it was 50,000 entrepreneurs, out of which 30% were women, right? Approximately through our partners and through certain specific designs, about $50 million worth of lending and know-how and development were imparted outwards. So say, look, it's 30%, next program, let's make it 70%, right? We don't do this on our own. We do this with a large set of partners, right? So A large set of, I would say, microfinance banks have also been involved. Moblink Microfinance Bank. Then you have UBank. We brought in Bank of Punjab as well. It's very interesting. She mentioned that the women banking account penetration has moved from 13 to 17%. Some of our partners actually have, I would say, customer representation of 30%, and they're moving it up now to 50%. So very actively engaged partners in the financial inclusion story. I think the key strategies that we found basically is that instant credit, instant access to credit or lending was extremely important, right? And here we're talking about, and this is where the digital aspect comes in very quickly. About 70% of the customers are part of the 𝗧𝗵𝗵 program were receiving lending for the first time, right? So this is, sorry? Okay. So they were receiving lending for the first time. About 71% then repeated again, right? So it made it easier for them to access emergency funding for the things. And the beautiful thing is that across 𝗧𝗵𝗵 program across the 3 markets, we found that women are better customers. They pay faster.
No surprises there.
They actually are. I mean, it's a known global fact. Once the training is imparted, and this is for the banks, this is what we tell to our banking partners as well. They're very astute. Once the learning and the development kicks in, the repayment. Essentially what digital has done is it's digital lending, so it comes quicker, easier. They have access to e-commerce and marketplaces, right? And I think it's becoming more of a repeat thing. And I think now, with some of our partners, specific, I would say, lending products have been designed for them, right? And I think we've done that with 2 or 3 partners, and I think it's being extended forward. But I think the key thing basically is that bundled solutions, I think, is the biggest digital foray. So instant access to credit, being part of the system is very important because credit or lending kind of drives the economic growth as well. And the third thing basically is that that it's not just about just the lending part. It's about literacy, it's about education, it's about community outreach, and I think that's what this program has done very successfully. And we thank our partners CARE. They've done an amazing job with our partners, and we're looking forward to this next scale of the program as well.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much, Arslan. So I think really what we're taking from what you're saying is that, it needs to be a contextualized product, it needs to have the speed, it needs to have the convenience, it needs to have the trust, which is why you're using outreach with established, trustable organizations, and it works. And I think that's really something, जो मैं चाहती हूँ that everybody takes from this session, that serving women is not an extreme rocket science formula, it's very commonsensical. It is something that you have to intend to do, then you have to back that intention with the capacity of your own staff, and then you have to back it with listening to what the client is saying. And I think if you put all of those things together, you will be able to come up with a gender intentional product, and you have a lot of opportunities to do that. So it's not something that's unthinkable. या हम सोचते हैं कि नहीं ख़वातीन को तो सर्व नहीं कर सकते. And I know that the microfinance sector is not guilty of that because they have been serving women. But generally, when you look at the financial sector, आप ये देखते हैं कि ख़वातीन को सर्व करने में हिचकिचाहट होती है, but वो हिचकिचाहट comes from myths as opposed to reality, as what you are seeing all of our panelists talk about. So thank you so much, Arslan, for sharing that. Before I move to this side, because I have some ecosystem development organizations on this side, I will just finish up on from my left, and I'll take my question to Asghar Saab. So Asghar Saab, you are now the CEO of Daman, but we also know you in a previous role as being with the Apex lender to microfinance. So given that you've worn these 2 hats, and you've seen the sector from really like a high level lens, and now you're in the field, what do you feel are the major breakthroughs that can be made or have been made for women's access to finance?
Thank you very much, Zainab, and it's a good question. Assalamu alaikum to all. And thank you very much for asking this. I think I can quote mainly three things into here, if I see from both the perspectives. One could be the financing, basically. If we see the sector that's growing, the number of clients are growing, the outstanding loan portfolio is growing. But if we see the portion of the MFIs are decreasing. However, the MFIs are providing almost 80% of their loans, more than 85% of their loans to women clients. So, and if we see the other side, the MFPs, we see the growth over the last 2 years, mainly from in terms of the number of clients from the nano loans. And that's not necessarily be going towards the rural women or women in town we are talking about. So, if 𝗬𝗲 is concerned, 𝗬𝗲 is working in 18 districts of Punjab, and even when I see with the systems and controls in 𝗬𝗲 and have looked into the system and controls of other MFIs as well, so I can clearly say that they have the capacity, they have the capability to perform more, to increase more women clients. And if we provide that funding, then obviously the 80%, 85% of that would go to the women. As we also see during the initial scene of the presentation, the gap of the funding is huge, almost 10 trillion that we just heard about that. So one thing is this one, that financing is to provide there. The other thing is, I said that 𝗬𝗲 is working in the Punjab, in 18 districts of Punjab. Punjab is generally perceived to be a more educated or more aware province as compared to others. And but even though when we see into deeper, the ground realities are quite different. And if we met with those clients in our area, even in the villages that are close to motorways or highways, you'll find that it's very less number of percentage which are being utilized. The women have the mobiles or digital access. So the second one is this, the awareness, financial literacy that needs to be given to the women. I recall sometimes back, although the institutions are doing at their own, as 𝗬𝗲 also stated earlier, we also do the same, and we we conduct sessions with our clients before disbursement and making them aware about the digital finance and other things, because we have recently converted our recovery operation to all digital ones and through these branches banking agents. So we believe that if clients utilize that, obviously they will be more aware, and institutions' cost would be reduced as well. So that's why we continue to doing so. At third level, I think the important thing would be the development of financial products. We know that there are general regular products that are being offered to women and clients in various operation areas of various institutions, but I believe that still there is a lot to go, and especially in perspective of digital. And for that, again, the second point that I said, that financial literacy is much important. And these are the three, I think, basically things that needs to be said. And one thing that I could suggest, if that the institutions who are working in the provision of financial services or financials to women clients, they need to be incentivized. I mean, we see that microfinance institutions have 20% of portfolio, but the other side has the larger portion. They also need to be incentivized. They are working with the women. If we truly believe that women need to be served in our operational area. So not only to the other side, this one, but in MFI should also be given incentivized, be incentivized for these financial products. So this.
Great. Thank you so much, Asghar, and thank you for staying in time. So really what Asghar Saab is talking about is that awareness and capacity building of the clients is as important as the access to finance. And I think we hear that a lot. We heard Gule Sadia say that in her opening remarks. We heard 𝗬𝗲 Saab talk about that. We've generally been hearing this as a recurring theme, that if you're going to work with women and if you're going to push the envelope on women's financial inclusion, whether it's deepening, whether it's, digital, you have to work with them and you have to build their capacity. And that's been a big learning from 𝗬𝗲. And then product development is another thing that Asghar is talking about. And I think we cannot stress on that enough. I think we can just have a conference on product development and how product development needs to be gender intentional, and you need to listen to the problem before you come up with a solution. So thank you so much, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, for sharing that. On the incentives bit, I'm a bit on the fence because I do feel that there is a big business case for serving women, and that, incentives, we can talk about it offline, but I'm a bit, in the middle. I don't fully agree. I do think that there are lots of implicit incentives. If you look at the women inclusion policy that the SECP came up with, the Women Equality in Finance policy, it's full of, implicit incentives, and I think those should be enough, because they are half of this country is female, and 30% of them are bankable. Or more than 30% actually of them are bankable. So there is a great business case for serving women, and I think as people in the financial sector, we should look for that business case more. But we can, of course, take this offline and discuss more. So thank you so much. I'm going to move to my right now, and thank you so much, Maheen, for being with us. For those of you who did not catch what Maheen does, she is the founding president of the Women Chamber of Commerce and Industry for Kurangi. And as all of you know, much more than the Lahori and me, Kurangi is the center and the hub of industrial activity in Karachi. So Maheen, my question to you, again, keeping with the same vein, what is working is that if you could, we've seen across the world that chambers of commerce, business associations have been pivotal in, pushing the envelope or pushing women's capacity building, especially women micro-entrepreneurs and women entrepreneurs in general. So could you walk us through some of the work that's being done by the Chamber of Commerce, under your leadership, and now as you being the patron-in-chief of the organization, what are some of the things that you've been doing for women that have been working, that is helping them, either gain access to finance or graduate from personal finance to business finance?
Thank you so much. There's a lot I could speak on, because I've had this journey of 8 years heading this chamber. And if we talk about chambers and associations, especially for women, they all have similar challenges. And it's not only about Pakistan, it's across the borders. So when you spoke about half of the population is women, still we have so many organizations working for women and to boost them, to help them, assist them. Still we have this 1% women entrepreneurs in Pakistan. So that's the dilemma. We would like to increase that number, and we're all working towards it. So there are a lot of barriers, I would say, or challenges which have improved over the years. If I talk about previously, the numbers were really, really bad, but now it has improved. First of all, the barriers, the major challenges are access to finance, and obviously then we talk about financial literacy, financial freedom, and access to opportunities is also one of the major challenges women face. And when we talk about urban and rural, the situation is really bad in, I must say, in rural areas, but in urban is also not very good. You could see from the figures and stats, which is 1%. If we talk about international figures, even the developing countries, neighbors like Bangladesh and other countries, they have, double-digit numbers. So we haven't improved on that. We are all working towards it. And I'm glad, several organizations are working, and I'm also happy to say that PAIDAR is also one of them, which is making quite a good effort in that, and especially in the areas of Sindh, where marginalized communities lie. 5 areas they're working: Badeen, Thatta, Tharparkar, and 2 more, I guess. So they've only, targeted 57 women successfully, and we all chambers help them to access to that. When we talk about how I have contributed to this, people as in women entrepreneurs also look forward. So we as a platform are a bridge between these organizations. We are all here, like Sindh and other organizations, to give opportunities to women and have access to this organization awareness program. When we talk about State Bank, they have a lot of programs for women, but then these women do not have access, and then we are a platform where we are a bridge giving them access to information, to finance, help them understand, then mentoring. This is also one of the biggest things, and the sustainability of the projects. And the major thing, what we've seen over the years, even SMEs or successful businesses which are happening in our urban areas, when we talk to female and we said, how about, how are you doing the financials, the bankings, they have no clue about it because everything has been handled by their family. When we talk about family, the male dominates that sector about finance and operations. They're there to operate. They're the face of the organization or SME or the project. But their brothers, their fathers have been accessing, so they do not have. So we try to mentor them that this is the most important thing, not only from the business prospects, but it's for their personal financial freedom. They should know how to do banking. They should know the simple financials, how to do it. And the other thing what we feel is that there's a lot of undocumented businesses. They're very scared of the NTNs, why they should come into this sector. A lot of entrepreneurs, you see online businesses, they've flourished. But when we speak to them about, become a member of the chamber, and there's certain prerequisites for the chamber that you need to have your NTN, your bank statement, and they get so scared. They say, no, no, no. Our family says you don't get into this, the other institution will come after you, and you don't get anything left, your income is taken away. So that's also one of the fears they have, and we need to come up with more awareness programs. We have already, as a chamber, we are handling it about this particular issue that coming into the economy, the document economy does not mean that your income is taken away. Then the other thing related to these, lot of more branches out. So we are there helping them. In the recent thing, how I has achieved one of the things with the Chinese consulate, I was able to get 5 nominations for Euro-Asian Women Entrepreneurship Workshop in China. And I had taken 5 women for this 2 weeks workshop. So when we talk about women entrepreneurs, they require hand-holding, they require, access to such opportunities, So I just need to now wrap up. So how we are all helping them, and we look forward for more hand-holding collaborations to help them. Thank you.
This is the spooky one that works when it wants to. Thank you so much, Maheen. So yes, I guess we're hitting a lot of the same things that the financial providers are also talking about. It's not just about, giving women access to finance, but mentoring them, taking them, forward on their journey and acting as the bridge. There is, of course, a lot more strength in numbers. And microfinance, of course, exhibited this with its group lending, which is now, of course, not that popular. But, when you put women together, they build on each other's strengths and the associative strength that comes of being part of a platform. So thank you so much, Maheen, for sharing that. Last but not the least, I will go to 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who is the CEO of the Sindh Enterprise Development Fund. And my question to you is actually very similar to what I asked Maheen. And, could you basically talk us through some of the programs or some of the initiatives that the Sindh Enterprise Development Fund is undertaking, for entrepreneurship in general, but specifically if you have any programs for women entrepreneurs?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you. I'm glad I'm in the last because I got to hear all the commendable work being done by all the panelists, and that the government has the last say. So I would like to thank UNIDO and European Union and Pakistan Microfinance Network for organizing this event and raising a very important topic, which is support for women entrepreneurs and supporting them through access to finance and microfinance and all. So I'll tell you a little bit about Sindh Enterprise Development Fund. We spoke a lot about the issues over here, which is access to finance for females. Maheen just mentioned regarding they have problems setting up their NTNs and SRV, which is a hassle. then a lot of females, even if they get finance, they have to go through that collateral putting up thing to the banks or any financial institution, as a matter of fact. State Bank has done quite a bit of work in that. So what we are doing is Sindh Enterprise Development Fund, being an entity of the Investment Department, Government of Sindh, we are providing solutions to support SMEs and micro enterprises in the province of Sindh. So what we do is, I'll just tell you a bit synopsis what we do. We provide technical and financial assistance to SMEs who want to set up their projects in Sindh, be it either agriculture, livestock, dairy, poultry, anything apart from real estate, because alhamdulillah we have a lot of buildings. It's an urban city now, Karachi, or rural or interior में भी काफ़ी हो रही है. But so what we provide is we provide technical assistance by providing them with the business plans. We have just partnered with UNIDO PAIDAR, where we are setting up feasibilities and business plans for SMEs in the province of Sindh. Being the government department, we liaise with different government departments if they require any NOC, any land issues, any utilities. So that's the technical side. The financial side, we have collaborated with almost all the banks, commercial banks in Pakistan and microfinance banks. Aapka shayad reh gaya, aap se bhi hum log kar lenge agreement. And what we do is we provide loan to these SMEs on 70-30 debt to equity ratio. So whatever loan you are taking from the bank, you obviously have to pay an interest fee, a KIBOR. So SCDF has been established in 2012. And unfortunately, I am still trying to create awareness of this brand. Inshallah, hopefully I'll be successful. What we do is the 70% of loan that is given to these enterprises, we cover the KIBOR cost for a period of 3 years. So what happens is you end up paying the spread, whatever is being charged to you by the bank, which is 1 or 2%. We have supported small SMEs which have turned into big now. Some of the names are Dairyland, Dayfresh. We have just supported the biggest biogas, biomethane plant in Sindh, and it's the second largest in Southeast Asia. The first one is in Indore, and the second one is in Pakistan, in Karachi, Gadar. And that's made through this cow dung and agriculture waste. Apart from that, we have supported the biggest shrimp farming project in Pakistan. It's based in Gharo. It's on 1,000 acres. So that is going to upscale our shrimp farming and fish farming prospects in Pakistan. So that's the financial side. We have collaborated with UNIDO PAIDAR now, and we are supporting entities and enterprises through enterprise grants. We will be jointly giving grants to enterprises, and we have made sure to include women entrepreneurship in that. So anybody, we will be rolling out it soon, inshallah, by the end of this year. And any female who wants to invest in the province of Sindh, who have a good idea, they can come to us, they can apply to us, and we will be giving them grants. We will be also supporting them if they require any debt raising from the banks. Coming to the topic of microfinance, we did a pilot project with one of the microfinance banks in 2023, where we supported 10,000 females in the sector of embroidery, knitting, tailoring, fisheries, livestock, and we absorbed the KIBOR part. The rate of microfinance banks are quite high, and I would request them to reduce it so that it will become bearable for our, especially for our female entrepreneurs. So, alhamdulillah, we supported those females, 10,000 females. It was a pilot project, and there was a zero NPLs. They all paid their loan back. जिससे हमें पता चलता है कि ख़वातीन को अगर पैसे मिले तो वापस कर देती हैं.
ख़वातीन हर चीज़ में ही बहुत अच्छी हैं, basically पैसे वापस करने में भी. Yes, all the women in this room will agree with me. Thank you so much, Qiza, for doing that. I think आपने जो लास्ट में बात की है, which you sort of touched on, was blended finance, and I think we don't talk about blended finance enough. And that's very important, where you can defray some of the costs, especially for small SMEs or even medium SMEs, and do the products in a way that they're longer term so that they make more sense to the SMEs and the cash flows of the SMEs. So I think that's a very important point. सिद्रा आके बैठ गई हैं और वो मुझे अभी स्टेज पे भी आ जाएंगी, लेकिन मेरे पास 5 मिनट हैं, तो मैं 5 मिनट के लिए फ्लोर ओपन करूंगी for questions from the audience. I would really request that you please have questions and not comments so that we can build our knowledge from the expert knowledge of our panelists. Do I see any hands for questions in the audience? Do we have any hands? Oh, somebody's tapping a mic. Is somebody tapping a mic?
Thank you so very much for this amazing discussion. My question would be that we are talking about empowering women in marginalized groups and all of that. But I, as a woman who is a working woman, have been asked when applying for a credit card or any kind of other scheme to give CNIC numbers or nominations of male referees. It is 21st century. We don't need men to come as our guarantees. And if I can face such challenges, I can imagine what women in the rural areas might be facing. There are women-led households. There are no men sometimes around. There are no men to even give the guarantee. So how we can overcome this very challenge that I think all women like me and maybe in different circumstances do face. Thank you.
This is a very tough question. I am going to bring it to you, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, since you are the regulator, and I know that the regulations says otherwise.
Thank you so much for that question. Like Zainab said, actually there's no regulation that specifies that. It's just become a market practice for some reason. But the fact is that we are aware of this, and under the banking inequality framework, like I mentioned, we're working on the second iteration of the policy, which will set actions and targets for the next 3 years. We are aware of this issue, among several other issues that women do face when they go to a bank to avail any kind of financial service. So inshallah, we will make sure that women don't have to face that problem anymore.
Does anyone else from the panel want to take a stab at this, other than 𝗧𝗵𝗲? Ji, bilkul. 𝗵𝗲 साहब and then Asghar saab.
Yeah, so from 𝗏𝗏's perspective, because I have otherwise no control over it, but I mean at 𝗏𝗏 Foundation, as I talked about the clarity of purpose and that intention. So, and we were the first organization that went into the individual lending program. There was no group collateral. So normally we hear about guarantees and all that. We have made it very easy for our female customers. I mean, they can access loan without the involvement of their male members, and even a female from the household can guarantee a female's relationship with 𝗏𝗏 Foundation. I believe, I mean, if we have to promote women's financial inclusion, we will have to come up with these flexibilities. Because there's this myth that perhaps without the involvement of a male member, we would not be able to make a good lending decision. But I mean, over time we have proved, and I mean, our numbers have proved, whether it's in the urban market or in the deep rural areas of the country, we have these flexibilities available for females.
That's great. Asghar saab, aap jaldi se kuch add karte hain?
Yes, I think again my point comes that awareness sessions has to be conducted. The clients, the women clients, have to be given more confidence. I know that some of the institutions that are working, they involve male of the particular household, and sometimes they utilize their loans as well, because but they are doing it in a different way. I mean, they are although not allowed, that's why they are afraid of this one. So Daman has now introduced a product especially for those women who really wanted to involve one of their relatives, maybe from the household, from other, openly, officially, so that they can jointly hold the business without hiding anything, anything like that. So officially, so we need to build confidence level by making them financially resilient. Likewise, earlier said that the various insurance, we also provide insurance to women and their spouse as well. Yeah. Then the health insurance as well to cover their hospitalization and maternity levels. So if they are resilient, financially resilient, only then they will be confident enough enough to overcome these issues in the future.
Thank you so much, Asif Saab. Yes.
That right now you don't have to visit a bank branch to open a bank account. You can do it from your phone. There are two ways to do it. Either you can open an 𝗧𝗵𝗲 mobile account that you can even do with a feature phone that uses the USSD technology. And secondly, you can open an 𝗧𝗵𝗲 digital account, which I just opened that last night for my cook. And it was really seamless. So please do try that too.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Faika. So I'm going to sum up so that we can give time to the next panel. I think I want to pick up what Asghar Saab said right towards the end, कि कुछ ऐसी ख़वातीन भी हैं जो शायद comfortable नहीं है अकेला loan लेने के लिए, तो उनके लिए भी product है. And whether I agree with that product or not, I think that we have to wholeheartedly endorse that notion. We have to learn from the experiences and the wants of our clients. There may be some women who are not comfortable involving the males of their household, but there will be women who are more comfortable involving the males of the household. And we as financial service providers, as enterprise development support providers, as payment gateways, need to cater to the needs of all these women. And we need to understand, we need to innovate, and we need to have multiple versions of products. Faika just talked about the 𝗧𝗵𝗲 digital account and the 𝗧𝗵𝗲 account. You know what the difference is? For one, you don't need a smartphone because you have to cater to the needs of multiple kinds of personas, just as Arsalan had talked about in, when they're designing products for the Stripe partnership. So with that, thank you so much for all of your attention. Thank you to my panelists for staying on time and for the great and brilliant responses. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zainab. May I request the panel to please come forward for a group photograph, please? Ladies and gentlemen, I think we ended on a fantastic note, which was more about equitable growth. One shoe size cannot fit all, and one of the best definitions of equity that I've heard is that you just don't make sure that everybody gets a pair of shoes, you make sure that they get a shoe pair that fits them. So therefore, I think all of these are solutions. I especially love the remarks about blended finance, and I think that's a perfect segue into our next panel as well. Thank you, Zainab. Thank you to this brilliant panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for them. So we've had a fantastic day where we've had a variety of subjects and key points come up. As we started day 2, I remember correctly, one of the most powerful statements made on this stage were about how it's not just CSR, these are not grants, but rather it's in a business. And I remember in the first debate, there was a lot of, there were very strong worded arguments about that we have not moved away from the mission of microfinance. In fact, what we are doing is we are seeing an evolution happen. Likewise, as we are getting up towards the formal final 2 segments of the day, we realize that there is again conversation about blended finance. And from what I understand, the blended finance would allow to de-risk for a lot of people, and especially the people who are loaning out to the underserved markets. The impactful projects will be more receptive and more attractive for the private investors. So ladies and gentlemen, our next panel is basically a dialogue, and it is about the role of blended finance in promoting rural enterprise and affordable housing finance. It crosses beautifully through the 2 segments, the 2 themes that we have had. One has been about disaster management, the other has been about the most vulnerable group, that is women. And now we sort of link it to one of the greatest needs that people have had, which is affordable, dignified housing. We've had a fantastic example when it comes to the Sindh people housing for flood affectees that has till date endeavored to build about 2.2 million houses, and that's a success story worth exploring. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Mr. 𝗵𝗲 𝗵𝗲, the CEO of NCGCL, who will be taking this conversation forward. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome 𝗵𝗲 𝗵𝗲. Mohsen Saab has a respect to our previous panel. I think to borrow from Zainab's words, women are great at everything, but right now the networking and the power talking continues. So if I may request all our distinguished women participants who are continuing to ignore me, including Noreen, Zainab, and all the others, may I please request you to be please seated. It's just not about vacating the stage, but also making room for more dialogue and discussion. Once again, may I request you all to kindly be seated. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. 𝗵𝗲 the CEO of NCGCL, as he will be taking this next conversation forward. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our panelist today, Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲, the Managing Director and CEO of PMRC. Please give it up for him. And last but definitely not the least, the success story I was talking about. It's a company that has delivered to really the underserved and the flood affectees. Please welcome Mr. Khalid Mahmood Sheikh, the CEO of Sindh People Housing for Flood Affectees. This session, as we understand, will explore how blended finance can unlock new opportunities for rural enterprises and extend affordable housing. It will really be Ammar's prerogative if he'd like to take questions in the end, but we have about 30 minutes slotted out for this conversation to happen that is themed at the role of blended finance in promoting rural enterprise and affordable housing finance. Ammar, over to you. You have a total of 30 minutes.
Thank you. So, I think it's important to understand what the context really is at this point. We say we have a shortage of housing of about 10 million houses, but just prior to this discussion, it's more than 25 million units. How we arrived to that, that's a different story. We can discuss that. Mortgage depth in the economy is just 0.3% of GDP, which is essentially lowest in Asia. And there's barely any mortgages available, and even if they're available, the tenures are not there. So the market is essentially even worse than underdeveloped at this point, and a lot more needs to be done to just catch up. And this is essentially what we're going to do right now. So essentially, I'm going to start with 𝗵𝗲 right now and really ask, what needs to be done?
Ammar, that question alone can take almost half an hour, right? So what can be done?
So what can be done with a refinancing perspective at this point?
A lot can be done. So first of all, I think एक तो green financing की जो बात है, it is right now very negligible in Pakistan, right? So green financing and green housing, as we say, is missing, and primarily because of its lack of understanding and because of its cost structure also. Because the understanding is that when you actually develop green housing, the cost increases. And the higher cost, and particularly when you talk about the affordable housing segment, वहाँ पे cost ज़्यादा अगर हो जाती है, so the affordability reduces. And hence, the developers भी जो हैं, जो लोग हैं, they don't really want to build greenhouses because of the increased cost initially. So, and what can be done, first of all, the government can look at having a green housing policy, not just at the government level, but also at the, I think at the central bank level, where, and SECP level, where it needs to be encouraged in terms of financing as well. Secondly, and we have made those suggestions earlier, that green financing part, the incremental cost of green housing can be subsidized initially, so as to encourage people to take, build houses which are green, for developers to also bring in supply which is green housing compliant, which is more efficient in terms of energy efficiency and other factors which are required for green housing compliance. So उसको cover up करने के लिए एक policy की बहुत ज़रूरत है, उसके साथ साथ एक policy के साथ उसकी जो incremental cost है, I think initial phase में उसको थोड़ा subsidize करने की ज़रूरत है, so that it gets encouraged when people see the benefit in a medium to longer term, कि yes, the cost savings are there, their energy bills will go down, other efficiencies from water and other things will come in. That will encourage much more than supply to come in.
So I think it's going back to our earlier conversation. Yeah. We just came up with the rough number that roughly there would be a need of around 27 million houses over the next 10 years, 5 years, whatever time frame you would. How do we get to that number? What, in your view, leads to a more realistic number?
Okay. So we also did a survey. There is a census which is done in Pakistan every 5 years. उसके अलावा हमने एक अपना housing का survey कराया था, which is at the primary survey as well as having a secondary report which was done on that basis. That number, एक broader number पहले मैं आपको बताता हूँ कि total overall based on Pakistan's population, this is 2023 survey census. उसकी basis पे the total housing units की demand कह लें या उसकी requirement कह लें या उसकी need कह लें is about 38 million housing units, right? That basically number comes in from overall population of about 240 million plus people with about 6.2 average household size translates into about 38 million housing units requirement or need. Now, what is the supply of housing? Supply of housing in Pakistan as per that survey is also about 36 million. So, अगर आप broad देखें तो 2.5 million का gap है in terms of the need and supply. But that's a broader number, that's not saying shortage. Shortage is much larger, so shortage, if I look at the actual shortage, would probably then go into the number of about 10 to 12 million housing units. If I dig further in terms of informal housing, जो housing poverty की हम बात करते हैं कि जहाँ पर housing overcrowded houses हैं कि एक कमरा है, अच्छा जो घरों की बात की जैसे अगर there are 36 million की supply है, तो almost only 80% of that number would be owned housing. So rest is rental housing, right? So that reduces the number, as I said, कि shortage इसलिए बढ़ जाती है. If I add that number in, that number goes to about 12 million housing units. उसके साथ housing poverty की जब बात करता हूँ, which means कि so एक कमरे के घर हैं, about 50% of that number would be one room houses. So जब उसकी बात करते हैं, that means कि एक कमरे में 6, 7, 8 लोग एक कमरे में रहते हैं. That dilapidated housing, meaning कि घर की छत टूटी हुई है, नहीं है, टीन की छत है, दीवारें सही नहीं है, whatever. So all those types of which come under the name of housing poverty or housing informal housing. उसकी जब बात करते हैं, that number is up to goes up to 27 million housing units, which is a big number, and that requires a full government policy to address that because it comes under social housing. और उसको address करने का एक बहुत बड़ा challenge है for Pakistan going forward.
That makes absolute sense. Khalid sir, coming to you. So essentially you are leading one of the largest housing projects in the world as of this point, where we are constructing almost 2 million houses in Sindh post-floods, and those houses are being constructed in a way they're resilient to shocks, especially climate-oriented shocks. We have a 27 million potential housing shortage. You are actually working on 2 million. First of all, we would like to know what was the journey to create those 2 million houses? How does that work out? Who does the financing? What needs to be done there?
Thank you very much for asking too many questions in one question. It so happened that in the year 2022, there were heavy rains across Sindh, and all the thatched houses or the non-resilient houses came on ground. And although this tragedy happened some 300 kilometers from Karachi or 400 kilometers from Karachi, but people didn't know much about it. Within a span of 1 week, around 15 million people were shelterless, and they were on the roads along the 𝗧𝗵𝗶 and National Highway. And they had nothing to drink, nothing to eat, and nothing to live. There was no shelter there. And appreciation should go to the government of Sindh, which first of all understood this issue, that it is a human tragedy, and they came up with a vision to reconstruct all those 2 million houses. And I am a very firm believer of the political vision, because if political vision is in the right place, if their heart goes with that policy, nothing can stop it. So the political pressure came on the bureaucracy and the government that you have to reconstruct 2 million houses, whatever way we have to do. So we approached IFIs. First of all, World Bank came with $500 million, and the government of Sindh chipped in 50 billion rupees in one go, in one check. And we started this journey. Somehow we created this SPHF, which is called Sindh People's Housing for Flood Affectees, Section 42 company with the mandate to reconstruct these houses. And we created such a transparent system that within few months, ADB came up with $400 million, then ISDB, Islamic Development Bank, came with $200 million, EIB, European Investment came with $100 million, and World Bank chipped in further $400 million. And likewise, Government of Pakistan also helped us with 50 billion PKR. So this is how it happened that in 24 months we were able to get the financing of $2 billion. Yesterday somebody was telling me that you alone, you means the company alone, created $1.2 billion last year, while IMF gave us $1 billion. And you know what are the terms and conditions of the IMF and all these things. So it's a very happy moment that about 1.3 million houses have already been put into construction. 50,000 houses are being constructed every month. And so far 650,000 houses have been completed as well. And in next maybe 14 to 16 months, these 2 million houses will be completed. So this we will refer as social housing. But I think if this can be done, anything else can be done. What I miss in the general housing policy in Pakistan is that there is no concentrated effort or realization of the issue. I think government on one hand should control this issue of high number of populations increase, but simultaneously they should consider that this housing is a part of the government activities and this also needs some subsidy or some support. I think the shift in public policy has been witnessed in terms of transport. Otherwise, there was no understanding in public sector that transport sector also needs your support. But now we feel that the buses are coming in Punjab, in Sindh and elsewhere. The pace is not so fast. But I think the trend in terms of understanding what areas need government support is being failed by the provincial governments.
So this was essentially about how social financing can work out through a mix of both multilateral and fiscal allocations. Coming to blended finance, what needs to be done to get more private capital to be mobilized? Whether that is institutional, whether that is at a household level, what needs to be done in that case?
So,
on. Yeah.
Is it?
Thoda sa kareeb karna.
Now it's on. Okay, thank you. So blended finance, again, it's a very important need of the day, particularly when you talk about housing and affordable housing or low cost housing. कि जब आप social housing की बात करते हैं तो वहाँ पर blended finance becomes absolutely essential. Why it is essential is because आप उसको leverage कर लेते हैं. आपको कोई अगर public की government support के through concessional funding मिल जाती है, or you get some donor funding, as Khalid was saying, either through World Bank or Islamic Development Bank or any other multilateral agency. That funding can be used to then leverage private sector funds and blend that to reduce the cost so that it can have a greater impact, right? And that's very essential because जब आप any sector where the private sector is unwilling to come in because of its lower returns or because of a higher risk. See, so there are two very important factors. One is higher risk and one is lower returns, or in terms of what the private sector intends to make of that from that money. वहाँ पर आपको blended finance की ज़रूरत पड़ जाती है because to lower that risk and to reduce the cost, and that can create an impact because it can then help the private sector to come in as they will get the required returns, or it will lower the risk for them to go into and finance those particular units or projects, whatever it is.
So right now the blended finance, when you talk about it, it's mostly concessional finance that unlocks more private capital, and eventually the blended rate is lower than whatever the, let's say, yield for the equivalent long-term bond is. What other can be done? Can we add more guarantees to it?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. So guarantees play an important role. So both guarantees can play an important role in terms of raising the private sector capital as well, to providing them guarantee, whether it is a guarantee of the funds or whether it is guarantee in terms of their credit risk. All those types of guarantees work to raise that funding because it lowers, again, it lowers the risk for the private sector to come in. उसके साथ साथ अगर आप एक guarantee structure भी कर सकते हैं, which gives you enhanced tenors in the market or enhanced funding की guarantee आ जाती है. For example, if a government gives that guarantee, or if a multilateral gives a guarantee, and you go out and raise funds, with that guarantee you are able to raise larger amount of funds, probably at a lower cost and probably for a longer tenure. So ये सारी चीज़ें critical हैं to, so the guarantee can play, while a concessional funding or a line can make a big difference as well, but guarantees can play an important role because it reduces the upfront burden on the governments, whether it is the federal government or any other government, provincial government, and it allows the private sector to come in with lower risk. So that's very essential.
So that is essential, we get that. Now, refinancing when you do, essentially, how does that work? Or for someone who doesn't understand how refinancing works, how does that affect the eventual end borrower? How does that benefit them?
Okay. So I'll add a little bit on the concessional and blended finance as well, because we as the company PMRC, we have used throughout from the very beginning blended finance model, right? So we had initially a funding line from the government through the World Bank, through the government of Pakistan, which was passed on to us at a lower rate. So we had a concessional funding that we have been passing on to the private sector, using private sector funds as well, to raise funding, blending that and then passing it on at a lower and a concessional rate through the banking industry to the end consumer. So it has provided more affordability. So that's one mechanism that we have used ourselves in terms of blended finance. We have also used credit guarantee facility, which is again through the government of Pakistan, which is given to us. We have used that guarantee to lower the risk for the private sector to go in and lend for lower cost housing, for affordable housing. And that is reduced, which is covering their part of their credit loss risk. So that has also encouraged the private sector to come in and lend for affordable housing units. So ये दोनों mechanism हमने use किए हैं to lend to the private sector for affordable housing. Now coming to in terms of the refinancing model essentially is that आप banks को या institutions which are in the business of doing housing finance at the retail level, आप उनको उनके portfolio को आप you buy them out or you create space in their balance sheet, so and provide them the liquidity to do additional financing, right? So it is almost like talking. Let's say I give you an example of Bank A. So Bank A has a large portfolio of mortgage where it sees that it has hit a certain limit, either a regulatory limit or their own internal limit, कि वो उससे ज़्यादा mortgages नहीं करना चाहते. They don't want to have that portfolio on their own books. So what we'll do is we'll talk to them. We'll buy a portion of that portfolio from that bank, create that additional space in their balance sheet, provide that liquidity to them against that portfolio, and then they can go and do more retail mortgages. So they have that space now because they have, the portfolio that they wanted to sell or carve out has been bought by us, taking out the entire risk from the institution. So we take out, so there's no recourse to the bank anymore. The recourse comes to us. We create an SPV. Through that SPV, we create units, which is like, yes, the stocks hote hain.
It's a securitization.
It's a securitization model, right? So we create mortgage-backed securities, and that we go and then sell in the market and raise funding. And that funding is again channeled back to the industry. Yeah. So that's how the refinancing model works.
It makes sense. Alisa, on you. So that's a lot of urban talk. Now, in the rural context, we've got social housing, but not all of it can be social housing. Similarly, in urban areas, there are a lot of illegal settlements that do not have any legal papers or anything on those lines. What needs to be done to formalize all of that?
As we were discussing, the mafia only comes in when there is no government there. As we were discussing about water as well. So in housing, when government doesn't come up with a policy, what happens that illegal mafia comes in, takes over the land and starts selling those lands, and people start making their houses. So I think it is because of the laxity of the government. So government should be proactive. The government, as we were also discussing about the national policy, there is no national policy on housing. So we must have a national policy on the housing, and the provinces should have adequate space to function in those policy issues. So as early as the policy comes in, these issues of illegal allotment of land or illegal positions will vanish by themselves.
So on that, I mean, does the infrastructure come first or does the housing come first? Like in this case we saw in the project that we're running in Sindh, the housing is coming first and then infrastructure. Going forward, let's say there is overarching provincial policy. How does that work out? What should be the first step?
Natural course of action is to plan first and then bring in housing units. But since it was an emergency kind of thing, so housing came first and then the infrastructure is taking place subsequently. But in urban side, I think there are many models which are not being discussed, like public-private partnership. The government of Sindh has done enough projects in public-private partnership. So the resettlement projects can also be introduced in Karachi. Elsewhere, I have seen this happening in India and elsewhere. But we have not done resettlement projects. In resettlement projects, there is enough space for the cross-subsidization from the rich to poor, and they can be made possible if we invite private investment into these housing initiatives.
So how would a public-private partnership in a typical resettlement project work?
So let me give an example of an infrastructure. For example, since most of the people are from Karachi, they know this 𝗧𝗵𝗶 or Malir Expressway project. It is an ideal classical example of public-private partnership where private investor has come in and they are building this infrastructure. The government has assumed the risk of traffic, and this way the government has immuned itself from the risk of operation and execution. Likewise, in housing, the government has always availability of land. So they can leverage their land as the equity, and the private sector can come in and make. There are many projects which have happened in past in KDA, but I don't see these housing institutions are as efficient as they used to be. Otherwise, KDA, LDA, these are the housing institutions, and they are supposed to create housing, and they are creating housing, but I think not up to the expectation of the people.
Yeah, makes sense. So in case of refinance, or let's say what we're essentially doing with refinance is just reducing the borrowing cost or the rate of the cost of borrowing or the cost of capital in this case. What would be more efficient, whether, and we also see schemes coming every 12 to 18 months where there is some kind of a markup subsidy in place as well. What would be more efficient, a more coherent, concerted effort into creating a bond market for houses, or just going on with market subsidies and just hope for the best?
No, of course. So the answer is, of course, you need a overall coherent sort of policy. And a bond, Pakistan may, unfortunately, we have not been able to have a very long-term capital market developed as yet. There have been many efforts in doing so. Unfortunately, abhi tak nahi ho saka. And the government itself, if you look at the capital markets and even in the government borrowing from the private sector, from the banking industry, the government's longer-term bonds, which used to be there, like 20-year, 30-year PIBs, are no longer there. So purane issues jo hain, they are still there, but there has been no new issue of 20, 30-year bonds. Even the 10-year bonds, generally the government, I think bahut chota sa issue koi aata hai. Abhi recently there was one issue which the government did with a very small participation, which was a 10-year fixed rate. But apart from that, even a 10-year bond that the government does, the government does it on a floater basis. So there is a 6-month adjustment, right? So that's very important to create that market, right? So if the government has fiscal space, for example, if a private sector, if we do a bond and government participates, or government takes up that issue partly in that bond, if the government has that fiscal space, it can give an indication to the private sector that the government is willing to take that risk up to 10, 15 or 20 years. That will encourage other issues in the private sector as well as other issues by us as well, and will create that longer term sort of a rate as well, and the risks that the people need to understand, that what is the risk in that longer term issuance of a bond or investment in that bond, for example, right? So it can only happen if there is sufficient number of issues and sufficient number of participants in the capital market for that particular issue.
Yeah, right? Makes sense. Coming to direct mortgages, yeah. And you just said like 10 minutes back that the risk appetite isn't there, right, for banks, and we barely have a few specialized housing companies. I mean, there is a demand for mortgages, there's no denying that. How can that gap be bridged? Because there is also a reluctance to do mortgages as well for multiple reasons.
Right.
What needs to be done differently? What can be the interventions that can maybe smoothen out this process?
Okay. So, Okay, so just quickly, in terms of, so we need to have a complete ecosystem, right? So ecosystem is important, and you have where there is the required or necessary legal framework is in place, the regulatory framework is in place. Banks are reluctant to take that exposure. Why? Because there's an issue in terms of recovery. The laws are not there which will facilitate recovery if there is a default, in case of a default. So that raises the risk for the banks. So the legal framework has to be there. The interest rate environment has to be there. The documentation side challenges, which are for the real sector, from the supply side, that has to be catered to. That remains a big challenge in Pakistan, and banks are unwilling to even do mortgages beyond a certain areas in Karachi, Lahore or Islamabad, so they're very reluctant because of those documentation challenges. Interest rates remains a challenge. Longer term funding remains a challenge. So there are all these multiple challenges which are there, where both the public, the government as a policy, and regulatory framework, which is by the central bank and the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, as well as then the private sector needs to come into play. So all that ecosystem should be in place. Apart from that, this is all demand side challenges, but there are lots of supply side challenges as well. One I mentioned in terms of the documentation front, but there's also lack of supply of housing as well, particularly for affordable housing when you talk about affordable housing. So that needs to be addressed as well. So all these multiple challenges have to be addressed, and they can only be addressed if there is a proper government policy, national housing policy, there is a proper regulatory framework, partly in place, but it needs to be improved to cater to that, to cater to bringing the real estate sector into that regulatory framework, bringing the developers into that regulatory framework, so that the banks and the other institutions which are in the formal sector can take that exposure on and create those mortgages.
Makes sense. So, there's a very important part of supply side. The housing just doesn't exist. How do we create that additional supply? One thing that I would just want to know here is essentially what is the cost of developing a structure in Pakistan relative to other countries, considering a lot of our steel is essentially imported, a lot of cement, there's literally an oligopoly at this point, cement prices are elevated, so on and so forth. Let's say a similar structure, what needs to be the supply, because you're probably running the largest housing project in the country or in the continent at this point. What needs to be done to ease the supply pressure and reduce the overall cost in that context?
When we started this housing initiative, so the greatest challenge was to ensure that the supply side remains stable. So what we did, we started our clusters in different areas. We did not let one specific area be heated up. So we scattered this whole housing initiative and ensured that the price inflation is avoided as much as possible. So I think the strategy can be anything, but the most important thing is that these housing projects are unviable. Were they viable, they would have been taken place without government intervention. So since these are unviable projects, the government's responsibility is to make them viable through their intervention.
Perfect. Can I just one last comment? I think since it's a microfinance summit and conference, I think it's important to make that in terms of when we talk about the demand side and the financing side, particularly on the housing and affordable housing, the microfinance sector can play a big role there, right? So whether it is microfinance banks or microfinance institutions or any other NBFC, which is like housing finance companies which are new in SECP. Microfinance for affordable housing or micro housing has been very successful in a number of countries, including a great program in Nigeria through Shelter Afrique. That has been very, very successful, and I think that's one area where microfinance can, and we have been working with microfinance banks and microfinance institutions to create and grow that sector. But I think one thing to really think about and message would be for microfinance banks and MFIs to continue with that program, come out with different products which can help, particularly on the affordable housing front. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Gentlemen, I'll have to interject. Unfortunately, we don't have time enough for Q&A. But ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for our wonderful panel that was focused on blending finance and promoting rural enterprises and affordable living. May I request the gentleman for a group photograph, please? Many thanks. Thank you, gentlemen, for a very insightful conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are down to our last fireside chat before we close day 2, and this one is focused on the future of nano loans in the realm of financial inclusion. And it's a tricky one because at times we see the nano loans just exchanging pockets. You would see people receiving it and immediately passing it on to pay off a debt. But being in debt themselves, how can we innovate and where does it work, and who are the most deserving communities in Pakistan? Is there a low-hanging fruit? Do we continue to sort of categorize them further? I believe there are 2 special chairs coming in for the fireside chat. We'd like to end with a bang, so just giving the gentleman time enough to set this up. This, by the way, also live on Aura's socials. So for those of you who are practitioners and are part of the industry, once again, if I may recommend that you pass it over to your network so people can find these conversations of worth and can learn from them, and perhaps a dialogue can be initiated. Ladies and gentlemen, to take this conversation forward, this will be focused on the future of nano loans, what it means for Pakistan, especially in the context of not just the rural areas, but also the urban areas, the working class, people who need a quick fix immediately. Is this evolving further from that? We'll find out. To lead this conversation, may I request and welcome Noreen Hayat, who's a financial inclusion and digital finance expert. May I request you to please take your seat, Noreen? And Noreen will be in this very engaging conversation with Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲, the President and CEO of Mobilink Bank, their first-hand experience of the patterns when it comes to nano loan, etc., all across Pakistan. Noreen will have about 30 minutes for this fireside chat. I'll leave it entirely up to your discretion if you'd like to open the floor for Q&A. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Sidra. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Assalamu alaikum,
Assalamu alaikum.
You know, it's exciting. It's very interesting. We are now talking about nano in these conferences. Back in 2017, when we conceived 𝗧𝗵𝗲, which was, well, the first nano lender, well, the first digital lender that got a lending license in Pakistan, you know, nano was a very alien concept. Not a concept, actually a very alien term. You know, people didn't know about what nano lending was really in the industry. And now, fast forward, we have a complete regulatory framework around nano lending in Pakistan. And what's even more enticing is when you look into the numbers, half of the borrowers of microfinance right now are actually nano loan borrowers. It took about 2.5 decades for the microfinance sector to reach 12 million borrowers. Nano lending within the last, say, well, a little less than 5 years or even less, has reached about 6 million borrowers. So you see the potential that nano lending has, and you know the impact that it we'll actually discuss the impact that we believe it has had. And touching on some numbers, I was just talking to someone. In the past 1 year, 30 million nano loans were dispersed worth 180 billion rupees. That's mammoths. Between the leading nano loan providers, they're dispersing about 200,000 loans a month. That in itself calls for some great potential and something that we can build upon. Today with 𝗧𝗵𝗲, talking about small loans, we'll try to unpack how these small loans can bring in big impact and how it can bring in big shifts. And so 𝗧𝗵𝗲, thank you for joining us. And I'm actually really excited I'm having this conversation with you because when we started nano lending, we did not have, any player who was actually venturing into this space. And now we have you with Mobilink Microfinance and JazzCash, which is actually the leading nano lender in Pakistan. So we'd love to hear from you, what do you feel is the potential of nano lending in Pakistan? And while you're talking about it, I'd love for you to touch upon the segments that it can serve, because we often think of nano lending only serving the very base of the pyramid. Do you think it can actually bring in impact for middle income, salaried or self-employed individuals as well?
Yeah. Thank you for having me over. You said it took you like 4.5 years to get to that scale. I think that's the art of technology and how technology is evolving. We have recently seen when OpenAI, 𝗧𝗵𝗶 came in, it took them less time to become certain million of users, and previously with the TikTok and the Facebook and the Twitter. So I think the way the technology is evolving, and with new technology coming in, it will take less time to go to the market. When we talk about the nano loans, especially at Mobilink Bank JazzCash, you just said number 200,000 between JazzCash and EasyPaisa. Roughly 150,000 nano loans are being disbursed on a daily basis. And these are those people who do have financial needs and requirements, but do not have a credit history, or the banks do not have the opportunity to actually finance them because of various reasons. Either they are unbanked or underbanked. And obviously, if you look at the Pakistan financial landscape, we have seen lending to private sector has gone down. I just want to support this as an example. In 1960s, Pakistan, Malaysia, Indonesia, India, Vietnam, they were all something around between 25% of Pakistan GDP that is towards the private sector lending. And if we have seen over the last 40-45 years, we have come down to less than 20%. And obviously it's more on the corporate scale something, but eventually a freelancer, a small shopkeeper, or someone who needs a loan in a formal economy do not have access to finance. That's where nano loan comes in and try to bridge that gap. And these informal channels are still in the market, and they were in the market before as well, by the name we call Aarthi, loan sharks, and they were bridging the gap. So financial institutions coming and taking this place, I think it's a very positive step towards the formal economy and providing access to these. Secondly, to your question, if it is going to be the middle class or the lower middle class, yes, definitely. Because a lot of lower class and middle class also do have a limited option of getting a finance from any financial institution for a short term. And then more importantly is that how you disperse that loan. And through JazzCash, it's done on immediate basis, instantly through phones or a smartphone. You get loan immediately. And it's also pre-approved loans because you're using at your data and use it how you use your data, and your different behavior patterns define how you are eligible for the loans. So it definitely is helping them out.
So, we all are aware that the sector historically has, well, it's been mandated to provide productive lending, But we're all very aware also that most of these loans actually do not go into productive purposes. They're actually being utilized for consumption. So interestingly, when in 𝗧𝗵𝗶, back in 2019, we got an independent survey done to understand, the segments that were being served by nano lending. And about 10% of the borrowers that we were lending to, only actually about 10% of the borrowers that we were lending to, they had, an income of $3.2 a day. Majority of them were actually middle income, lower to lower middle income brackets. Now, nano lending, as far as we've seen also, and I'm sure you've seen Ajaz as well, it's actually now catering to a multitude of consumption use cases. Even going to a medical facility calls for someone to borrow a loan, and that's actually now something that nano lending is, bringing forth for these people. Now, the challenge around regulations, or maybe historically how practitioners have seen it within the microfinance space is that we have, in a way, shackled the use cases for which we provide this lending. Nano lending actually brings us that ability to provide lending for consumption, which right now no one is actually providing. Do you actually feel, within this space, we need to bring in change within, our legacy mindsets as microfinance practitioners? And even within the regulations, we do now have a nano lending framework. But how do we now, change the status quo and get more products embedded for consumption-based lending via nano lending? What shift is required, within the sector itself for nano lending?
When I look at nano loans, rather than defining them or differentiating between the productive and consumption, how about we look at it as meaningful? Okay, how this loan is being used, as you just give an example of medical. And there are also certain other examples which are more meaningful, is education, health, And yes, a lot of nano loans are also being used for productive purposes also. But let's not restrict ourselves towards just only productive or consumption. And you're absolutely right, we all have to evolve. And we have to graduate. That's where we're going to build the history for these people, and they will be eligible to getting into micro and SME loans. Slightly over-regulation on the framework of nano loan is not going to help us to grow. And second, we also need to understand that we have got a very big informal sector of loans, which is in a play. If we have to bridge that gap where financial inclusion is very low, I think this differentiation should not be laid out in a manner the way it's been laid out in different policies. It should be dealt separately, and it's okay for microfinance banks to lend through nano. I understand the mindset, the legacy mindset of microfinance is different. But with time, everyone evolves, and we also need to graduate from there. Again, coming back to productive and consumption, I would say let's call it a more meaningful loan rather than productive and consumption loan.
That's actually interesting, but now, interestingly, how do you actually measure impact, or how do you actually measure how meaningful it is? Because across history, we've seen for microfinance, practitioners like CGAP and development agencies, they've actually looked into the impact that microfinance has also brought in, and there's always this debate around, whether they're actually bringing in, actual impact, or whether they're hurting these customers more. I think I'm going to come to that part shortly. But when we talk about what's actually happened globally, we've got giants like Branch, Tala that have ventured into multiple markets, multiple regions. They've built multi-billion-dollar nano lending ventures. And they've actually done so. They started off with serving nano loans to the unbanked, and they involved into multi-credit product ecosystems, using transactional data. They based their learnings not only on data. They had ecosystems for open banking. They had telco data available. They had partnerships. So there was an entire enabling environment ecosystem available. Now in Pakistan, when we talk about nano lending, in our view, when you talk about digital lending, there are a few, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little disturbed by some noise at the back, I'm sorry. Thank you. So we've seen that when you talk about digital lending, that in our view, there are three core ingredients that are required. There's access to data, there's access to capital, and there's distribution. Now, within Pakistan, within this framework, what do you feel are the real ingredients that are required? And of course, JazzCash has really proven a success story. What more can be done here?
As you said yourself that, they'll be using the telco data and everything and the behavior patterns. And that's exactly what JazzCash is doing in Pakistan, using the data. And, leveraging the data using different technologies like AI and building on those platforms how we can lend them and how we can lend in a much more meaningful way. Yes, there will be challenges where you will see customer, over debt in terms of when you lend them, but you always learn from them and you evolve and improve your credit scores and everything, and that's how you build the nano lending proposition in the ecosystem. Open APIs and looking at the data where you see that nano loan has an impact. When you talked about the impact, if you look at the statistics, wherever you have seen, wherever the microfinance bank have been successful, it's not only impact on the financial, it's also on the impact of social and economic. The success of microfinance is usually determined from social and economic benefits. And nano loan is also part of it. So sometimes when we say that, these loans are only for economic benefit, but also have to see how socially they are also impacting. When we talk about education and health. So they're also playing a very important role in those socio-economic benefits as well.
Sorry. What's interesting here is that, JazzCash, EasyPaisa, these are conglomerates that have ecosystems, They have data ecosystems, they have access to telco data, they have access to transactional data. But there are many other players that are wanting to venture in. Well, we were one case in point. When we started out, we had nothing. How do you encourage, other players that want to venture into it? Because these guys are not ecosystem players. They don't have access to data. You know, you talk about, and I think now we're coming on to the data story, you talk about open banking. Open banking is still a fantasy. You know, the credit bureaus are trying to move the needle, but there's still a lot more that has to be done. And, you know, so, well, just to give you a background, with 𝗧𝗵𝗲, when we started, you know, the market or the environment was still a little more easy when you talked about accessing mobile data from Google or, you know, well, iOS was always very troublesome, but Google was still a little easier. Now, what has happened over time is with the regulatory framework coming in on nano lending, even the regulators clamp down upon, you know, what data can be accessed for credit scoring. So that makes, you know, this proposition very difficult. You know, one is talking about client protection and data protection from one angle, and then you're talking about expanding this ecosystem using that data that you actually don't have access to. So what can one really do in this environment where, you know, you're required to bring in inclusion, but that environment actually is just getting stifled day by day? What should we do with the regulators and as practitioners?
No, I agree with you. As I said earlier, you know, we need less regulation and more facilitations to go for a more of a, you know, financial inclusion perspective. But coming back to, you know, the players who want to get into nano lending and do not have that kind of data available, I think the best thing is to collaborate, to be part of these bigger conglomerates who have got the data, like 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and JazzCash, where they can help, and also learn from them how they've got it.
So will they give the data? Like, I would love to work with, you know, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, JazzCash. But, you know, the actual story is we talk about, I'm sorry to interject here, we talk about collaborating, but, you know, when we actually come to, you know, achieving ground level realities, no one wants to share data. And collaboration in essence really doesn't exist because everyone is actually looking at their own, you know, bottom lines and their own benefit at the end. True collaboration in essence really doesn't exist. How do we achieve that?
I think that might not be necessarily for every organization. It might be at certain cases where they feel that if it does not make sense financially, so it doesn't go. So obviously it has to be, you know, benefit for both of the organization. How do you collaborate? So what are the strengths of that organization that can help them, and what are the strengths of that? For example, if some organization is going to come and ask for that, we want to use the data, but there's nothing to offer. So it will be difficult. I'm sure there should be some value proposition for that going to benefit one organization, other organization to collaborate. You know, telcos have always brought the reach. The banks have brought in the governance, fintech has the innovation. And that's how we're going to scale up all these three when they collaborate. So I think, you know, when we talk about, either you talk about 𝗧𝗵𝗲 or any other NBFC who are into nano lending and they don't have that data, it's better to collaborate and see how we can collaborate, and not only with the data of the JazzCash or 𝗧𝗵𝗲, there are a lot of data available for the big commercial banks. But either commercial banks are going to venture into this is another question mark. Or they're still very comfortable in lending what they're lending to the government.
I think that's interesting because, you know, whenever we've gone to commercial banks, I think it's very, commercial banks are, you know, talking about lending, they hardly lend consumer. So it becomes a very, very difficult debate because consumer lending in itself, and that to nano, becomes a very risky proposition. Unless it's mandated by the regulator, the commercial banks don't want to venture to anything other than treasuries and, unfortunately, government securities. But, you know, at the end of the day, we've also seen, you know, we're talking about data, but there's also access to debt. You know, this environment actually calls for access to capital. Debt might be much easier for SME versus consumer or nano. You know, even talking about NBFCs, banks, you know, microfinance-based lenders, no one wants to lend debt for on lending to nano. You know, like Mobilink, Jazz has their own capital that they've invested here. New players that are coming in, they're actually coming in with their own capital. Debt markets, capital markets are almost non-existent right now, which is imperative for achieving scale when it comes to nano. So how do you think, you know, we can actually work on setting up that ecosystem? Because unless that's not there, we can't scale nano.
But that's not only true for nano, right?
That's true.
That's true for any kind of lending available. For example, if I give you an example of microfinance institutions, right now they are looking for liquidity. And there are certain banks, like microfinance banks, who have the liquidity, can lend to MFIs. But the regulation does not allow them. I mean, we don't have that ecosystem. So that might not be true only for one product or something. That's overall, unfortunately, the challenge of of our financial system, that wherever we have liquidity, it's in excess and it's not being used, and it's being used once the regulator comes in play in terms of pushing either through regulation or through another factor. Last year with the tax thing happened of the ADR, and they were forced to do that. And that was not also done in a productive or in a meaningful manner. It was also done to cover up in terms of meet that deadline or criteria. But that's where all of us, I think, we have to help in shaping those policies and have a regular advocacy and continuous dialogue with the regulators and stakeholder among that way how we can take this in. So when we overall fix the liquidity challenge, either it's in the capital market or the debt market, this is a very small product in terms of the nano where the liquidity is going to be fixed.
Yeah, well, absolutely. It's a small product, might be a small loan, but what we've seen there's about $200 to $300 billion worth of nano lending potential every year within nano lending alone. So it's a huge market if done right, because the population alone, we're looking at about 80 to 100 million nano loan potential borrowers. So yeah, I think absolutely we need to look into regulation and how, of course, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 has come up with a new regulatory framework for nano lending, but a lot more has to be done. Maybe some regulations have to be changed within the microfinancing, banking, or MFI regulations otherwise for nano lending alone. But I think talking about regulations, I think the elephant in the room right now is also pricing. We've seen 𝗧𝗵𝗲 brought in pricing caps recently. And, historically in different markets, we've seen pricing caps may actually stifle industry growth. We've seen cases in Cambodia, Bolivia, where it might not have brought in the desired impact that it was intended to. And usually with pricing caps, the risk is that it might actually diminish margins and push out investors from the space rather than, trying to bring in the investment that we're trying to look for. How do you feel, these pricing caps can be addressed? And as an operator yourself, how do you manage risk-based pricing versus, client protection?
In nano loans or small micro loans, what we call, across the globe, it's inherently high. So the pricing is going to be high because obviously there's a lot of investment on the digital infrastructure has been done, and it's done through digitally. And it's also for a very short period of time. It's not a period of time which is being linked for 6 months or 1 year. So the cost is usually high. But you also have to see what are the alternates available in the market. Either we take an example of Indonesia or India or Kenya, where the nano loan has really scaled up initially and slowly and gradually when the regulation came in and they became constrained by a certain regulation. And the same thing has been not happening, but in kind of a discussion over in Pakistan, that how the nano lending can also be managed through regulations. And as you said, that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 has brought in. And that's why obviously a lot of investors have been put away from that and they don't want to invest because the risks are too high. And if you look at again, on the ecosystem of Pakistan, how much of consumer loans are being dispersed? How many people have the opportunity to get this financing from the consumer banks? So if you look at the example of credit cards, from the last 15 years, they've been hovering around between 1.5 million to 2 million in a population of 250 million. The mortgage, the personal loans, they are, when it comes to personal, not less than 1% of that. So the banks are not willing to take any risks. So obviously those institutions who are willing to take risks will obviously incorporate that risk in their pricing. So the pricing has to be there. Alternately, if we talk specifically about Pakistan, we know that we've got an informal economy system taking place which is bridging the gap through those means. Loan sharks, artis for farmers, everything, they are in the play from last so many years. And if they have to see what is the comparison of pricing from them or a financial institution, it's definitely much cheaper than the bank. And more importantly is that, they take this, with term of dignity. So they don't have to worry about either they have to go to the family members or to RT. And the way they treat them later on if they're not being able to pay back. And for the bank, if there's a certain period of time don't bank, that's been written off. Yes, bank will follow, but will not be following up the way these these loan sharks, or sometimes when you have to go to your family members for those and repay back. So I think we also have to see how it is going to be impact in terms of the social culture of our, and how socially capital we lose once we get into those type of loans and we cannot pay them back.
Talking about client protection, you talked about how dignity and trust comes into play. Nano lending is often, we often deliberate upon the concept of over-indebtedness with nano lending. And the kind of customers that we're serving in nano lending, these are primarily very thin file customers, unbanked, and getting access to data and any proxy of an income estimation becomes very difficult. So, how can we look at nano lending and balance over-indebtedness from a client protection principle? What are you guys doing at JazzCash?
The balance, there's a very fine balance between over-indebtedness and, the behaviors of the customers who are looking for it. So a lot of people who are looking for these kind of loans need those, these finances in their wallets or in their bank accounts. Because Pakistan overall, if you look at, is a credit-hungry market. Access to finance is not, easily accessible on a terms which, any consumer would look at it. So, we try to build that trust with that customer by looking at their behavior patterns and also ensuring the data privacy is being taken care of and that the data which is being used is only being used for the purpose which we are lending on that. Again, as I said, we are also not very experienced, I would say, in terms of that we have learned a lot. We are also in the process of continuous learning, evolving with different behaviors and making another credit history in a manner that once we lend, we know that the money is going to the right people and, and it's been also used the way you told, either productive or consumption, we take this out for meaningful contribution.
It's interesting you say that, so I think one way we would look at nano lending is it actually is an avenue to create credit histories. It's a means to an end. It's not, so for digital credit otherwise, nano lending creates credit histories for those who can then build upon it to give out larger loans or maybe other financial products. So when we think about nano lending, I think one very important aspect to look into is that it's not only going to be a nano lending product that customer is going to will through the rest of their lives. It's actually their, step into the door to get into the formal financial system. But, in terms of over-indebtedness, I remember the SMART campaign had actually come up with these digital credit standards. And it's very interesting how they were looking at, measuring over-indebtedness and how to bring that, under control. And they were actually looking at income estimates as GNI per capita on a monthly basis and seeing how you can actually score customers or provide them, ticket sizes based on GNI per capita. So I think those things are something that we can work on, especially when we don't have, income proxies or even access to data. But I think that's something that we as practitioners also need to look into, and maybe the regulator can support on that. It becomes very important because it can't just be one-sided regulation to, prevent over-indebtedness, but there's no enabling ecosystem to help us as practitioners to do so. So I think I'll try to come towards a close for this session. There's so much that we can talk about when it comes to nano lending. I remember back in 2014, there was this global microscope that the Economist Intelligence Unit used to publish. And I used to be very proud every time I used to read at it because Pakistan was amongst the top 5 countries in the world when it came to an enabling environment for microfinance. Now, now I think even EIU has stopped the global microscope, but the last one came around 2019-20. And the ranking of Pakistan had actually dropped down to about 21. Now that's actually, it's very unfortunate why that happened. And, I think we've seen many countries have evolved when it comes to digital, when it comes to regulations. Even though we have a regulatory framework that has come in, we have been unable to evolve either, at the kind or the speed at which we should have. What do you feel went wrong in these years? Because, microfinance was a star performer in Pakistan. This past decade more so has not really brought in the kind of performance that we would have liked to see? What went wrong?
You know, I think it's a mix of things. If we talk about last 10 years, unfortunately, we have gone through a very difficult time also. We've got a lot of political and economic instability. We had COVID, we had floods hitting us twice, and inflation have gone out of the roof. So I think all these combinations, if we took them together and if we compare those with these countries, I think we're the most vulnerable. And recently, from the last 2-3 years, how the climate is hitting us. The floods of 22, 23, and now 25. And to be honest, we still don't know what the impact of the floods will be. How it's going to hit again the microfinance sector. And in the last, since COVID, a lot of things what microfinance has been doing previously has changed now. And we have to learn from that. We don't want to make those mistakes again. And these were also, I would say that, our regulator as an industry, we were also responsible for certain decisions which we did, which also led us into another problem. So I think a lot of factors have contributed toward it. But this year we were looking that the microfinance industry was picking up. We were discussing amongst ourselves that, this year, next year, that, microfinance bank will come out of that kind of a phase which we were in the last few years. But this, the flood of 2025, we see how we're going to react to it and how the regulator is going to react, how is the regulator going to support. And then if we be able to do that and get our act together and learn from what we have done in the last 3-4 years, I think we'll be able to get out. But if not, then again we're going to get into problem. And now we know that next year again, floods are going to be here because we are become so vulnerable to this climate thing. And the following years again, I think we all have to change our habits, practices, what we are doing in terms of the credit, how we can bring innovate, how we can reduce our cost of funds, and how can we actually look at the customer and start lending. And the most important thing is our credit practices, which is not up to the mark. It started out very well, but I think we got lost in the way of glory and everything. And I think that's where we have to learn it back and come back to that stage that we actually put the right practices in place and come back to that stage where you said that, EIU, you put us in top 5 and now we've got into 21st, other than the political and economic and other factors have contributed to it. But I think as industry, we also have to work a lot towards it to get in there.
Well, thank you for those words. And I think now also we talk about micro and nano, which is more so digital. With high tech, we see it's very important to balance it with high touch. And nano is they're not only about small loans, it's about building trust with the customers, it's about building convenience. And I think that's one thing that we as practitioners should be looking into. And I think both regulators, practitioners need to solve for access, affordability and accountability together. So I think there's a long way to go and it's a great start for nano lending, thanks to players like yourselves. Well, thank you for this honest discussion and I really hope we can get more players to grow this industry and build upon the foundation that you have built on. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
If you guys have any questions, we are happy to take them. I think this is the last session of the day. No, I don't think so.
Thank you so much, Noreen. Thank you, Harith Saab. May I request you to please come forward for a group picture? Or a panel picture, rather. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. Please give it up for Noreen Hayat, a financial inclusion and digital finance expert, and Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗥𝗲. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings day 2 of the annual Microfinance Conference 9 to a close. This is, of course, brought to you by the Pakistan Microfinance Network, supported by UNIDO under their PAIDAR program, which is funded by the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, inshallah ta'ala, we look forward to reconvening in this very hall tomorrow, sharp at 9 again, as we have another day full of wonderful dialogues and insightful plenaries planned for you. Have a good evening and inshallah see you back soon. Also, I must let you know that the evening brew is brewing outside. So please join for more conversation and a cup of caffeine of your choice again. Once again, look after yourself. I'll see you tomorrow morning.